Sometimes the most powerful transformations happen not with a wand but with will. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. This is part 5, covering chapters 41 to 50, and the magic only gets deeper. As mysteries unfold and relationships evolve, the line between beast and wizard begins to blur. In this section, Harry must confront not just external threats, but the beast within, and decide what kind of animagus and person he truly wants to be. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook. All credit goes to the brilliant author White Squirrel for creating this rich and captivating reimagining of the wizarding world. To our cherished wizard army and mighty wizard kings, thank you for keeping the magic alive. If you'd like to support the channel and become part of the inner circle, consider joining today. Now let's dive back into a story where instincts clash with intellect, and every form hides a truth. The Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. Chapter 41. Dear Father and Mother, I'm sure you have been informed by now of Professor Quirrell's death. I don't know how much Dumbledore told the board, but according the rumors here, Quirrell kidnapped Potter's sister and took her into some hidden chamber under the school. Then, Potter followed them, and there was some kind of confrontation that left Quirrell dead and Potter in the hospital wing for 2 days. They're keeping very tight-lipped about how it happened, and they're trying to make it sound like Quirrell got mauled by the three-headed dog, but I'm not convinced of that story. I don't think either Potter or Granger has it in them to kill, but something doesn't smell right. However, the most important thing is that Potter and Granger seem to have had a major falling out with Dumbledore after the incident, but they're not talking about that either. Potter will only say that it's a private matter. Most people think it's sour grapes just because Dumbledore let him get hurt, but I'm not convinced of that either. I've heard rumors that Dumbledore tried to trick Potter into that fight somehow, or maybe even put him in that situation in the first place. Whatever it was bad enough that I've personally seen Potter glaring at Dumbledore during dinner. I think Dumbledore's looked a little less energetic this week too. Potter's attitude toward the other teachers doesn't seem to have changed, even for McGonagall. And it's hard to tell, but I don't think McGonagall looks happy with Dumbledore right now either. I think you may be right that Dumbledore has lost influence among his own followers. If I may, I would suggest that putting increased pressure on Dumbledore to disillusion his supporters would be the best course of action for the next month. Your loving son, Draco. Our beloved son. This is excellent news and most welcome. The Muggle Protection Act hangs by a thread, and its keystone is now under fire. The whispers have, indeed, reached beyond the walls of Hogwarts, and with this information, your father can feel confident in acting upon them. The unfortunate downside of this will be that it will weaken the old meddler's defense of Professor Snape. However, we are investigating a compromise with the Board of Governors that should see him returning next year with minimal difficulty. We consider this a small price to pay for our larger goal. Next month, we will prevail. However, we must give you a stern warning. Your father has heard the most alarming rumors regarding the circumstances of Quirrell's death. The less you know about them, the better, at least until the end of term. Tread very carefully around the subject of Quirrell's death, both within and without Slytherin House, but if you do learn anything concrete, inform us at once. Continue to watch Potter and Dumbledore for any changes. Father and Mother. Okay, men and women, this is it. Silencio. Oliver would silenced Fred and George before they could step on his speech. Harry's exams had gone well, he thought, despite his revising being disrupted. Indeed, Hermione had been a good deal more stressed about them than he was, as usual. The big one. The one we've all been waiting for. This is for all the gobstones. It was an open secret by now that Dumbledore had done something to make Harry pretty mad, though only Hermione, Ron, and Neville knew the true extent of it. There wasn't much he could do about that, though. He'd have to just take whatever happened as it came. On the bright side, Malfoy hadn't given him any trouble about it. A few people were convinced that Harry was a dark wizard and had killed Quirrell for daring to touch his sister, but given how badly he was hurt himself, most people chose to believe that Quirrell was eaten by Fluffy, and whatever else had happened down there was either Quirrell's fault or Dumbledore's or both. "Win the game by 50 points, and we win the Quidditch Cup," Wood continued. "Win by 130, and we win the House Cup. Potter, I'm counting on you. Don't go for the snitch if we're down by more than 20, got it?" "Yeah, I got it," Harry said. He rolled his eyes behind Wood's back. Wood had been telling him that incessantly for days. Gryffindor was down by 40 points against Slytherin the House Cup standings. The winning team in each Quidditch match received 1/3 of the spread in house points, so while the Quidditch Cup would be a fairly easy win, they needed a sizable win to take the House Cup as well. "This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years, and I know we've got this in the bag. It's time. Good luck, all of you." The two teams lined up on the pitch, and Harry smiled and waved to the roar of the crowd. This time, at least, he didn't have to worry about getting hexed off his broom. It was time for a real Quidditch match. At the sound of the whistle, he kicked into the air, and at once, he felt more free than he had in months. Winning by 130 points wasn't particularly difficult, but it did mean that the Chaser squad had to be on their game. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were good, but Ravenclaw's Chaser squad was the best in the school. Harry weaved back and forth across the pitch as the points racked up, one team taking the lead and then the other. Despite being annoyed with Wood, he knew full well how delicate this was. He not only had to catch the snitch before the Ravenclaw Seeker, he would have to keep both himself and the Ravenclaw Seeker away from it if even Gryffindor was down by more than 20 points. At one point, Gryffindor was indeed down by 30, then 40, then 50. It looked like the Chasers had slipped up. Slytherin was in line to win the House Cup for 7th straight year, and now Harry had to start worrying about that 100-point deficit that would lose them the Quidditch Cup too. But just as he started to lose hope, Angelina took the lead, plowed through Ravenclaw's defense with the determination Wood had drilled into all of them, and she scored 3 goals in quick succession. The crowd roared in triumph, including Hufflepuff and even a few of the Ravenclaws. They were so eager to see Slytherin dethroned. Now, with the score standing at 130 to 110, Harry saw it, a flutter of gold barely visible against the yellow Hufflepuff section of the stands. With the points now in line, he gave chase at once, and the Ravenclaw Seeker was hot on his tail. But Harry had a better broom and was a good enough flyer to use it, and when his hand closed around the snitch, it wasn't even close. The stands erupted into deafening cheers from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and the Gryffindor section took up the refrain of "Harry Potter is our king." Once more as the team zoomed towards the staff box. The most dangerous part of that match for Harry turned out to be when Oliver Wood, sobbing with joy, hugged him in midair and nearly made both of them topple off their brooms. When they reached the staff box, Wood took the Quidditch Cup from Dumbledore, tears still streaming down his face, and had him and Harry hold it up together, to another roar from the crowd. After so many years of Slytherin wins, even the Ravenclaws were taking it pretty well, and Professor McGonagall was actually crying harder than Wood. Harry was so happy that he couldn't give Dumbledore anything less than a broad smile as the old man patted his shoulder and said, "Good flying, Harry." He only caught a glimpse of Snape, sitting in the back corner of the box, looking most displeased, but even he gave Harry a small, grudging nod, as if acknowledging that he had at least won fair and square. The rest of the term passed in a happy blur. The House Cup was awarded to Gryffindor, and the exam results came out, with Hermione being first in the class, like everyone expected, and Harry third, behind Anthony Goldstein. Ron and Neville only got by with average, but they were both happy with what they got. Soon, the trunks were packed, Neville found his toad again, and they sailed back across the lake to Hogsmeade Station, feeling the wards of Castle wash across them one more time. "Do think you three can visit our house sometime this summer?" Ron said to Harry, Hermione, and Neville as they rode the train back. "Probably," Neville said. "Gran says you can stop by sometime, too." "We'll try," Hermione told them. "We're going to be pretty busy, though. We're going to France in August, and we still have the Wisengamot meeting next weekend to worry about." "Oh, right," Ron said. "We'll all be there, too, for Dad. You think they'll finally pass it this time?" "I hope so," Harry said. "I'm gonna do whatever I can to make it happen." When they reached London, Hermione and Harry said goodbye to Ron's family. Ginny squeaked, turned bright red, and hid behind her mother's robes when she saw Harry, and briefly met with Neville's grandmother before their parents took them home for what was sure to be an eventful summer. The first order of business was, indeed, the Wisengamot meeting. The one dark cloud over the end of the term had been the continuing articles speaking out against the Muggle Protection Act and its champion, Albus Dumbledore. The fallout from the revelation of Harry's abuse was continuing, and the Daily Prophet, though it still printed letters in support, was trying to paint Dumbledore as a senile old man who saw Muggles through rose-colored glasses and wasn't able to keep them appropriately in line as guardians for the boy who lived. Harry's more recent grudge against Dumbledore was tied into that, even though he had said it had nothing to do with it. The Grangers and Tonkses worked together on a speech for Harry to give on the anticipated second day of the meeting, even as Andromeda and Sirius frantically tried to round up votes. They were behind now, and a lot of their sure votes weren't so sure anymore. It was definitely going to be a close one. Before they knew it, the big day came. The Grangers arrived in the Wisengamot chamber wearing their best clothes and sat in the visitors' area near the Liberal members. The chamber was nearly as crowded as it had been for Sirius's trial, and Harry spotted many more school-aged children in the audience with their parents, including several Muggle-born students. To his surprise, he also saw Professor Snape. Dumbledore called the meeting to order and got the usual housekeeping business out of the way first before bringing up the Muggle Protection Act. This took several hours and was thoroughly uninteresting, but Andromeda assured them that even here the horse trading was still going on. However, there was one event that threw the chamber for a loop. It happened when Amelia Bones rose and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would again like to raise the issue that has been playing out in the press for the past few weeks, the quality of potions instruction at Hogwarts." Many eyes turned to Professor Snape, who glowered but resolutely refused to move a muscle. "I'm well aware that Hogwarts is and always has remained independent from the Ministry, Chief Warlock, but it seems clear that the public opinion is that something needs to be done, and I apologize if I'm out of order, but I, for one, would like to know what is being done to improve the situation." A large swath of the audience broke into applause at that. Dumbledore faced Bones and said as calmly as he could, "The situation is being investigated, Madam Bones. I am confident that we can reach a satisfactory resolution before the fall term. Actually, Chief Warlock, I have an announcement to make on that point." Dumbledore slowly turned and recognized Lucius Malfoy. "The Hogwarts Board of Governors has met with Professor Snape, the Potions Master of Hogwarts, and other interested parties, and in response to these discussions, the board has now approved a new policy for this fall, based on best practices studies. Henceforth, all classes at Hogwarts will accept students who receive and exceeds expectations on their OWL exam to any WT level." A large block of people in Malfoy's corner of the room applauded mechanically, while some applause and some demands for more action were spouted from other parts of the room. One girl who had obvious just sat her OWS was jumping up and down screaming, "Yes! Yes! Yes. Harry and Hermione, and even more so Remus and Sirius, were gobsmacked. They couldn't have imagined Snape loosening his grip on the potions classes like that. Indeed, while Snape stood and nodded his apparent approval of the measure, clearly trying to make it look like he was the reasonable one in this situation, his expression looked like he accepted the deal only grudgingly. Dumbledore looked disappointed. It was obvious that Malfoy had timed this move just so to score points today, but he couldn't very well say anything about it. After all, he still needed to keep Snape around. He had no recourse but to move on to the Muggle Protection Act, and this time the debate was not going well. Many of the Conservatives cast aspersions on Dumbledore, on the bill's supporters, on Harry's mental stability, and so on. Some of them became quite vehement about the supposed moral failings of Muggles, that they were violent, stupid, licentious, and jealous of magic, for starters. But it was Charles Knott, as he spoke near the end of the day, who most grated on Harry's nerves. The wizarding world is under a continually growing threat from the sheer weight of numbers. Of the Muggles, the angry wizard bellowed. Their uncontrolled population growth forces witches, wizards further and further into the dark corners of the world and threatens to destabilize all of civilization. They cannot control themselves and cannot even treat their own children properly. Their filthy industrial complex dirties the air and water for Muggles and Magicals alike. They scratch out a living by burning titanic amounts of coal to fuel their feeble powers of eccentricity without the simplest of smoke-clearing charms. When I say the Muggles are a plague on the face of the earth, witches and wizards, it is not an insult. It is the truth that the Muggles' own scholars have been repeating for years to no avail. Are we so worried about the occasional hexing of Muggles by wizards when they are already so adept at maiming and killing each other with reckless abandon? When we have lived for 40 years under the threat of a Muggle nuclear war that would utterly destroy the wizarding world as well as their own? Are we so worried about protecting them from us when it is half by sheer dumb luck that we can protect ourselves from them? I ask you, where are our priorities in this day and age? Witches and wizards, I, along with Lord Malfoy, Lord Jugson, and others, have long called for a firmer separation from the Muggle world, to separate ourselves to make it easier to deflect attacks, witting or not, from Muggle quarters. Instead, the mad desire of many in our nation seems to be integration. A few words of support, and these creatures are freely permitted to enter the hallowed halls of the Wisengamot itself. Lords and ladies of the Wisengamot, I call on all of you to put aside this madness and focus your energy where it truly belongs, on protecting our own world and making it strong enough to withstand the barbarians that are even now slipping past the gates. I yield the floor. It was a brilliant bit of spin, focusing on the real dangers of the Muggle world and surprisingly well versed in Muggle environmentalism and geopolitics. Slytherins weren't stupid after all. But Charles Knott had made one mistake, possibly no more than a slip of the tongue, and Harry Potter just couldn't take it anymore. He sprang to his feet and called out, "Chief Warlock, I would like to speak." "Of course, Lord Potter," Dumbledore said. Andromeda and Sirius both looked very nervous as they met Harry's eyes. He was supposed to give his speech tomorrow, right before the vote, when it would have the greatest impact. But then again, after Knott's tirade, maybe now was the best time. "I don't appreciate my parents being referred to as something less than human." Harry spat. "And yes, they are my parents. They love me as if I were their own flesh and blood, and have from practically the day we met. And I love them too. You think Muggles don't know how to treat their kids? Just look. My parents have given me everything: a home, a sister, a chance at a normal life that I never thought I could have." Harry stopped and collected himself from that rant, then launched into his speech proper. "Over the past month, you have heard stories about my horrible treatment at the hands of Muggles. I would like to say right now that those stories are true." There were scattered gasps from around the room. Harry drew on his feline indifference to stay calm as he repeated his story. "My Muggle aunt and uncle kept me in a cupboard. It was my bedroom from the age of 15 months to the age of 5 years. For 4 years I was chronically underfed, made to wear my fat Muggle cousin's cast-offs, called boy or freak more often than my own name, sometimes locked in my cupboard for extended periods, punished for things I didn't do, or for no reason at all, overworked with chores when I was old enough, routinely pounded on by my cousin, with my aunt and uncle's encouragement, and twice was much more severely beaten by my uncle himself. Muggles did all of this." Most of the crowd looked appalled. Many, especially the mothers and young girls, were in tears. He saw Ginny Weasley crying into her mother's robes as he turned to survey the hall. Several of the conservatives looked ready to spring up and respond with more anti-Muggle ranting, but Harry wasn't done yet. "What those stories haven't told you," he continued, "is everything else that Muggles have done for me. 6 years ago, 2 Muggles, who are here with me today, took one look at me and immediately brought me into their home, wrapped me in a blanket, and gave me my first proper meal in weeks. They had never heard of magic, much less the name Harry Potter. They didn't see a wizard that day, and these past 6 years are proof that it wouldn't have mattered if they had. All they saw was a scared, hungry, dirty, lonely, abused, and, frankly, terrified little boy, and they did what any decent human being would have done in that situation. They brought me into their home and made feel safe and cared for the first time in my life. It was Muggles who, within half an hour of meeting me, reported my relatives to the authorities. It was those Muggle authorities who, within an hour of finding out, arrested my aunt and uncle and made sure I would never have to see them again. It was Muggles who, in that first afternoon, while still reeling from the shock of learning about magic for the first time and finding out that they had a witch for a daughter, fed me, cleaned me up, and dressed me in properly fitting clothes for the first time in 4 years. It was Muggles who, after knowing me for all of one day, decided that they wanted to adopt me as their son, at no small risk to themselves. And here, Harry teared up and struggled to choke the words out. To a boy who had suffered like I had, who had never known anything but neglect or worse, that was the greatest gift anyone could possibly have given me, to know that I was wanted and loved, no matter how messed up or freakish I was. He took his glasses off and wiped his eyes on his sleeve. He was pleased to see that there were more even people crying now than before. It was Muggles who, within a matter of weeks, tried and convicted my aunt and uncle for child abuse and neglect and shipped them off to prisons where they remain to this day. It was Muggles who helped me to catch up on the school I had missed. It was Muggles who gave me Christmas presents and birthday presents for the first time I can remember. It was Muggle children who befriended me when I was just some scrawny, shy, and kind of weird new kid, not knowing I was either famous or magical Muggle children with happy and loving families. It was Muggles who helped me to overcome my past, who calmed my fears, held me through the nightmares, healed the trauma that had been inflicted, which was not slight, but with their help I have overcome it, and showed me how much good there is in the world. Family, friends, teachers, and mentors, all as good of people as any I have met in the magical world. It was also, Harry said, gazing intensely at the moderate wing of the Wisengamot, the ones like Adrian Greengrass Sr., who cared most for tradition, my Muggle parents who reached out to my remaining cousins in the magical world so that I could grow up knowing the rest of my family, who took me to see my birth parents' graves for the first time, and who set out to learn as much as they could about the magical world so that I and my sister could enter it better prepared than any other Muggle born child even has a chance to. It was my Muggle parents who have supported me in everything these past 6 years, who have never treated me as anything but their own son and have loved me just as much as the parents I lost. What I mean to say is that yes, there are some bad muggles out there, but there are also bad wizards like Voldemort. Harry waited for the horrified screams to subside. That hadn't been in the script, but he just couldn't help himself. To be sure, I was raised for 4 years by muggles who were incredibly cruel, but I was also raised for 6 years by muggles who are incredibly kind. I have found the vast majority of muggles I have known to be good people, my family first among them. They are good people just as deserving of equal rights and protections as any witch or wizard in this chamber. If you are concerned with other issues like the traditions or safety of the magical world, fair enough, but a few long overdue protections against muggles being cursed or mistreated do nothing against that. It is simply showing common decency towards a good and capable group of people who are, inevitably, some small part of the magical world as well. It's the right thing to do, and I promise you that my support for the Muggle Protection Act has never wavered. I yield the floor. Harry slumped into his seat and sighed with relief as the hall broke out in thunderous applause. Many witches and wizards stood on their feet, teary-eyed, and a few called out, "Bravo! Bravo!" Sirius and Andromeda were two of those who were cheering the loudest. They had coached him through the speech all week, but it was entirely heartfelt, and Harry's delivery was spot on. Even those who opposed the act couldn't help but be touched by his story. But there were still many who were not applauding. Malfoy, Nott, and many of the more conservative families in the room sat with their hands in their laps, glaring at Harry. This still wasn't going to be easy. But Dumbledore had things under control. "Thank you, Lord Potter," he said, "and with that, perhaps it would be best to adjourn until the morning. Do I have a motion?" This was something of a breach of protocol for him to suggest it, but not technically against the rules. "I move to adjourn," Andromeda said quickly. "I second," Sirius jumped in. Dumbledore called the vote, and it did indeed pass, though that was probably because of the late hour as much as rightness of the time. The Grangers relaxed as the crowd filed out of the hall. "Good job, son," Dan told Harry, and he, Emma, and Hermione all hugged him tightly. That evening was a mixture of sitting and waiting and being dragged off by Andromeda or Sirius to glad-hand Wizengamot members and their families who wanted to meet Harry Potter for the first time. Harry and his parents had to shake a lot of hands and answer a lot of questions from politicians and from members of the public, which they did their best to answer succinctly. But through it all, Andromeda was mentally counting votes, and as the hour grew later, she pulled the Grangers aside to fill them in. "Okay, the good news is that the public's on your side," she said. "Of course, they've been leaning that way since Christmas, but that'll be really important for dealing with the aftermath. As for the Wizengamot, we've gained back the losses we sustained with that speech, thank Merlin. It all comes down to the Greengrasses now. With their little club, they can swing the vote one way or the other. I think the speech really got to them, but Adrian Greengrass is a politician first, and he might need some pushing to commit." "What do you mean by pushing?" Dan asked. "Well, if you were watching this morning, you can see there's an awful lot of quid pro quo going on around here. Usually, it's just that they want support for some pet project of theirs, but in this case we have a certain one-of-a-kind item that would be particular interest to the Greengrass family, that is, if you and your family are willing to part with it, Harry." "What item is that?" Harry asked in confusion. "Your portrait of Belladonna Greengrass Black." "Oh," Harry said in recognition, remembering the 18th century portrait they had moved from his bank vault. "Isn't that bribery?" said Hermione. Yes, it is, but on parchment we'll call it a non-monetary gift and it'll be fine. Honestly, Lord Malfoy is much worse." "But is that really necessary?" Dan said in surprise. "Well, not necessarily, but it'll certainly help. I'll understand if you don't want to give up the portrait. It's not really the portrait so much. It's just that I'm sorry, Andy, but it's just disgusting that the simplest human rights legislation can't get through the Wisengamot without resorting to these underhanded tactics. I know, really. Blame Malfoy and not for not going to Azkaban like they should have. Without them, support for their views would be a lot weaker. But the painting should be a viable option if you're okay with it. What do you think, Harry? Emma said. Well, I guess we can, Harry said. I mean, I don't really know much about her. All right, well, if you're sure, then we can do it. Will Melania Potter be okay with that? Hermione asked. I know she was sharing Belladonna's frame. I asked her, and she said it was fine, Andy confirmed. The Potters have always been pro-Muggle even in her time. Plus, I went and got her another frame. You can get still lives to replace old or damaged frames. So we'll keep the painting as a bargaining chip. Oh, but let me do the talking on that bit. You don't want to say the wrong word for legal reasons. It can be a bit tricky. Come on, I'll introduce you. She led the Grangers through the Wisengamot offices toward the Greengrass office, with Ted and Sirius following close behind, in part to fend off reporters. However, before they could get to their destination, they were blocked by another family that had given them more than their share of grief. Very impressive performance, Lord Potter, the patriarch spoke most insincerely. Why, thank you, Lord Not, Harry replied, equally insincerely. I thought it made quite an impression. Yes, well, sentimental, childish stories will do that, Lord Not said offhandedly. By his side, Theo sniggered at Harry. Hey, that was a lot more than age. Hermione started, but her mother held her back. Nobody asked you, Mud. That's enough, Theodore, Lord Not waved his son back. Harry had started forward at that, but Emma and Hermione both stopped him. This is about Madame Tonks, not Lord Potter's family. What do you want, Lord Not? Andy said impatiently. I'm here to call you to account for what you've been doing here, taking advantage of an obviously emotionally disturbed child. Why you dash? Sirius lunged forward, but Ted stopped him. He's baiting, he whispered. Don't do it. Emotionally disturbed? Andy said with an oddly cold laugh. Are you sure you were listening to the same speech I was? You mean that obviously rehearsed speech? I helped write it, Harry protested. I'm sure you did, boy, Lord Not said patronizingly before turning back to Andy. I weep for the next generation, he said. If only he had been raised by a proper wizarding family. But Lord Not had said exactly the wrong thing to Harry. That insulting use of boy had dredged up an ancient and unpleasant memory, and he wasn't going to stand for it. Like you, Lord Not. He burst out. You remind me of my uncle more than any other wizard I've met. Harry. Dan, Emma, and Hermione all whispered at once. Theo gasped. They were lucky there weren't more witnesses. A duel with Harry involved would be the worst possible thing to have happened in this situation. But Lord Not didn't bite, not yet. So impertinent, he said. You're lucky you're underage, boy. But then that's what I said about upbringing. You, on the other hand, Tonks. I can't fathom where you went wrong. Perfect breeding, and yet you represent such nonsense and keep such company. And I thought you could sink no lower after you married this Muggle-born like a common whore. Why you dash? Ted shouted and lunged forward himself, but this time Andy held him back. Andromeda Tonks stood up very stiff and straight, fighting to keep the fear off her face, not so much for what Charles Knott could do, but for the political risks involved. But she had to take control of the situation. She drew her wand and said with a deadly fire in her eyes, "Do you really think you can insult me so, Lord Knott? I am a daughter of the House of Black. I survived 16 years under the same roof as Bellatrix Lestrange. I may be able to proudly bear my arms in public, as you do not, but if you think I can't hold my own in a duel, you will be sorely disappointed." Now she leveled her wand at him. "Will you apologize?" Sirius and Ted stopped struggling with each other and drew back in awe. Harry and Hermione could feel Andy's magic flaring through her wand. The tip glowed a dangerous red. They knew immediately that she was not someone to cross. Lord Knott was plainly calculating very fast. Baiting someone into attacking him would work to his advantage. A formal duel would be a crapshoot. "I apologize, Madame Tonks," he said, in that overly formal and flowery tone that meant what he said was meant to be especially insulting. "I was out of line. Your extreme lack of loyalty to your pure-blood heritage was no cause for me to cast aspersions on your virtue." "Thank you, Lord Knott. Now, we really must be getting to our next meeting." And before the Knotts could respond, she pulled the Grangers forward to the Greengrass office. When they were out of earshot, she said, "Phew, that was close." "That was amazing," Hermione said. "Now you see why I married her," Ted said with a grin. They went into the office, where they found 3 generations of Greengrasses: the white-haired Adrian Sr., the young and energetic Adrian Jr. and Hyacinth, and 2 young girls, Daphne and a younger brown-haired girl whom Harry and Hermione didn't recognize. They shook hands with the adults, and then Andy went to work on Adrian Sr., while Harry and Hermione met the girls, whose parents were watching them closely. "Good evening to you, Lord Potter, Miss Granger," Daphne said. "May I present to you my sister, Astoria?" "Pleased to meet you," Hermione said, shaking the younger girl's hand. Harry started to shake her hand as well, but then, on a sudden impulse, perhaps it was the annoyingly formal setting, he leaned down and kissed her hand, saying, "I am honored to meet you, Miss Astoria." Little Astoria's eyes went wide, as did Daphne's, and she barely managed to remember her etiquette training. "'Tis the honor is mine, Lord Potter," she squeaked. "Wow, just when I thought I'd seen everything from you, Lord Potter," Daphne said. "Listen, I was really impressed by that speech. I've never heard anything like it." "Thank you, Miss Daphne," Harry replied cautiously. He wasn't quite sure if that was a compliment. "When I read about, in the paper, I wasn't sure I believed it." She seemed to be having difficulty making the words come out. "It sounded horrible," Astoria said. "Yes, it did. But I could see it in your eyes today. I can't imagine what it was like to live through that and then find a loving family. I'm impressed, Lord Potter." Harry nodded and smiled. "Thank you. When you first talked to me about the Muggle Protection Act, I thought you were just being self-serving, and, be honest, you kind of still are, aren't you? But after that speech, seeing how much your family... Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think I'd think less of you if you weren't out here pushing it as hard as you could." Harry's and Hermione's eyebrows shot up. That means a lot to us," Harry said. "May I ask how you feel about it?" Hermione said. Daphne snapped back into her aloof pose, but it didn't seem to fit her quite as well now. "It's politics, Miss Granger," she said. "That's all it's ever been to me. You're the first Muggle-born I got to know at all. And if, hypothetically, I'm starting to think it shouldn't be all about politics, well, I'm not the head of the family, am I?" Hermione and Harry did their best to hide their surprise. "But I'm sure your grandfather listens to you," she replied. Astoria nodded a little too eagerly, but Daphne just said, "He does. He listens to a lot of other people, too. And he makes the final decision himself. But my sister and I will share our feelings with him." "That's all we can ask," Harry said uncertainly. It wasn't much, he thought, but it meant a lot coming from Daphne Greengrass. Maybe in a few more years they could be something like friends. By now, Lord Greengrass was also breaking off the conversation. "That's certainly a very interesting proposal, Madame Tonks," he said pleasantly. "I must discuss it with the rest of my family, and we will certainly give it full weight. Good evening." "Good evening," Andy said, and she led the Grangers out. "He's not talking," she told them. "Doesn't want anyone to be able to turn him before the actual vote. I'm optimistic, but we won't know until the time comes." "Well, we've done all we can," Hermione said. "We think Daphne and Astoria are on our side." "You do? That's a good sign. If that's so, I think we just might have it." The meeting the next day was even more crowded, and all of the Muggle-born families in Harry's and Hermione's year were in attendance, but the tone had noticeably changed. Harry's speech really had made a lasting effect. Large parts of it had been reported in the Daily Prophet, which, as biased as it was towards the purebloods, was even more hungry for Harry Potter gossip, and Andy reported that the owls that were coming in this morning were more in favor of the bill than they had ever been, and there would be serious consequences should it fail. That boded even better for Lord Greengrass's decision, since he tended to follow the political winds. The debate at this point shied away from the subjects Harry had addressed and more to the practical side of enforcement, penalties, and harshness. Additionally, with Harry no longer a viable target, Lucius Malfoy made a long speech railing against Dumbledore, noting in particular Harry's recent falling out with the old man, and suggesting that the front for ratification was not so solid and unified as they let on, then trying to project this onto the merits of the bill itself. This led Harry to stand and deliver his other much shorter rehearsed response. "The Chief Warlock and my family have had some serious disagreements, both in the past and more recently. This is a private matter on which we are still coming to an understanding, and I ask all of you to respect that. But on this issue we stand united. The Chief Warlock can have no stronger ally than me in support of the Muggle Protection Act, and I am proud to call him my ally as well." That didn't have the impact of his first speech, but it did cut off the worst of the criticism. The debate went on tumultuously for a long while, but finally it was past dinner time. There was a call for cloture, which passed easily, and after closing statements by Lucius Malfoy and Augusta Longbottom, Dumbledore called the final vote. "All those in favor, light your wands," the old man said. Wands lit up around the room. Many people in the audience lit their wands in solidarity, making it hard to count the votes, but Ted, Remus, and Arthur Weasley, all sitting around the Grangers, were counting them. The wands went up slowly, almost one by one, including a very nervous-looking Cornelius Fudge. After all, he had to take the public's side. All three men were frowning as they counted until, to a flurry of whispers from around the hall, Lord Greengrass lit his wand, and three other lords sitting around him did as well. I think we've got it," the Grangers' friends whispered to each other, and similar sounds were coming from around the hall. "All those opposed, light your wands," Dumbledore said. Lords Malfoy, Nott, and Jugson immediately raised their wands, and many others followed suit. It looked very close, even closer than at Sirius's trial, but Ted, Remus, and Arthur all agreed that they had won out. Even so, no one dared speak until Dumbledore read the final tally. "By a vote of 31 to 27, the law is passed." "Yes!" Harry leapt up, pumping his fist in the air. Around the packed chamber, hundreds of supporters were on their feet, shouting, cheering, and crying at their success. A solid majority of the spectators, even if it was just barely half of the actual Wisengamot. Harry was lucky that he didn't get lifted up on the crowd's shoulders. Across the hall he could see some of his Slytherin classmates. Draco Malfoy looked appalled, and Theonot looked outraged, but Daphne and Astoria Greengrass seemed to smile slightly when they met his eyes, and Daphne made a gesture that seemed to say, "You're welcome." Arthur Weasley was weeping as he shook Harry's hand. "I can't thank you enough, Lord Potter. That was a beautiful speech. And whatever you did to get Lord Greengrass, thank you. I've been dreaming of this day for years. I'm proud to have worked on this law with you, Lord Potter," Augusta Longbottom told him. "We were worried when we first heard about the prejudice in this world, Granger, but we feel a lot better about it now," Sir William Finch Fletchley told Dan. Gilderoy Lockhart insisted on another photo op as he said, Harry, you're a natural at this. If you ever need some advice, though, I'm happy to give it. You know, I've always said my dearest wish is harmony between all magic and non-magical peoples." Somehow, the receiving line was even longer than it was at Sirius's trial or the Order of Merlin presentation, but Harry didn't care this time. At the first one, he just wanted to talk to his godfather, while the second was for an award he didn't feel he deserved, but this felt like he was doing something really worthwhile. Quidditch was great, too, but this was the kind of thing that could change lives. And even though it had been so hard to pass through the Wisengamot, that made it that much better to see how much support he had gained from the people of magical Britain. After the disaster at the end of the school year, things were really looking up. Score 1 for the light side. Chapter 42. Exactly what happened between Harry and Hermione and the late Professor Quirrell was supposed to be a complete secret, so naturally everyone knew. Okay, that was a bit of an exaggeration, but the rumors did slip past the castle walls, sneaking from one person to the next through whispers in dark alleys and shady pubs. People whispered that it wasn't really a Cerberus that had killed this year's defense professor. The ones with the best connections to the underbelly of magical society started to put the pieces together. The Philosopher's Stone, the break-in at Gringotts last summer, Potter's involvement, his falling out with Dumbledore, and most tellingly, the testimony of a seventh-year Slytherin who had snuck into the hospital wing and discovered that Quirrell's body hadn't been mauled, but had been burnt to a crisp. There was no concrete proof Quirrell's second face was no longer identifiable, but those who were willing to follow their noses smelled the involvement of the Dark Lord. The overwhelming reaction to these rumors was denial born out of fear. Those who had not served the Dark Lord naturally feared his return, and those who had served him knew that he would be displeased with everyone who had lied their way out of Azkaban. And even if he was back, it looked as if he was gone again, so it was far better to just let it lie. But there were two people in magical Britain who did not think this way. To the eyes of the world, they were the wastrel brother and sister of a fairly prominent society figure, living together in a run-down house in the north, their fortunes having taken a mysterious turn for the worse after the fall of the Dark Lord. To those who knew the truth, though, they were two of the most sadistic and brutal Death Eaters alive, not on the level of the Lestranges but still grade-A thugs. And they were not content to let things be. "You really think he's back, Amicus, after all these years?" the sister said to her brother. "I'm telling you, Alecto, all the signs point to it," snapped Amicus Carrow. "Who else could break into Gringotts? Who else would go to such lengths to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone from under Dumbledore's nose?" "Well, excuse me for being thorough," said Alecto. "You know what that means if he's back, don't you?" "Of course I do. Anyone who disowned him after the war's gonna be in it deep." Amicus and Alecto Carrow had definitely lost the genetic lottery. Squat, lumpy, beady-eyed, and a bit pig-like, the both of them, not to mention none too bright. They were the complete opposite of their handsome and well-respected brother, Antaros. Throw in a pair of hot-headed and sadistic personalities, and they were the perfect candidates for joining the Death Eaters, ambitious, seeking shared glory, and thuggish, seeking more refined forms of cruelty. "So what are we gonna do?" Amicus demanded. "Keep your pants on for both our sakes." "I've got an idea." "What's that?" Alecto's lopsided mouth twisted into an evil grin. "We're going to help him." "What? Have you lost your head, woman?" He drew his wand on her. But Alecto was faster, knocking him into a chair with a stinging jinx. "Use your brain for once. The Dark Lord's coming back one way or another. He's too powerful to be stopped forever. He calls us, we all go crawling back, and what does he do to us? Tortures us for traitors, obviously. Yes. We're all second class in his book, unless we have something to offer him." "What do you mean?" "I mean, my idiot brother, we go and find the Dark Lord, help him return to power, and rat out everybody else who deserted him. Get it? We come back to serve him while everybody else is sitting at home sipping fire whiskey. Then we'll be above all of them, above Malfoy." Now, it was Amicus's turn to flash a lopsided smile. "I like the way you think, sister." "Naturally. I'm the brains of this operation." "So what's the plan?" "The plan?" The alleged brains of the operation had to stop and think what the plan was. "All right, the Dark Lord's not gonna stay in Britain. He had contacts all over the continent, and Dumbledope's gonna be looking for him. We give it a week and tell the neighbors we're going on a long holiday to France, but we don't go to France. We go underground in Scandinavia, pack a tent, and raid the Muggles for food. We'll be roughing it, but it'll pay off in the end." "Not roughing it much more than this dump," Amicus said. "Let's get to work." Both the neighbors and their fellow Death Eaters tended to make rude insinuations about the Carrows' relationship, but the truth was that they were living together because that was all they could afford. Given the choice, they would have lived apart, since without any mudbloods to torture, they were at each other's throats on a weekly basis. Of course, the canard about taking a long holiday in France together would only cause the neighbors to whisper about them more, but this time they thought, let them. Revenge will be sweet. There was another man in magical Britain who was taking drastic action in response to recent events. That man waited until late at night after the Wisengamot meeting, after his wife and son had gone to bed, and opened the vault under his drawing-room floor so many dark artifacts that he'd have to sell off before Weasley got something actionable on him, and removed a black, leather-bound diary that had first been purchased from a Muggle shop in 1938. By the light of a single candle, he laid the diary open on the desk to one of its many blank pages and wrote, "Hello, Master." Lucius was always very careful not to write too much about himself in this diary. He was a faithful servant, but he didn't have a martyrdom complex, and his master knew he was more valuable alive. Not that he knew the full extent of what the diary could do. Tom Riddle wasn't stupid after all. The words vanished and then were replaced by more in a different handwriting. "Hello, Lucius. I trust the meeting was successful?" As the words vanished again, Lucius sighed, perhaps a little too loudly, and braced himself for what came next. "I am sorry to report that it was not." Potter gave a heartfelt speech in support of his adoptive parents, which turned the public and therefore the minister to his side. "Even so, I thought we had it, but Potter managed to turn green grass at the last minute. I don't know what he gave him to do it, but it must have been a lot." The ink swirled angrily on the page, sometimes splashing as if thrown against it from the other side, as if the mind contained inside wanted to curse Lucius from the paper. "This is most displeasing," wrote Tom Riddle. "You assured me that the bill would be defeated." I did, master. I did not anticipate Potter have as good a counsel as he does, nor his extraordinary good luck in gaining the alliance of the Black Seat. And the prospects for repealing this law? Tom's writing looked shaky and impatient. There will be other opportunities, master, Lucius wrote. The vote was close. If I can find an opportunity to discredit Arthur Weasley, that would be a severe blow to such a delicate compromise. Moreover, there are alternative paths to consider. I believe I can still leverage for restrictions on Muggle parents under the guise of preventing child abuse. You write eloquent words, as always, Lucius, but how many of your initiatives have succeeded in the past 10 years? Dumbledore's hold is strong, as you know, though recent events have placed it at serious risk. Even so, we have had some victories. Small victories. There was a pause, but the words did not disappear, indicating that Tom was thinking about what to write next. Continue with your pet legislation. In the meantime, investigate what hold Potter has over Greengrass. We must have a clear view of the political landscape with him. Yes, master. You mentioned once that Greengrass has 2 young granddaughters, Tom mused. Do you think a marriage proposal was involved? Unlikely. As I wrote before, Potter was raised Muggle, and mudbloods were the leading opponents of arranged marriages. Very well, but I still suspect a family matter. Even as a student, Adrian Sr. always cared for family above all. I understand, master. This time, almost absently, Lucius kept the tip of his quill on the page, causing his own words to stay in place. Is there something else, Lucius? Lucius was muttering to himself now, debating out loud the wisdom of continuing with what he wanted to write. He decided to dump his small piece of good news first. You may be interested to know that I have secured Snape's position for the coming year, a minor compromise to silence the criticism. That would be more encouraging if Snape could be trusted. What did you really want to tell me? Lucius murmured a rude remark about his master's shrewdness that he would never have dared utter had he been able to hear him, but he couldn't very well back out now. The plan is a good one, he tried to reassure himself out loud. Plant the diary on a student. It will force them to open the Chamber of Secrets. The monster of Slytherin will clear out all the mudbloods and Potter, and the governors will sack Dumbledore. It'll work, it was his plan. But of course, the plan was only to be enacted on his masters, his true masters so, and as much as he denied it to himself, the dark mark on his arm still gave him pause. Still, killing Potter would count for a lot if he returned. Well, Tom added menacingly. Lucius took a deep breath and started writing again. Potter's falling out with Dumbledore has seriously weakened the old meddler's position, and there are continued calls for an investigation into his handling of the infant Potter. His political position is more vulnerable than it has been since his falling out with Barty Crouch a decade ago. One more scandal around Potter and I can have him removed from the castle. The diary was inactive for quite a while, as Tom seemed to be thinking over this information. Finally, he wrote back, "What are you suggesting, Lucius?" "Perhaps it's time we put our plan into action, master," Lucius wrote hopefully. The page stayed blank for a long time. "Are you sure you are not just suggesting this for your own ends, Lucius?" Lucius was sweating at that, but he was no fool. He thought up a response quickly. "I will not deny that my own interests come into play here, but I maintain that the political winds have not been so favorable since the end of the war. You could also target Potter while you are there. He will only be a second year, and Draco tells me that he is gifted, but hardly extraordinarily so, not the great Dark Lord certain rumors made him out to be." "An interesting proposal," Tom replied. "But it would be a risky move. My diary must be kept safe while I do my work. We would need a target who won't suspect my diary for what it is, but will also use it and not throw it away." preferably one with few friends and other connections in the school. A first-year girl would be best. Lucius thought for a few moments. He discarded his first impulse to give the diary to Potter himself or his sister. They were surely being trained far too well by Black and Tonks and maybe Dumbledore still. But then an evil grin crossed his face. She wouldn't be the most isolated candidate, but he might just kill two birds with one stone. I know just the one. As he finalized his plans, Lucius Malfoy paid no mind to the small bat-eared creature who was watching him from the shadows. Albus Dumbledore, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin were also taking action. They met in the headmaster's office the next day to discuss the way forward. "All right, Albus, you destroyed one Horcrux," said Sirius. "Now, you're saying there are more." "I'm afraid so. It is the only possible explanation." Sirius shuddered. "Horrible," he whispered. "How many more, then?" "Alas, I do not know. I had thought that even Voldemort was not so mad as to split his soul more than once. I must begin investigating his past again in earnest to search for clues." "Do tell us as soon as you find anything," requested Remus. "Yeah, I think you've been doing things on your own for too long," said Sirius. "You'll be better off if you have some help with it." "Perhaps you are right, my boy," Dumbledore said wearily. "I will keep you informed. In the meantime, perhaps you could see if there is any additional information about Horcruxes in your family's collection of books." "No problem, Albus. I'll get right on that." It was a busy new week for all. Even the Grangers were taking measures to help prepare for the future, although in Harry's and Hermione's case it was more fun than work. Sensei John. The children ran up to their old instructor at the dojo, stopping just short and bowing to him before Hermione gave him a hug and Harry shook his hand. "Hey there, how are two of my best students?" Sensei John said with a smile. "That Scottish boarding school of yours treating you well?" "Yeah, school's great," Harry said. "Except for almost getting killed by a teacher," he and Hermione mentally added. "Hermione's top of the class." "And Harry's third," she said. "I'm glad to hear it. I always thought if you were as dedicated in classes as you are here, you'd go a long way. Now, I hope you've both been practicing your karate while you've been gone." "Well, we're still running a few katas and exercising daily," Harry explained, "but we can't really do karate properly at school. They only have, fencing, so we've started learning that." "Ah, not a bad sport there." Sensei John only seemed a little disappointed. "It's good to do anything to keep your reflexes up." "We know," Hermione said, "but we'd like to stay in form as much as we can. We only have a month because we're going to France, but we were hoping we could take a refresher course." Sensei John smiled. "You can join back in with the first Dan class. Neither of you should have much trouble getting back on your game there. It'll be good to have you back." "Thanks, Sensei John," the children said. "While you're here, would you mind helping with a couple sessions of the beginner classes? I find it's good to have some insights from students who started young." "If it's just a couple, I think we can do that," Hermione said. "Excellent. The next first Dan class is this afternoon." It was good to be doing karate properly again. Both of them had forgotten how much fun this was. To be sure, they had slipped quite a bit over the past year, but they were still in physical condition, and they were confident they could catch back up. And even teaching what little they did was an eye-opening experience. But this was just the start. They still had a busy summer ahead of them. With all the other things that were going on, the Grangers could only manage a couple of day trips to see friends from Hogwarts. The first one was to Longbottom Manor. Mr. Weasley dropped off Ron, and Madame Longbottom met them at the gate, looking as formidable as ever in her stuffed vulture hat. Neville was following along meekly behind her. Longbottom Manor was large and spacious and empty. There were only Augusta and Neville there now, though Algy and Enid Croker were over frequently, and sometimes Cousin Sol stopped by. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," Madame Longbottom greeted them, looking down her nose a bit at Ron. "Please do come in." "Hey, guys," Neville said. "How's your summer?" "Not bad," Ron replied. "Busy," Hermione said. "But we're having some fun." "You?" "It's been okay. I've been trying to keep up with those exercises you showed me." "Yes, I must say, it's good to see Neville finally putting in some effort to make something of himself," Madame Longbottom interrupted. Neville looked down at his feet. His grandmother seemed to have the same power that Professor Snape had to instantly sap him of his confidence. In point of fact, Neville looked quite a bit better than he had a year ago, standing straighter and more confidently most of the time, and he was more coordinated, too much less prone to tripping and falling. The exercise that Harry and Hermione had coaxed him into had helped with that, and, with more regular application, it would probably start getting rid of his baby fat. He had a long way to go, but it was a good start. At his grandmother's prompting, Neville gave them a tour of the house. There didn't seem to be a whole lot to do at Longbottom Manor. It looked like one of those homes designed by adults for adults. However, Neville pleaded that he enjoyed working in the greenhouse, which was very well kept and on par with one of the Hogwarts greenhouses. He mentioned that he had also been studying up on the language of flowers. In any case, it was nice to just sit around and talk for the afternoon, especially after the difficulty of arranging a visit. "I was hoping you could have made it last weekend," Neville said. "Did you get my letter?" "Your letter?" Hermione said. "No, it didn't come through." "Really?" Ron asked. "What about mine?" "We haven't got any letters from anyone at school," answered Harry. "We've been wondering about that." "Huh, that's strange," said Ron. "I thought maybe Errol lost it, but if Neville's didn't go through either, we should check with Cousin Andy to see if they got forwarded by mistake," said Hermione. "Good idea," Harry replied. But when the Grangers got back to Crawley that evening, they found the letters from Neville and Ron sitting in their mailbox. The burrow was the complete opposite of Longbottom Manor, tall and teetering instead of wide and sprawling, a little cramped, but full of life, activity, and laughter instead of solemn and empty. Harry was loving it, though Hermione thought she could do with a bit more peace and quiet, and Neville just looked overwhelmed. "It's good to meet you again, Mr. Potter," Mr. Weasley greeted them. "Just Harry, please," Harry replied. "Neville," his friend added as they shook the Weasleys' hands. Mr. Weasley nodded. "I wanted to thank you again, Harry. We've already netted a lot of dark and booby-trapped articles with the Muggle Protection Act, and—" He dropped his voice to a whisper. "I get to keep my flying car." "Humph," said Mrs. Weasley. Harry went down the line, greeting the Weasleys with a formal handshake from Percy and slaps on the back from Fred and George until he came face to face with Ginny. Hi," Harry said as Ginny rapidly turned as red as her hair. "You know, we've met each other 3 times, and I don't think we've ever been formally introduced." "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Weasley." And then he kissed Ginny's hand. Ginny fainted. Harry and Hermione reached out and caught her, quickly passing her back to her parents. Mrs. Weasley looked rather distressed, while Ron and Percy looked very embarrassed, and Fred and George were sniggering. Sorry," Harry said. "I think you need to tone it down if you're going to affect all the girls like that," Hermione teased. "It's not my fault the books make me out to be some great hero." "Sorry about that," said Mr. Weasley. "I'm afraid Ginny's been obsessed with those books from before she could read them." Don't worry," said George. "She'll come around once she's got to know you. She's really fun to be around when she's not flipping out," added Fred. "Yeah. Normally never shuts up too," said Ron. Ginny was laid on the sofa while the boys showed the visitors around the house. Once Ginny woke up, they all ate a very nice lunch Mrs. Weasley had prepared and then headed back outside. "Who's up for Quidditch?" said Fred. "I've got my broom," Harry said. Ron had written and advised him to bring it. Everybody but Neville agreed. Even Percy decided to join in today, and Hermione, who had improved a lot over the past year, was interested to try the game. "We've got one more broom," Ron told Neville. "You sure you don't want to play?" "No, I'll just sit this one out." "Come on, Nev, we need another chaser to make a full team," Fred called. "See, couldn't you ask Ginny?" "Ginny doesn't know how to fly," Percy replied coolly. "Come on, Neville, I'll help you out," Hermione cajoled him. Well, okay." Neville definitely preferred to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground, but with Ron's and Hermione's help, he was no long at serious risk of getting hurt when he climbed on a broom. The Weasleys were delighted to have a full team for once. Normally they couldn't have managed that even with Ginny since they only had 6 brooms. Afterwards, Harry started scheming about how he might be able to get them to accept a spare for Christmas. Harry woke on the 31st of July in high spirits, unsurprisingly since he was having 2 birthday celebrations that day, one for his Muggle friends over lunch and another one for Sirius, Remus, and the Tonkses at dinner time. It was a beautiful, sunny day, and Harry and Hermione decided to spend the morning out in the yard before Paul and Tiffany arrived, alternately playing catch to work on their Quidditch skills, doing their exercise routine, kicking a football around, and, in Hermione's case, reading a book on the bench swing. As the morning went on, they started lounging around a bit more. Harry was leaning against a tree, staring absently at the hedge when he saw it. The hedge was staring back. 2 huge, green eyes the size of color of tennis balls were peering through a gap in the hedge at him. He saw tiny, pale fingers pulling the leaves aside around them. "Mione!" he called and pointed at the hedge. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" Hermione looked over at the hedge just in time to see the eyes blink once and vanish. The 2 of them nodded to each other. That was no hallucination. They had seen eyes of that type a few times before. There was no noise of rustling and retreating through the hedge or of disapparating away. So, deciding what to do, Hermione stood in front of the hedge and said, "You can come out of there. No one else is watching." There was a small, wavering moan, and a very downtrodden-looking elf slowly stepped out of the hedge. "Hello, can we help you?" Hermione said. The elf gazed up at Harry reverently. "Harry Potter," he squeaked. "Such an honor it is." And he bowed so low that it looked as if his long nose might get stuck in the dirt. "So long has Dobby wanted to meet Harry Potter, sir." Hermione sighed as Dobby seemed to be all but ignoring her. Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, "but how did you find me?" "This address isn't listed." Dobby shivered. "Harry Potter must not be angry, sir." Dobby followed him when he returned from Hogwarts. "Oh!" Hermione exclaimed. Of course it was the obvious solution. They were pretty sure they'd never been tailed by wizards going to and from London, but elves were another matter. "Oh, great!" Harry groaned. "Okay, why don't you come inside? Our parents will want to know about this." He and Hermione walked to the back door, with the elf following hesitantly. "Mom! Dad! Come here!" Harry called. Emma came out from around the corner and said, "Harry, I have to make lunch and—" It was an eerily familiar scene, except the bedraggled creature in front of her was not a little boy, scarred, cringing, and dressed in what looked like a filthy pillowcase. Yes, but with those huge eyes and bad ears, he definitely wasn't a little boy. "Harry, what's Den started as he came into the room. "Is that a house elf?" "Yes," said Harry. "He said his name's Dobby, and he apparently followed us home from the train station last month." "Last month? Where's he been all this time, then?" "He probably had to go back home," Hermione said. "Cousin Andy said house elves don't get out much." "More importantly, what is he doing here?" asked Emma. Dobby looked up at her with large, fearful eyes. Dobby had to speak with Harry Potter, Mistress Granger. Dobby must, even though his family would not approve. "It is very important." Emma sighed and checked the clock. They had a little under an hour before the children's friends arrived. Sighing softly, she said, "Okay, Dobby, have a seat. Can we get you anything?" But to the Grangers' surprise, Dobby burst into very noisy tears. Have a seat." "Never, never, ever." "I'm sorry," Emma said quickly. "I didn't mean to offend you. You can stand if you like." "Offend Dobby," the elf wailed. "Dobby has never been asked to sit with a witch and wizard's family like an equal." Dan's and Emma's mouths dropped open slightly, appalled at the claim. "We're not like most witches and wizards, Dobby," Hermione explained. "We don't think highly of people who keep elves as slaves." Dobby started to shake his head in agreement, but then a look of horror crossed his face, and without warning he ran at the wall, repeatedly banging his head against it and yelling, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" Harry and Hermione grabbed him by his tiny arms and pulled him away. "Stop that!" Hermione cried. "What are you doing?" Harry said. Dobby whined and wobbled on his feet. "Dobby had to punish himself, sir." Dobby almost spoke ill of his family. Dan and Emma gasped. "Punish yourself," said Emma. "And it looked like this was a regular occurrence, too. It's a miracle you can see straight. Is it legal to treat a house elf like that?" "I don't know," Hermione answered. "I'd have to look it up. It shouldn't be, though." "All right, Dobby, please sit down. Kids, make sure he doesn't hurt himself. I'll be right back." "I don't care what the rules about house elves are," she thought. "I'm going to get that poor creature some lavender tea." Hermione and Harry ushered the crying elf onto the sofa and sat on either side of him so he couldn't get away. He sat shaking on the cushion at the unfamiliar treatment. It very much reminded Dan of a young Harry sitting on that same sofa nearly 7 years ago now, except that Dobby somehow looked like he'd been treated even worse. "Dobby," Hermione said gently, are you allowed to tell us what family you work for?" Dobby shuddered at the thought of his disapproving masters. "Dobby is sorry, Hermione Granger, miss." "Dobby cannot." "Is there anything you can tell us about them?" He shook his head frantically. "Dobby cannot. Dobby cannot." "Okay. Dobby, it's okay." "Listen," Harry said, "we don't want anyone to know where we live, so we'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone." Dobby looked down at his bare feet, his ears drooping. "Dobby must tell his masters if they ask, but they is not knowing to ask, sir." "Fine, that's good enough." Soon Emma returned, carrying a tea tray. "Dobby, I brought you some tea," she said. "Please drink, it should help you calm down." Predictably, this caused Dobby to burst into tears again, as he had never been given tea before, only asked to make it, and it took considerable coaxing to get him to drink, but once he did, he began to calm down somewhat. "All right, so why did you need to talk to me?" Harry asked. Dobby shakily set his teacup down on the saucer so he could face Harry's direction. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter, sir, even if he must shut his ears in the oven door later, that Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts." All the Grangers blinked a few times. That was a new one. "Why not?" said Harry. Dobby was trembling even harder now. He probably wasn't supposed to speak of this to anyone. "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Harry Potter will be at mortal danger if he returns there. He must not put himself in such danger, sir. He is too important." "And what am I, chopped liver?" Hermione demanded, finally fed up with the elf's hero worship. But he turned to her and said, begging Hermione Granger's pardon, miss, it will be very dangerous to her too, and she should probably not go back either. "What's the plot?" Dan demanded harshly. "Who's plotting it?" Dobby suddenly sounded like he was choking. Then, he bounded to his feet and tried to jump over Hermione to grab the lamp on the end table, but Hermione's reflexes were faster. As she held the struggling and crying elf back, she said, "He can't tell us. That must mean his masters are involved, though. Can you tell us if it has to do with Voldemort?" Harry asked. But Dobby folded his large ears against his head and cried, "Speak not the name, sir. Speak not the name." "Sorry. You know who, then?" Normally, the Grangers wouldn't tolerate that, but Harry thought it was best not to argue. Dobby shook his head slowly, though his eyes were strangely even wider than usual. "No, not he who must not be named, sir." Harry and Hermione stared at each other in confusion. "He who must be named, then?" "Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts," he repeated. "He is too great, too good to lose. He saved all the lowly creatures of Britain from the terror of the Dark Lord." "An accident," Harry said dismissively. "Whatever you've heard about my greatness is— wait a minute. The Dark Lord?" He looked at Hermione. "I've only heard Death Eaters' families call him that. Snape, Pettigrew, Malfoy, and not." Dobby looked horrified that he gave something away. He tried to jump up, but Harry and Hermione grabbed him by the arms and held him still. "Listen," Harry said, trying to calm him and thinking fast. "We're not going to promise not to go back to Hogwarts, but Hermione and I were already considering transferring to Beauxbatons. Not strongly, but it's not a lie. And we're not going to decide for sure until after we've seen it. But we are going to tell Dumbledore about this plot. And we have other powerful allies, to Sirius Black, Amelia Bones, and Augusta Longbottom. Cousin Andy's no slouch either," Hermione added. "Right, so we've got a lot of people who can help try to stop it." The elf sniffed a little through his long nose. "Harry Potter knows many good witches and wizards," he said. "But, sir, there are dark powers at work, powers not even the great headmaster Dumbledore, powers no decent wizard." He jumped up to punish himself again, and suddenly Harry got an idea. Instead of grabbing Dobby by the arm, as Hermione did, he reached out, lighting fast, and grabbed the frayed hem of his pillowcase smock. As he had hoped, a small piece of it tore off without the elf noticing. "Okay, we understand it's a very dangerous plot," Hermione said as she sat him back down. "But please let us talk it over with our allies and decide on our own." Dobby looked from one child to the other. He looked like he wanted to protest, but perhaps the lavender tea had done its work. "Very well, Hermione Granger, miss," he said. "Dobby will let Harry Potter and Hermione Granger speak with their allies. Dobby must return to his masters now, before they know he is gone." "Wait!" Dan jumped in. "Just one more minute." He rushed out of the room to grab a camera. Upon returning he said, "Dobby, in the Muggle world, when a person is abused, we take photographs so we can prove it in court. I'd like to do that for you so that maybe we can help you later. We promise we won't show them to anyone unless they can give you legal help, so your masters won't find out you were here." Despite his terror at the prospect of being found out, Dobby burst into tears of gratitude. "Harry Potter's family wants to help Dobby. Dobby has heard of his greatness, sir, but of his goodness Dobby never knew." "Well, we said we're not like normal witches and wizards," Emma said gently. "Well, Dan and I are muggles, but still will you let us take the pictures, then?" Dobby didn't seem to trust himself to speak, so he just nodded. A few snapshots of his scarred and burnt skin, his pitiful attire, and the bruises from when he banged his head against the wall, and they were done. "Goodbye, Harry Potter," he squeaked, and with a snap of his fingers he vanished. "I wonder what it's like to have a peaceful life," Hermione mused. "I wouldn't know," Harry replied. "I got a clue, though." "What?" He opened his hand to reveal the scrap of cloth he was hiding. "I ripped off a bit of what he was wearing. Maybe it has his master's scents on it." "Careful," his mother said. "How do you know he's not still watching?" "I doubt it," Hermione said. "He really would have needed to go back to his masters. Go on, Harry, see if you can smell anything." Harry nodded and changed at once to ratsbane. He sniffed the bit of pillowcase carefully before changing back. "I couldn't get much," he said. "I didn't recognize the scent, but I don't know that many people's scents." "He probably doesn't have much physical contact with them," Hermione said. "Did you get anything? Maybe we can narrow it down." Harry closed his eyes and thought. "A man and a woman, one son close to our age, that's all I've got." "Well, that does narrow it down," Hermione said. "Death Eaters, or at least sympathizers, rich enough to have an elf, an only child, or at least only one child in the Home son who's probably Hogwarts age. There's probably only a dozen families that could be." "Yeah, Sirius might know." "I'll ask him tonight." Dan and Emma agreed to that and also suggested that Harry and Hermione write to Neville and Susan Bones about the incident before they left tomorrow. Half an hour later, the Grangers tried to put on a perfectly normal face as Paul and Tiffany arrived for lunch. With so many secrets and being increasingly isolated from the Muggle world, there weren't many prospects for Harry to have large birthday celebrations, but he didn't mind. Paul and Tiffany had been good friends all through primary school, and with such a busy summer, just the chance to hang out with them for the afternoon was a plus. Paul was quite tall by now and had joined the football team at the local secondary school, and Tiffany had abandoned her little girl look for a more grown-up wardrobe and impeccably styled hair. She tried to give some styling tips to Hermione but was met with an eye roll. They swapped stories about their respective school years to lots of laughs. Harry and Hermione had come up with a code for the goings-on at Hogwarts that they had started using in their letters to their friends last fall so they could speak almost freely. Supposedly, Hogwarts School for Gifted Youngsters was a heavily science-oriented school. Potions was chemistry, charms was physics, and herbology was biology. Astronomy and history stayed the same, but transfiguration became art since they often had to be creative with their transfigured items, and defense, for lack of an alternative, was English. But they didn't mention that their English teacher had tried to kill them. They did, however, mention that Harry's godfather had been exonerated of a crime he didn't commit and finally got to meet him. Wow, that could be like a mystery novel or something, Tiffany suggested. Yeah, I guess it could, Harry agreed. In truth, the story was already scattered across several books, but none of them were particularly accurate, to his consternation. Of course it caused some trouble because he and my dad had a big feud with Snape when they were in school. Snape's your really mean chemistry teacher? Paul asked. Yeah. Hermione thought he was downright evil, but it turns out he's just really unfriendly. And a lousy teacher, Hermione added. We're trying to lobby to replace him, but he's friends with the chairman of the Board of Governors. Well, that's not fair, said Tiffany. Tell me about it. The chairman really is evil. Their Muggle friends looked at them in confusion. Long story, Harry said. They couldn't very well change Death Eaters to the IRA in their code. So what's the school like overall? Paul asked. It sounds really challenging. Oh, you know, Harry said, evading monsters, aerial combat, fighting evil overlords, the usual. Hermione smacked him in the arm while Paul and Tiffany laughed. We're even learning fencing, so we'll be ready. They laughed again. I'm serious. No, Harry, Sirius is our godfather, Hermione said. Harry smacked her in the arm in return. Okay, Harry conceded. But our friend, Remus, really is giving us fencing lessons. It's actually really nice. The school, there's some not-so-good teachers, but it's a lot of fun most of the time. And I helped us win the inter-house football tournament. Harry was good enough at football in primary school to get away with saying that, but really nowhere near his level as a seeker. They talked about their other friends and their summers as well. Paul and Tiffany weren't too happy about the lack of contact beyond letters. We've barely seen you this summer, and now you're going to France, Paul complained. Yeah, we're sorry about that. We've just been really busy with school stuff. School stuff? Like what? There's a sort of mock parliament thing that runs through the summer, and we visited a couple of friends from school, and we're trying to catch up on karate, and we have our fencing lessons. Wow, you two never stop, do you? Said Tiffany. Not really, I guess, said Hermione. Well, you know how ambitious Hermione is, Harry said. Prat. Plus, we have to train to defeat the evil overlord, Hermione humored him. Paul and Tiffany laughed heartily at that, although it was an effort for Hermione and Harry to do the same. Later that evening, Sirius, Remus, and the Tonkses arrived. Even Dora had got away from her Auror training for the night. She made a point of sitting next to Remus at the table, although the werewolf seemed perfectly oblivious. None of the new arrivals were very happy about Dobby's visit. We probably can't keep your address a secret forever, Andy said. I'm a little surprised Rita Skeeter hasn't thought of the same thing yet. If it does leak, things could be messy for a while, but hopefully the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol and Improper Use of Magic Office will be able to clean things up pretty quickly. I'll tell Mad Eye about the elf, Dora said. Hogwarts is the #1 strategic asset in Britain with half the kids in the country there. He'll always take a tip like that seriously. The elf didn't say what it was or who was behind it, though. No, Harry replied. He only said it didn't have anything to do with Voldemort, but he said it kind of funny, like he was trying to give us a hint. A Death Eater, then? Remus suggested. Someone associated with him. That kind of what we were thinking. If it's a Death Eater and the elf's master, that makes the Malfoys and the Knots the top suspects, Sirius said. Unless the whole thing's a lie, trying to scare you away. No, in that case, the Malfoys and Knots are still the top suspects. Andy, do you know what the Malfoy's elf's name is? Andy shook her head. No, that's not exactly the kind of thing we talk about, what little we talk. Would Creature know? Harry asked, serious. I don't know, but I can ask him. Creature. There was a crack, and an elf popped into existence beside the table. Yes, master, he said. Since Sirius had made an effort to be nicer to the elf, Creature now sounded merely annoyed and not venomous and had stopped muttering insults under his breath. Sirius had also bullied him into wearing a pillowcase instead of a loincloth. Do you know a house elf named Dobby? Green eyes, long, thin nose. No, master. Creature does not know any Dobby. All right, well, tell me if you happen to hear of him. That'll be all. Yes, master. And Creature popped away. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people don't let their elves out of the house, Sirius said. I doubt we'll have much luck there. Incidentally, Dobby was in pretty bad shape, Dan spoke up. And he was trying to punish himself by banging his head against the wall. If we do find out who owns him, are there any laws against house elf abuse? All the other magicals in the room looked at each other in surprise. I honestly don't know, Andy finally said. You'd think there would be, but I've never heard of anybody being convicted under them, and that means even if there are, you'd have a real job nailing his masters for it. I can look into it, though. Anyway, you should tell Dumbledore the next time you see him, Remus said. We will, Emma replied. And we've already contacted the Bonesas and Longbottoms. Whatever this is, we intend to be ready. Chapter 43. Early the next morning, the Grangers were finishing their packing to drive up to Heathrow. This will be so much easier once the Channel Tunnel opens, they told each other. But it seemed there was one more surprise in store for them. Just as they had been the day after Harry's last birthday, they were interrupted by the alarm on the flue. Hermione and Harry rushed over to the fireplace to see Dumbledore's face in the emerald flames. Professor! They exclaimed. Ah, good, I had hoped you hadn't left yet, he said. Their parents rushed over behind them. Dumbledore! What's wrong? Is it Voldemort? Asked Dan. No, Mr. Granger, not Voldemort directly. However, there is some concern, as rumor of the events of last May has now reached the ears of the Death Eaters. So there's been new activity then? In a sense. Rather, a suspicious inactivity. What do you mean? Most of Voldemort's followers have done nothing in response to the rumors, no doubt too frightened to take action. After all, they are the ones who disowned him to stay out of Azkaban. However, it has come to my attention 2 suspected Death Eaters, Amicus and Alecto Caro, left on a purported trip to France nearly a month ago and have not yet returned. I believe you may know their nieces, Flora and Hestia. Flora and Hestia Caro? Harry said cluelessly. I think so, Hermione said. They're Slytherins a year ahead of us, aren't they? They're from a Death Eater family. No more than your cousin Andromeda is. Dumbledore explained. Antros Caro is nothing like his brother and sister. In fact, he fought against the Death Eaters during the war. However, Amicus and Alecto are sadistic, dangerous, and determined, and given their protracted disappearance, I believe they are searching for Voldemort in order to help him return. How long this could take them I can only guess. Voldemort will be very weak at the moment. But we must be prepared should they try anything. You said they were in France, Emma said worriedly. Should we cancel our trip? They claim to be going to France. I highly doubt they told anyone their true destination. Moreover, there are many likelier places for them to search for him, places where I have alerted my own intelligence network. I have reason to believe Voldemort's spirit is currently residing in Eastern Europe, so I see no danger for your current holiday. The Grangers breathed a sigh of relief, especially the children, even if they did have two things to worry about now. We had something we needed to tell you too, Professor, Harry said, and they explained about Dobby's warning. That is very concerning, said Dumbledore after some thought. It may well be another Death Eater action brought about by these rumors. We must all be vigilant as the new year begins. Or could it be the same plot? Suggested Hermione. Harry, could that have been the carrows you smelled on Dobby's smock? I don't think so. I would have noticed if it was a brother and sister. I agree, said Dumbledore. Amicus and Alecto Carrow could never afford an elf. No, I am afraid there are two separate plots at work here. I apologize for disturbing your holiday. I do not believe there is cause for immediate concern, so I hope you will enjoy yourselves. I will keep you informed if anything changes. All right, Dumbledore, thank you for letting us know, said Dan. Good day. The fireplace died out and went out. I wonder what it's like to have a peaceful life, Emma said. They finished packing for the most part, but there was one thing Hermione wanted for reading material that she couldn't get at home. Mom, Dad, can we go a little early and stop by Gringotts? She asked. I want to put Magic of the World's Cultures back in Harry's vault and pick up our magical brethren. You want to put a book back? Harry said in mock surprise. Did you memorize it? No, but I was taking notes on it and I'm finished now. And it's a rare book, so. What's so special about these books, Hermione? Emma said. They're a set of 2 written by Josiah Monroe. I looked him up at school. He was the leading voice against the definition of a being established by the Ministry of Magic in 1811. He wanted all sentient creatures to be included. He wrote 2 books, one about wizards in other countries and one about other magical races, to promote cultural understanding and equality. Well, I suppose that was very forward-thinking of him, then. Emma checked the clock. I guess we have time if Harry's okay with it. Harry knew better than to get between his sister and a book. Magic of the World's Cultures was quite fascinating, Hermione said as they drove up to London. Did you know that in East Asia they don't normally use wands? They use magical amulets instead. And a lot of ancient cultures used pyramids in place of stone circles. And the Australian Aboriginals have a long tradition of wandless magic based on songs and chants. And in Africa. This was going to be a long day, Harry thought. Hermione was already flipping through our magical brethren on the way from Diagon Alley to Heathrow. Wow, this covers everything, she said to anyone who would listen. There's chapters on elves, goblins, giants, centaurs, merpeople, even acromantulas, manticores, and sphinxes. Every species that's capable of speech, Monroe says. There's a chapter for non-sentient creatures, too. Let's see, trolls. Hermione flipped to the page and then laughed out loud. What is it? Harry asked. She quoted Josiah Monroe's words. I normally reject the use of the pejorative subhuman for any magical race, including giants, but in the case of trolls it is entirely accurate. After a few relaxing days in Paris as perfectly normal Muggle tourists and a day in the magical district of the city, the Grangers finally found themselves in the French magical village of Baton Vert. The village was warm and sunny, situated in, or so they wanted them to think, a hidden valley in the Pyrenees. The whole area was a beautiful verdant green, dotted with summer wildflowers and surrounded by craggy hills and snow-capped peaks. The little shops were flatter and more sprawling than the peaked roofs and towering chimneys of Hogsmeade, and from a distance it could have been any old and weathered Pyrenean village. High on a hill overlooking Baton Vert stood the majestic building of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. If Hogwarts was a castle, then Beauxbatons could only be described as a palace. 2 centuries younger than Hogwarts, they could see even from the village that it was an exaggerated dream of the Gothic architecture of its time, just as Hogwarts was the extreme realization of the high medieval castle. They had seen photographs of the long galleries and walls of stained glass to let in the abundant sunlight, and it was hard to argue that it was not more beautiful than Hogwarts. Down in the village, the Grangers were examining an interesting window display of magical tapestries in the local style when they noticed a most unusual family of 4 coming toward them. Dan noticed them first, but the others soon followed. Without a doubt, the mother was the first person one's eyes noticed in this family. Though middle-aged, she was stunningly, inhumanly beautiful, tall and stately, with flowing, platinum-blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Next were her 2 daughters. One looked to be about 15 and was nearly as beautiful as her mother, perhaps even more so, the more one looked at her, and she grinned playfully at the Grangers as she approached. The other was a tiny little girl of no more than 6, and undoubtedly the most adorable little girl they had ever seen. Both of them had long, platinum-blonde hair as well. The patriarch of this family was by far the least noticeable, short, plump, and dark-haired with a little pointed beard, although he had a kindly, jovial expression on his face. But despite their beauty, it was not usual for Daniel Granger to stare at other women, much less a teenage girl less than half his age, and his wife quickly noticed. "Dan?" she asked, nudging him in the arm. He didn't respond. "Dan?" She nudged him harder. "Dad, are you okay?" Hermione said. He continued to watch the girl as if in a daze as she passed him with a coquettish smile. "Dan!" Emma waved her hand in front of his face. "I'm happily married," he blurted out. The girl's mother stopped and whispered, "Fleur, Arates." "Dan, what's go into you?" Emma demanded. "Pardon, madam," the blonde woman addressed her. "I am afraid that would be my daughter's fault. You would not know, not aveing villa in England." "Villa?" Emma said in confusion. "Oh, I know," Hermione said, running to the front of the group. "I read about Vila in our Magical Brethren. They're an Eastern European race of nymph-like beings. They affect the opposite sex a lot like sirens. About the only thing we have in common with those water-dwellers, but correct," the woman sniffed. "Unfortunately, our allure can be difficult to control, even for those of us who are not full-blooded, especially for the young and irresponsible Fleur." She glared at her older daughter. Fleur looked down at her feet. "My apologies, madam," she said. Emma's anger mostly subsided, now that she knew that her husband hadn't gone round the twist. "I see, madam," she told the woman. "My name is Apollon Delacour," she said, shaking the Grangers' hands. "This is my husband, Jean-Claude Fleur, and this is little Gabrielle," she motioned to the excited little girl. "Emma Granger. Pleased to meet you. My husband, Dan, and our children, Hermione and Harry." "Bonjour," both children said. Harry shook Fleur's hand but kissed Gabrielle's. However, Gabrielle's small stature gave her a unique perspective on Harry's face, and she spotted the scar under his bangs. "Mamman," she squealed, "say 'Arry Potter. Say 'Arry Potter." The passers-by in the street stopped to stare but thankfully didn't mob them. "Vraiment? Say 'Arry Potter?" Fleur asked in surprise. Harry sighed and lifted up his bangs to give the Delacours a clear view. All of them gasped in surprise. "Well, then, it is a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Potter," Madame Delacour said. "Fleur, Fleur," Gabrielle whispered, tugging on her older sister's sleeve. "Pourquoi n'as-tu elle affecter?" "Excuse me," Harry said. "Il est trop jeune, Gabrielle," Madame Delacour whispered to her. Peut-être," Fleur said, looking down at Harry haughtily. Harry watched her warily, wondering if they knew he was fluent in French. He knew they were trying to figure out if he was old enough to be affected by the Villa allure, and to that end Fleur leaned toward him, giving him a good view of her ample chest, and, if Dan's eyes glazing over again was any indication, turned up her allure to the max. Harry's eyes started to glaze over too, and he had to fight to keep them from wandering, but he kept her eyes firmly fixed with his feline stare, and he snapped out of it completely when she said, "How old are you, little boy?" "I'm 12, Harry said, "and don't call me little boy." Fleur leaned back up. "Oh, Mamman, I think he might be immune." "Stop that, Fleur," Madame Delacour scolded. "You had better hope he is immune. We do not need you causing an international incident by seducing Britain's so-called savior of the wizarding world." "So-called?" Harry said in surprise. "Pardon, Monsieur Potter," Fleur said in a superior tone, "but in the rest of the Z world you just a minor celebrity for surviving the killing curse. Albus Dumbledore is the savior of the wizarding world. Grindelwald was far worse ere Zonyer Voldemort." From the looks on Fleur's and even Madame Delacour's faces, it looked like they were expecting to get a rise out of the Grangers for that, but the English family didn't even flinch. "Thinking fast," Harry replied. "You actually say Voldemort's name here?" "But of course," Fleur said. "We do not old wiss your British superstitions in France." "Well, good. It's good to see somebody doesn't." If Harry and Fleur were trying to top each other, that actually seemed to impress her. "A little." Dan and Emma whispered to other for a few moments, and then Emma said, "Would you and your family like to join us for lunch, Madame Delacour? It's refreshing to talk to someone so sensible for a change." The Delacours looked very flattered at this, and when Fleur translated for her, Gabrielle jumped up and down, saying, "Ooh, Mamman, pouvons nous? Pouvons nous? Pouvons nous?" "Calms-toi, Gabrielle. I think we would enjoy that, Madame Granger. Don't you, Jean-Claude?" "Oui, I think that would be very enjoyable." And so the Grangers and the Delacours took lunch together in a little bistro in the village. They warmed up to each other surprisingly well as they talked. The Delacours were pleasantly surprised at how well-traveled the Grangers were, and the Grangers were eager to hear all of Fleur's stories about Beauxbatons. Monsieur Delacour, once he opened up, turned out to be very friendly and a great joker, which was no doubt involved with how he had netted a woman as beautiful as Apollon. The fact that he was immune to her allure probably helped too. The one odd thing that happened at that meal was when Gabrielle had trouble cutting her steak, which was overcooked, or so the Delacours claimed. After trying for a while, the little girl frowned in frustration, and then a strange change came over her. A scaly pattern appeared on her face. Looking a little like feathers, she grimaced with determination, revealing teeth sharpened to points, and her fingernails elongated into claws with which she tore her steak apart barehanded. There was also a hissing sound as heat seemed to radiate from her hands. "Gabrielle! En voilà de manners!" her mother scolded. Gabrielle blushed and changed back to normal. Pardon, maman. The Granger's eyes widened. Tu peux faire de la magie sans baguette, aussi? Harry asked. Quoi? Non, Gabrielle said in confusion. Aussi, said Fleur. You can do wandless magic. Forget I said that. Mais tu as dis. Gabrielle started. I'm sorry, but what just happened? Dan asked. Veela are shapeshifters, Hermione explained. Full-blooded Veela can transform into basically harpies, and they can control fire in that form. You are very knowledgeable, mademoiselle, Madame Delacour said. That is essentially correct. Gabrielle Razier rudely showed you how much quarter-blooded Veela can manage. But what about wandless magic? Asked Fleur. The Grangers all looked at each other. Well, we'd rather you didn't spread it around, Emma said, but Hermione and Harry have been teaching themselves wandless magic for a few years now. That led to a demonstration and an explanation of how they had done it, which in turn led to Gabrielle getting a gleam in her eye that made her older sister very nervous. But all in all, it was a pleasant meal. At Gabrielle's insistence, Harry and Hermione agreed to write every so often who could say no to a face like that, and they were pleased that if they ever did wind up having to transfer to Beauxbatons, they would already have an acquaintance there. All in all, it was a very nice holiday. The last 2 weeks of the summer were even busier than the start. The Grangers were going to spend the final week at Grimmauld Place so that Harry and Hermione could revise their first-year material and practice their dueling. But before that, they were meeting the Weasleys and Neville in Diagon Alley on the 19th. This time it was Sirius and Remus escorting the family through the alley as they listened to their stories of France. The three families met up at Gringotts to a warm round of greetings, and the group formed and reformed over the course of the afternoon until they finally met up again at the last stop of the day, the bookshop. The bookshop was always the last stop for the Grangers, since Hermione would take up all the available time there. However, today there was a very long line at Flourish and Blots, since it turned out that Gilderoy Lockhart was holding a book signing. "Mum's mad about him," Ron told his friends quietly. "Has a lot of his books already." Indeed, Mrs. Weasley was quite preoccupied with patting down her hair, and the crowd seemed to be made up mostly of middle-aged witches. "Lockhart, that stuck-up little Ravenclaw?" Sirius said. "What? Whatever do you mean, Mr. Black?" Mrs. Weasley turned to him, scandalized. "He was 4 years behind us at Hogwarts," Remus explained, "and he thought he was the greatest wizard since Merlin." "Well, just look what he's done," Mrs. Weasley said. "Yeah, but you didn't know him back then," Sirius replied. "He was going after every prize and award the school had to offer, and a bunch more it didn't." "Mind you, he was pretty smart," Remus said. "We never did figure out how a third-year managed to carve his name into the Quidditch pitch in letters 20 feet high single-handed." "Who says it was single-handed?" Sirius said with a grin. "That was you." "Yeah, I caught him working on it in the middle of the night, and I could tell there was no way he'd finish by morning, so I just helped him out a little. You should have seen it. He actually took the week's detention without ratting me out because he wanted everyone to think he'd done it on his own." "Well," Hermione huffed, "you have to admit he's become a great dark creature hunter. He wrote almost the whole book list. It would be nice to get his autograph." New defense teacher must be a fan," Ron said. "I'll bet," Neville added. I wonder," Remus mused. Gilderoy Lockhart slowly came into view, with his fancy robes and winning smile, surrounded by dozens of copies of himself on the cover of his autobiography. But no sooner had he come into view than he spotted Harry. "Why, Harry Potter!" he exclaimed, leaping from his seat. "We meet again." Then he pulled Harry out of line and posed for the photographer. "Hey, that's my godson," Sirius protested. But Lockhart just pulled him out of line too, keeping a hand clamped tight on each of their shoulders, and said, "Ah, and Sirius Black. A pleasure to meet you. Nice big smiles, boys. The three of us together are worth the front page." "Moony, help me out," Sirius mouthed as the camera flashed. Remus sniggered. "Not a chance, Padfoot," he mouthed back. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart called over the crowd, "young Harry's own exploits are already becoming well known, but there's always more to learn, which is no doubt why he was so interested in reading my published works, which I shall be happy to present to him, free of charge." "Actually," Harry spoke up, "my sister just wanted your autograph." "What?" she squeaked. The crowd laughed, and Lockhart laughed especially loudly. "Come on up here, my dear. Let's get another picture." "No, thank you," Hermione said, red-faced, but Harry pulled her out of line anyway. "I'll get you for this, Harry," she whispered. "If I have to be up here, so do you," he whispered back. Little did Harry and his sister know, Lockhart continued, that they would soon be getting the real magical me. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce that I will be taking up the post of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts this September." "Oh no," Harry groaned as the crowd applauded. "Great dark creature hunter, huh?" Harry said as they finally got away with a stack of Lockhart's books apiece. "Here, Ginny, you can have these. I'll buy my own." Ginny went rigid and wide-eyed as Harry dumped his books into her cauldron. "Well, he did write all these books. You can't deny he's done some great things. You know what, Ron, you can take mine." "Wow, gee, thanks," Ron said sincerely as she handed him her books, keeping only the signed copy of Magical Me for herself. "Well, well, well, Weasley, Black, Potter, and Longbottom," a sneering voice said from behind them. It was Lucius Malfoy with Draco in tow. "The great new power block of Britain all in one place. Of course, one of these things is not like the others." "I didn't know you liked the Sesame Street, Mr. Malfoy," Harry quipped to astonished snickering from Hermione. "I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Potter," Lucius replied coolly. "Now then, Weasley, I hear that new law of yours is keeping you busy." "Well, there's quite a bit of cleaning up that needs to be done in Britain, Malfoy," Mr. Weasley replied. "Perhaps so, in your opinion." Malfoy reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out her battered second-hand or third or fourth-hand copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and began thumbing through it casually. "Tut, tut, I had hoped there might be some notes in this old book to justify keeping it around. Well, I suppose some people might call these notes." He turned the book all around to examine the spine. "Give that back," Ginny said. "By all means, girl. It's the best your father can give you." And he slipped the book back into her cauldron. "Well then, Mr. Black, perhaps you can put in a good word for Weasley here. It's a scandal, isn't it, if your friends at the Ministry don't even pay him well for being a disgrace to the name of wizard? I think I speak for all of us when I say we have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy," Mr. Weasley interrupted. "Indeed. An idea that happens to be winning at the moment, may I add," said Sirius. "At the moment," Malfoy said icily. "Come along, Draco." "Well, that was weird," Sirius said as they walked away. "Do you think he was up to something?" Harry asked. Being a jerk, yes. Well, let's get the rest of the books and head back. The week at Grimmauld Place was also an eventful one. Remus ran Harry and Hermione through their paces, and in between they read Lockhart's books and started learning the meditation exercises to start in on occlumency. Hermione had some special lessons of her own too. One day Victoria McKinnon came to the house, as she still did occasionally. Sirius was secretly quite pleased that he hadn't managed to scare her away. "Hello, Vicky," he said. "Everyone's up in the attic right now. My godchildren and their parents are here this week for some private lessons." "Remus teaching them?" she asked. "Yep. He's a good teacher. It's too bad he won't do it professionally." Officially, Remus refused to apply for the defense professorship at Hogwarts because he was too smart to tempt the curse. But you gotta keep him busy somehow, or he starts brooding and then he's no fun. Unlike you, who starts causing trouble. What can I say? I know what I like, Sirius grinned. Say, why don't you come on upstairs? If you're lucky, you'll see something really special. Vicky put her hands on her hips and said, "Now what kind of thing is that to say to a lady?" Sirius grinned even wider. "While I'm not normally one for modesty, milady, I guarantee you it's even more special than that." Intrigued, Vicky followed Sirius up the 5 flights to the attic, where they heard Remus giving out instructions. Now, the tickling charm both distracts your opponent and makes it harder for them to cast their spells correctly. One more reason to learn to cast wordlessly. Of course, you don't have any problem with that. Sirius knocked "shave and a haircut" on the door as he pushed it open. "Hello, Sirius," Dan Granger said, "and I'm sorry?" "Victoria McKinnon." She shook his hand. "Vicky just happened to drop by, and I thought you might be interested in showing her your dueling practice," Sirius said. "Just happened to drop by, huh?" Remus asked with a smirk. "Something like that," Sirius smirked back. "And if none of you mind, I happen to think your unique dueling style is quite an interesting sight." Vicky raised an eyebrow suspiciously. A couple of kids dueling was the very special thing he wanted to show her. But then again, one of those kids was Harry Potter. After some whispers and pointed looks exchanged among the family, they seemed to decide that it would be all right if she watched them. "You know, at the rate we're going, the wandless thing's gonna leak before too long," Hermione said as they moved in position. "Wait, did she say wandless?" "Well, it's not that big a deal, is it?" Harry replied. "It's not like we're the only ones who can do it. But Dumbledore and Voldemort are probably the only other ones who are well known." Vicky jumped about a foot in the air when she heard that name, but most of the others just rolled their eyes. "Well, maybe it'll tone down the legend if they know we can both do it," said Harry. "All right, Remus." "Good," Remus said. 1, 2, 3. The spells started flying fast and furious. Both children dodged and weaved about with surprising speed, and it was soon quite clear that they were casting a lot of their spells silently, which was surprising enough. They were first and second-year spells, but they had good aim and power, and their dueling holsters took multiple disarming charms each. But then, when Hermione finally forced Harry's wand away from him, he didn't even miss a beat, but kept right on going, casting wandlessly. Vicky was shocked as Sirius's words came back to her. Even more special than that. Oh yes, this was. Not only could Harry Potter do wandless magic, but he looked as comfortable without a wand as with one. He did look to be at a clear disadvantage, but he kept dueling, focusing on trying to get Hermione's wand away from her, and then, to the surprise of much of the room, he succeeded. But Hermione also didn't miss a beat and also kept going with wandlessly, and after another exchange of spells she got in a lucky shot and immobilized Harry. And hold! Remus called, and he started dismantling the dueling wards. After that display, Vicky noticed two important things about the two children. First, they were dueling at least half a year, maybe a whole year above their level of schooling, and that was just on the merits of their spells alone. Silent casting was NEWT level, and wandless was master's level. Plus, few casual duelists ever learnt the importance of dodging. The second thing was that on top of their magical skills, Harry and Hermione were fast and ruthless beyond their years. In other words, these two were really going places in martial magic if they so chose. "Good job," Sirius praised them. "Yeah, that was really. I've never seen anything like that outside a professional tournament," Vicky stammered. "And at your age." "Apparently the trick is to start early," Remus said. Sirius beamed and gave Vicky a sidelong glance. "Well, while we're on the subject, I think this is the perfect time for my own announcement. Cubs, your godfather is now gainfully employed." Remus snorted. "Gainfully employed? You're more filthy stinking rich than Harry, and he'd never have to work a day in his life if he was careful about it." "Which is why I worked so hard to find a job that I liked," Sirius shot back. "Now, I know I may not always come across as the most responsible one," everyone smirked at that. "But I've been doing physical training and revising over the past year. I passed the exam and the physical barely, he thought, but he wouldn't admit it. And Amelia Bones has officially taken me back on as a hit wizard." "That's great." Harry and Hermione gasped, and they jumped up and hugged their godfather, and then, so did Vicky, who also gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Congratulations," Dan and Emma said, with Dan shaking his hand and Emma hugging him too. "Now that's different from an Auror, right?" Dan added. "Yes, only half as much training for one," Sirius admitted. "Sorry, but refresh my memory as to the distinction." "Aurors are the most highly trained personnel in the DMLE," Remus explained. "They deal with dark wizards, capturing them and providing security against them. The way Lily always said it, that means they have to be New Scotland Yard and the closest thing we have to an army rolled into one. Hit wizards like Sirius and James are the next level. They deal with other violent crime, like police firearms units, except they were all given Deputy Auror status during the war. And then the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol are like regular Bobby's petty crime, financial crimes, misuse of magical artifacts, violations of the Statute of Secrecy, that sort of thing." "Okay, that makes sense. Good luck, then." "I'm sure you'll do great, Sirius," Hermione said. Sirius nodded confidently. Harry was the only one who noticed that his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Good news, everyone. It took some doing, but I found an occlumency instructor for you," said Sirius. "You did?" said Harry excitedly. "Yes, I did. In fact, I've arranged for him to come over this afternoon for an evaluation." "That's great," said Hermione. "Who is it? How did you find him?" "Well, that's kind of a long story. First, you should know that the Ministry has an occlumency instructor for the Auror Corps. Occlumency isn't required for Aurors, but it's a big plus for promotions, and there's certain cases that can only be taken by occlumens. "Like if the criminal is a known legilimens?" Hermione asked. "Exactly. But the Ministry's instructor isn't authorized to train minors. Actually, no one is, officially, but a few do it anyway." "Oh." Hermione looked crestfallen. "But you found one to train us?" "Yeah, I really don't want to have to learn from Snape," Harry added. Don't worry, you won't. But here's the interesting part. It turns out occlumency isn't even magic. It's all about mental discipline. So not only can Muggles learn it, but a lot of Muggle leaders do. Dan and Emma looked quite pleased about that. Seems you learn something new every day. When I confidentially told the ministry instructor who this was for, he gave me contact information for someone who teaches them. It's all off the books, of course, since a lot of wizards look down on teaching Muggles magic, even if it's necessary. Is this person someone we can trust, though? Dan said. Better, Sirius grinned. There's a little-known position called the Royal Court Magician, a holdover from before the Statute of Secrecy and not officially affiliated with either the Ministry or the Muggle government. Since the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, the Royal Court Magician has had just two jobs. One is to keep the Queen apprised of developments in the magical world, like the Minister for Magic is supposed to do for the Muggle Prime Minister, and the other is to teach occlumency to the Queen, the Prince of Wales, and anyone else in the royal family who wants to learn. The current Royal Court Magician's name is Maxwell Barnett. His services don't come cheap, but when I told him who it was for, he didn't need much convincing to agree to teach you, all four of you. I'd trust him more than most not to go recklessly mucking around in a kid's head, and he's agreed to sign a fairly nasty cursed contract not to reveal anything he finds in your heads, and he will find things, so be prepared for that. That actually sounds really good, Emma said. Thank you so much, Sirius. Hey, what's family for? After lunch, Maxwell Barnett came to the door. He was an older but upright man with short gray hair and a bearing like an old soldier. One might have expected the Royal Court Magician to be wearing the most flamboyantly wizard-like clothes around, but the Grangers were reminded that this was, in fact, the 20th century when he arrived wearing a Muggle suit. He bowed to Sirius and then to Harry when he entered, saying, "Greetings, Lord Potter. I am honored to meet you and your family." Greetings, Mr. Barnett," Harry replied awkwardly. He felt an urge to bow to in return. After all, in the Muggle world, Barnett far outranked him. "Lord Potter, I hope you don't mind that I inform the Queen that your godfather has hired my services," Barnett said. "Her Majesty has taken a passing interest in you after your most extraordinary defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named. She was also very pleased by the recent passage of the Muggle Protection Act. The ministry's in a bit of a grey area legally. Officially, the governments themselves split during the Glorious Revolution, but all British magicals are still British citizens and subjects of the Crown. From one point of view, we can only skirt Muggle equality laws because the Muggles haven't written any equality laws about blood purity or species, and I suspect you don't like that any more than Her Majesty does." The Grangers' eyes all went saucer-sized at these revelations. The Queen herself was following the life of Harry Potter, not to mention magical politics. "So, you've trained some of the royal family in occlumency then?" Dan asked. "Quite. Her Majesty was most concerned with occlumency as a result of seeing the havoc wreaked by wizards in the Muggle world during Grindelwald's War. At her prompting, I taught all four of her children, and I expect to be teaching Prince William and Prince Harry in a few years. I also taught Prime Minister Major last year since Minister Fudge didn't see fit to send him an instructor. He was most grateful. Apparently, Fudge hasn't seen fit to contact him at all since his first day in office, and he didn't appreciate being left so ignorant about the magical world." "That's what we told Dumbledore the first time we met, Mr. Barnett," Dan quipped. "Yes, even the best of us can make mistakes, I'm afraid. Shall we retire to the drawing room to begin the evaluation?" A few minutes later, they were all seated in the drawing room, and Barnett explained his art. There are several different techniques for occlumency, but all of them have the same fundamental goal of focusing on something else more strongly than what the intruder wants to see. For the lower-level techniques you will be learning, the trick is to focus on something with particularly strong associations in your mind to give you the advantage against an intruder who doesn't know your mind as well. We won't be doing any training today, but I hope to be able to develop a regimen of mental exercises for each of you to practice over the coming months. Different people have aptitudes for different occlumency techniques, and so to begin, I would like to try legilimency on each of you to determine your natural aptitudes and talents. The Grangers hesitantly nodded to each other. This was what they had signed on for, after all. "I'll go first," Harry said. "Very well." Barnett pointed his wand at the boy who lived and said, "Legilimens." A flood of memories came to Harry unbidden and seemingly at random. He was riding a broomstick for the first time. He was at the Wisengamot, and Sirius had just been freed. He was 8 and playing football with his friends. He was 6 and dead tired at the end of a particularly hard karate lesson. He was fighting Quirrellmort for the Philosopher's Stone. Ah! Barnett jerked back and clutched at his chest. Sirius and Remus looked at Harry wide-eyed. Did he really have that much natural talent at occlumency? But Barnett gasped out, "You fought you-know-whose spirit?" Yeah," Harry muttered, looking down at the floor. "Then Dumbledore's right? He's not dead." "Not quite, I'm afraid," said Sirius, "but he's working on that problem, and you may inform Her Majesty of that." "Oh, of course, of course. My apologies, Lord Potter. I was not able to get a good sense of your skills before that disruption. Might we try again?" Harry nodded. "Legilimens." Harry was seeing Hogwarts for the first time, crossing the Black Lake in the boats. He was 10 and riding a roller coaster at Blackpool Pleasure Beach. He was hiding under the sofa with Hermione during the Great Storm of 1987. He was prowling around outside on 4 legs, looking for something to eat, and now. Barnett jerked back again. "You're an Animagus? And you're under contract," Sirius reminded him as the Grangers all tensed up. "Yes, I understand, but how?" "Accidental magic, we think," Harry replied, trying to relax again. "But that's never mind. I suppose I should expect impossible things from Lord Harry Potter. Might we try that one more time?" Harry nodded again, though he wasn't so sure about this whole thing now. "Very well. Legilimens." Harry was standing in front of the mirror of Ariste. He was 5, and Mum and Dad were asking him to join their family. He was at Privet Drive the night he escaped. You don't need to see that. He focused on Barnett's face and on denying him access to anything more. Barnett jerked back a 3rd time, but this time repelled, if inexpertly, by an act of will. "Ah, much better, Lord Potter, thank you. Now for the rest of you." He tested Hermione, Dan, and Emma in turn. None of them liked having their minds invaded, but none of them reacted so strongly to it, either. Harry had the biggest secrets in the family. Soon Barnett had reached his conclusions. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Hermione," he said, "all 3 of you have very active minds. This can make you easy targets if you are untrained, but it can also be useful. Your natural aptitude is to harness this power using the method of loci, whereby you can redirect an intruder through a mental maze of images, ideas, and associations in place of the memories he or she wants to see. Lord Potter, you are very strong-willed and you have much mental discipline, likely as a result of your karate training. However, your natural aptitude is toward expelling an intruder by an act of will, focusing on the intruder directly. This is a good start, but is, unfortunately, the weakest and least efficient technique, as it is a head-on battle of wills. The thing to do in this situation is to refine that skill into what is known as the mental image technique. Concentrate on a single expansive and detailed image or scene, incorporating all 5 senses, if you can, which forms a barrier that an intruder cannot penetrate to reach other memories. I'm also pleased to see that both you and your sister have enough mental discipline that your age should not be a disadvantage. What I would like to do is test your skills over Christmas holidays and then again at the beginning of next summer. If you keep up with your mental exercises, you should only need a summer's worth of formal training by then to be certified a Clumens. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Barnett, Harry said. The rest of his family agreed. On their last day at Grimmauld Place, Sirius brought in a suspiciously long and thin box wrapped in colorful paper. Hermione, he told the recipient of said gift, since we won't see each other again until Christmas, I wanted to give you your birthday present early. Hermione took the parcel wide-eyed and carefully unwrapped it. Then she gasped, "It's a clean sweep 7. This is rated as the best chaser's broom on the market." That's right. Harry tells me you have potential as a chaser. The Nimbus 2000 is faster, but the Clean Sweep 7 is more balanced in its capabilities, so it should be just what you need. Thank you, Sirius. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. And she nearly bowled him over when she hugged him. She wasn't so sure about making the Quidditch team anytime soon, but she was at least joining the flying club, and it would be that much better with a quality broom. Sirius also pulled her aside a little later for a private chat. Your other lessons have been going very well too. I know it doesn't look like much progress, but it's an extremely mental discipline. The occlumency will probably help with that even more. I think you'll be able to figure out your form by Christmas, and then you'll be halfway there. This isn't easy, is it? Hermione sighed. I warned you it wasn't. But you really are doing fantastic. You shouldn't compare yourself to Harry getting there by accident. You're doing this twice as fast as James and I did, and you're a year younger than we were. Well, there is that. Sirius grinned. Good luck at school, kitten. He kissed her on the forehead. Not that you need it. Chapter 44. How did you find the young Lord Potter, Mr. Barnett? As per my contract, Your Majesty, I cannot reveal what I learnt from the boy's mind. However, I can safely say that Harry Potter is the most extraordinary young man I have ever met. The Granger family arrived at King's Cross with plenty of time to spare, and Hermione and Harry were all set for another year at Hogwarts, hopefully a quieter one this time. As if that were ever going to happen. Okay, Harry, Hermione, you first, Emma said as they approached the barrier into platform 9 3/4. Yes, Mum, Hermione said as Harry pushed his trolley toward the barrier, and she close behind him, building up speed until crash. Ah! Harry hit a solid barrier, and Hermione, having nowhere near enough room to stop, crashed into his back. They both went sprawling on the floor. Hedwig's cage fell off Harry's trolley and rolled away, leaving the owl shrieking. Oh my God, are you all right? Emma said. She and Dan rushed over to help their children up. Ow! Hermione groaned. Her hair was sticking out at odd angles as she brushed herself off. I'm okay, Harry mumbled, even though he was all but pinned between the 2 trolleys and the wall. He turned and started pounding on the wall, saying, What happened? That's what we were wondering, Dan said. The barrier sealed itself, Hermione said, trying to press on the wall herself. It shouldn't do that on its own, Harry countered. Do you think someone sabotaged it? She asked. I don't know, I saw other people going through it, though. Could someone be trying to keep you out? Asked Emma. Maybe, but you'd think someone would notice. Suddenly, Harry got an idea. Come here, he whispered, motioning his family closer. Cover me. Harry. Hermione protested, but she wasn't fast enough. Harry crouched low so that he was completely hidden by the trolleys and his family. Very quickly, he shrank down to cat form and sniffed around at the base of the barrier. Immediately, his nostrils were bombarded with a magical scent he had smelled once before. He very nearly went out pursuing that scent on 4 legs before he remembered who the owner of that scent probably worked for. Harry stood back up at once in human form and yelled out, "Dobby!" A yelp of surprise sounded from behind a nearby pillar. Harry leapt over the trolley and ran at the sound with a speed honed by years of karate, with Hermione close behind. He whipped around the pillar and grabbed a small, skinny arm in his hand before the elf could react. In another moment, Hermione had grabbed his other arm, and they carried Dobby the house elf out into the open and set him down in front of their parents, struggling but unable to pull away. The Grangers could already see a number of other witches and wizards behind them, staring as they waited to get on the platform. "Harry Potter!" The elf squeaked. Harry Potter must not be angry with Dobby. "Dobby, did you seal the barrier?" Harry asked. Dobby cringed, seemingly trying to hide from the inquiring eyes, and lowered his voice. Dobby warned Harry Potter that he must not go back to Hogwarts. The Grangers all sighed with annoyance, but Emma crouched down in front of the elf and said, "Dobby, we know you think something bad is going to happen at Hogwarts, but we talked it over, and we warned Professor Dumbledore and some other important people, and we think we can handle anything that happens. So would you please let us through the barrier?" "But you can't keep us from going back," Hermione said. "We can always go by Floo or the night bus. And you're holding up everybody else who has to get through." Dobby flinched as he again realized how much attention he was attracting. Harry and Hermione let go of his arms. Hanging his head, Dobby snapped his fingers and a white glow briefly surrounded the barrier. Then he snapped his fingers a second time and vanished. Emma shook her head, saying, "Tisk tisk. I don't what's going on with him. I wish we could something. Well, you two have to go. Harry, do you want to try it again?" Harry straightened up his trolley, keeping a firm hand on Hedwig's cage this time, and gave it a shove. It glided through the barrier without any trouble. The Grangers quickly said their goodbyes and loaded Hermione's and Harry's luggage on the train. They didn't see the Weasleys yet, but they met up with Neville and said hello to some of the other students. "I wonder if Luna Lovegood is here yet," Harry suggested. "We should thank her for helping us deal with Snape." Hermione shrugged her shoulders. "Let's look around." As they started down the hallway, Neville muttered, "I wish we could just get rid of Snape." "I know," said Hermione, "but at least we got him to move a little. And we can still keep up the pressure this year." "Yeah. And Binns could use a kick in his ethereal pants too," Harry added. "I think we've got our work cut out for us," Hermione sighed. They found Luna Lovegood sitting alone in a compartment near the front of the train, swinging her feet on the seat with her nose buried in an upside-down copy of the Quibbler. "Hello, Luna," Harry said warmly. Luna looked up in surprise. "Hello, Harry Potter." "Hello, Hermione Granger, and you're Neville Longbottom, aren't you?" Yeah," Neville said, blushing slightly. They'd only briefly met before at Sirius's New Year's party. Luna stuck her nose back in her magazine. "How was your summer, Luna?" Hermione asked. Luna looked up again. "It was quite pleasant, even though Daddy and I failed to find any crumple-horned snorkacks." Harry sniggered as Hermione struggled to keep her obvious response to herself. Neville just looked very confused. Snorkax? Yes, Luna said. They're very skittish, you know, and good at hiding. Daddy's been looking for them since before I was born. Well, how do you know they're there, then? Neville asked. Oh, there have been sightings, of course, especially in Northern Europe. We get letters from other people who are searching for them. Crank letters, Hermione muttered under her breath. They had been expecting to see the Weasleys shortly, but none of them showed up in the cabin until after the train started moving, when, finally, Ron stumbled in the door with Ginny tagging along behind him. You made it, Harry said. Barely, Ron replied. Fred and George forgot some of their stuff, and then we had to go back for Ginny's diary. Ginny said nothing to rebut this, but that was probably because being around Harry tended to rob her of her voice. Hello, Ginny. Luna emerged from behind her magazine again. Hi, Luna, Ginny squeaked softly. I see the Rackspurts are still giving you trouble, Luna said. Would you like me to write Daddy for some siphons? No thanks, Luna, Ginny said as the others tried not to laugh. Okay, what's she doing here? Ron complained. We looked for her, Harry said. Her father helped us try to deal with Snape last year, and we wanted to see her. Well, good luck, Ron said. She's dotty as anything. That's not very nice, Ron, Hermione said. It was probably true, she thought, but he didn't need to say it in front of her. They talked for a while, mostly just the second years. Ginny was still too tense to speak in Harry's presence, and Luna mostly read the Quibbler, except when she put her head up for a moment to make an odd and seemingly random and sometimes uncomfortable comment. As the day wore on, Luna was starting to try Hermione's patience as she talked about various non-existent magical creatures and ridiculous conspiracy theories. At least that was Hermione's assessment. Harry doubted most of the things the blonde girl believed in were true too, but he thought it was oddly endearing. Maybe he was just so used to being an oddball himself, but he seemed to be the only one who wasn't put off by her strange comments. The trolley rolled by, and Harry treated the whole compartment to their favorite snacks. He and Hermione were more trusted with pocket money than any of the others. But shortly afterwards Draco Malfoy strutted into the compartment, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Bet you think you're pretty hot stuff, don't you, Potter?" Malfoy said. The rest of the cabin glared at him, except for Luna, who ignored him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, you'll have to be a bit more specific," Harry said calmly. "You know what I'm talking about. You get one new law passed, and you think you can get your picture in the paper any time you want." Not really," Harry said. "I'm glad to have made a difference in our society, but otherwise I was trying to lie low this summer. Perhaps you have me confused with Professor Lockhart." "Whatever, Potter. It doesn't matter anyway. You may have won this round, but don't expect it to last." "Haven't we already had this conversation, Malfoy?" Harry said. The others giggled. "Just a friendly warning," Malfoy replied. "You can't expect to make it very far with the riffraff you hang out with. Not all victories will come so easily." Ron and Neville jumped to their feet to confront Malfoy, but Harry waved them back and stood up in front of them. "Well, thank you for the warning, but I already know that," he said coldly, and he brushed his fingers through his hair so as to deliberately expose his scar. "Now, if you think it'll help you so much, why don't you go on and play with your properly pedigreed purebred pet pugs?" He motioned to Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy's goons cracked their knuckles menacingly, while the rest of the compartment sniggered at them, but then they were all distracted by a shriek of laughter from Luna, who dropped her quibbler and nearly fell off her seat. "That's funny, Harry," she said, gasping for breath. Malfoy glared at them, but he just said, "Keep your mongrels and loons away from me, Potter," and he stalked away. "Purebred pet pugs," Luna said, still giggling. "Pets gorillas, more like," Ron added to more laughter. Ron was a little nicer to Luna after that, and things went smoothly until they got to the castle. Disembarking from the train, the second years waved to Hagrid while Ginny and Luna joined the other wide-eyed first years as the huge man escorted them to the boats. The rest of the students proceeded to the carriage station, where some of the older students were also filtering in from Hogsmeade. A fifth of the population of magical Britain lived in Hogsmeade, and while it was traditional for all of the first years to take the train so that they could start making friends and meet at the boats together, Hogsmeade residents almost never did again unless they were prefects who were required to be there. When they arrived, however, Neville froze in fear in front of the carriages and stared at something that apparently only he could see. Hermione needed only a moment to realize what was happening. She leaned close to him and whispered, "It's okay, Neville. It's just the Thestrals. They won't hurt you." "Oh, right," Neville muttered, and he followed onto the carriage. The Great Hall was even emptier this year after the relatively large graduating class had left. Even after eating every meal there for 9 months, the many empty seats were a sobering reminder of the cost of the war that ended 11 years ago. Ginny's and Luna's class, being born almost entirely in the awful year before Voldemort's defeat, was the absolute smallest class in centuries. The following year would have been, but it got a boost from the rash of children conceived in November of 1981 and born in August of 1982. The Gryffindor foursome took their seats just before the first years filed in, looking very small in both numbers and size. The first Gryffindor of the new class was a very small mousy-haired boy named Colin Creevey who sat near Harry and looked more wide-eyed at the grandeur of the castle than any of the other first years except Luna, who looked wide-eyed about everything. The sorting went quickly. Luna took the longest before eventually going to Ravenclaw. Harry noticed Malfoy watching her appraisingly across the hall the longer she took, and seemingly relaxing a bit when she was finally sorted. Ginny was the last and quickest, an instant Gryffindor. With the sorting completed, Dumbledore was back to his usual ebullient self as he opened the feast. "Welcome! Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Surcoat, Plectrum, Nym, Gelding. Thank you." Most of the Great Hall applauded, but Colin Creevey was confused. "Wow, is he a bit mad?" "Yes," Harry and Hermione said in unison. They quickly lapsed into their usual routine for the feast, Harry dishing up the meat and Hermione dishing up the vegetables. They only got a few strange glances for that this year. However, Colin was staring for a different reason. After hearing Harry's name spoken a few times, he spoke. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Yeah, I am," Harry said. "Cool. I've read all about you." Harry sighed. "If you mean the Harry Potter Adventures series, they're complete rubbish." Ginny choked a little nearby. "There's an Adventures book series?" Colin said excitedly. "I didn't know that. I just read about you in Modern Magical History, all about how you know who tried to kill you, but you survived, and he disappeared, and you were adopted by Muggles, and you still have a lightning scar on your forehead." Ginny nodded eagerly at his description. "This place is amazing. I didn't even know the weird stuff I could do was magic until I got my letter, but—" "Okay, Colin, calm down," Harry interrupted. "Listen, Modern Magical History isn't all that accurate either. The real story is that my birth mother died to protect me, and that's what saved me from Voldemort." Ginny yelped in fear, and a lot of other people around them flinched. "Who?" Colin looked around confused. Voldemort. That's you-know-whose name. Some of us aren't afraid to say it. Wow, that's really brave, Colin said in awe. No, it's common sense, Harry told him. I was raised in the Muggle world too. Out there, I'm just a normal kid like you. He motioned vaguely out behind him. You know that no one's scared of names out there, the same as I do, and you shouldn't be scared in here either. Huh, I guess not. I figured it was some kind of magic name or something. No, it's just people being scared. All right, Harry say, do you think I could get a picture with you when I get my camera tomorrow? You know, so I can show my parents I met you? They'd really like to see. Harry sighed in spite of himself. Did I say something wrong? Colin said. Harry doesn't really like a lot of attention, Hermione said. But you know what? We like to keep in touch with Muggle-born's families. Why don't you give us your parents' address and then our parents can contact them in person? Really? Wow, that'd be great. Thanks a lot. No problem, Colin, Harry said. The next day, after repotting mandrakes in herbology and turning beetles into buttons in transfiguration, Harry and Hermione made it to their first defense against the dark arts class with Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione still thought it would be a good class, but Harry had grown even more skeptical of the man after reading the books, especially when he compared the alleged timelines. I'm telling you, Hermione, there's no way even a wizard could have been fighting chameleon ghouls in North Africa when he was on his way from banishing a banshee from Bandon, Thailand, to ferreting out a colony of trolls in Russia at the time. Well, maybe it's a typo, Hermione replied. I'm telling you, there's something fishy about these books. You're overreacting, Harry. I don't think so. And have you seen how they're written? Half of this stuff's just about how great he is. If he teaches like he writes, I don't know if I can take it. So Harry wasn't holding out much hope for quality instruction. He was mainly hoping the defense professor didn't try to kill him again. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville's copy of Travels with Trolls and held it up to show his own winking portrait on the front. Me, he said, pointing at it and winking as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Harry had a sudden urge to reintroduce himself as Lord Harry James Potter, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, likely future member of the Dark Force Defense League, and likely future winner of Witch Weekly's Most Eligible Bachelor Award, but that wouldn't help his image as a fame-seeker. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, You have 30 minutes start now. Harry looked down at the first question. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Lilac, he thought, followed immediately by, Oh God, how do I know that? Hermione must be rubbing off on him after all these years because he knew the answers to a surprising number of Lockhart's 54 questions about himself from reading his books. For the ones he didn't know, he just wrote down whatever nonsense he could think of. 42. Which product does Gilderoy Lockhart use to clean his teeth with to achieve his famous dazzling white smile? Faith and trust, and a little bit of pixie dust, Harry wrote. Predictably, Hermione got full marks on the quiz. With that out of the way, Lockhart got on with what Harry hoped would be the practical part of the lesson and lifted a large, covered cage from behind his desk. Now be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm." "I must ask you not to scream," said Lockhart in a low voice. "It might provoke them." He whipped the cover off the cage, revealing it to be crammed full of tiny blue-winged, jabbering, elf-like creatures. No one screamed. Several people laughed. Seamus Finnegan gave a loud snort and said, "Cornish pixies? Are you serious?" "Well, they are Class 3X creatures," Hermione said. "They're on the curriculum." "Right you are, Miss Granger," said Lockhart, "and devilishly tricky little blighters they can be, too, so let's see what you make of them." He opened the cage, and the pixies zoomed out and swarmed all around the room. They were like Peeves at his worst, smashing windows, spilling ink everywhere, shredding books, and lifting Neville up onto the chandelier. Hermione tried to beat the pixies away with her arms like everyone else for a minute before thinking to draw her wand and freeze them in midair a couple at a time. But while most of the class were hiding under their desks, Harry was loving it. Not even bothering to use magic, wand or not, he jumped up on his chair, hopping from one desk to the next and laughing as he snatched pixies out of the air with his bare hands. To even an untrained eye, he looked a lot like a cat jumping around, batting at a swarm of bugs. "I changed my mind, Mione, this is fun," he said. Hermione glared at him while she fought off two pixies that were pulling her hair. Once he had a handful of the creatures, he hopped down and stuffed them back in their cage. "You're doing great there, Harry," Lockhart beamed. "But try this on for size." He brandished his wand and bellowed, "Pescipixie pesternami." The pixies grabbed his wand and threw it out the window. "Oh dear, well, I'll just let you nip the rest of them back in their cage then," he said, and he fled from the room. Most of the class did too, except from Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who was still hanging from the chandelier. "Can you believe him?" Ron said. "Well, I suppose he should have taught us the freezing charm before he let them out," Hermione admitted. Between the two of them, Hermione and Harry corralled the rest of the pixies pretty quickly, until Neville was the only thing left in the air. "Why is it always me?" he said. "Sorry, mate, we'll get you down," Harry said. "Mione, give me a hand." They both waved their hands and wandlessly levitated Neville down safely. "Thanks," he said, although he was still giving Harry a bit of a funny look for his antics. That evening, Oliver Wood made the announcement in the common room. "All right, listen up, Gryffindors. We're going to be holding Quidditch tryouts this Saturday at 9 a.m. sharp. We'll be trying out all the positions and picking some reserves because you never know when a hot new talent will come along, so everyone who wants to play, make sure you show up on time. That goes double for last year's team, even you, Potter." And so, it was a pretty good-sized group that made its way out to the Quidditch pitch on Saturday morning. Hermione was there since Harry insisted she at least try it, and Ron was hoping for a long-shot chance that he would make reserve keeper. "All right, first I want everyone to divide up by position," Wood said, pointing in a line. "Chasers, beaters, keepers, seekers." The group divided up as instructed, except for one large and smug-looking third year. "McLagan, what are you doing?" Wood demanded. "Trying out for beater and keeper." "Fine." He looked over at Harry, who was also standing alone. "Anyone else for seeker?" he called. No one responded. "All right, I guess you're off the hook, Potter." Wood started out the tryouts by dividing the applicants into groups of 7 and telling them to take a lap around the pitch. He weeded out a solid majority of the applicants this way, since even many of the students who were decent at flying weren't so good at doing it in a tight formation, and there were several messy pile-ups. After that, he sent out the chaser applicants in groups of 3 and had them run some simple drills. Of course, the returning team members, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, dominated the competition, but Harry cheered when Hermione performed fairly well, especially for a second year. After eliminating a few applicants, Wood sent them up for another round, this time sending Fred and George Weasley up with them to hit a bludger around the pitch. After so many years of karate, Hermione's reflexes were quite fast, almost as fast as Harry's. Even Wood was impressed by that bit. None of the hopeful beaters were anywhere near as good as Fred and George. Like a pair of human bludgers themselves, Wood had described them last year. Only McLaggen came close. Finally, they had the keeper tryouts. Wood delegated these to Angelina Johnson and dutifully took his place in the lineup. They didn't take too long, though, as the returning chasers only had to throw a few goals to see how good each candidate was. Only Ron, McLaggen, and a mediocre 5th year tried out against Wood, whom Harry could tell was playing at a near-professional level. Ron wasn't bad, he had the basics down, but Harry could tell he needed some work. In the end, the choices were fairly obvious. "All right, everybody, I've made my decision," Wood said when the group reassembled. "The starting lineup will be the same as last year." There were a few groans. "Myself as keeper, Belle, Johnson, and Spinnet as chasers, Fred and George Weasley as beaters, and Potter as seeker. Now, Crittenden and Whitney, your reserve chasers." The 2 upper-year students smiled. "McLaggen," Wood sighed. "Your reserve beater and reserve keeper." Harry sighed softly, too. He had barely met McLaggen, but he had already shown himself to have an abrasive personality, and the double assignment would only make him smugger. After this, most of the group dispersed, but Wood turned to a disappointed-looking Hermione and Ron and said, "Granger, Weasley, you've both got a lot of potential, you just need to build up your skills. Put in a year in the flying club and come back next year." Both of them looked happier with that encouragement. Finally, Wood turned to Harry. "Potter, we still don't have a reserve seeker, and that means you need to make sure you show up at the games. You scared me last year when you landed in the hospital wing a week before the final." "Right, I'll make sure to fight Voldemort at a more convenient time this year," Harry deadpanned, causing Wood to flinch. "All right, that's it. Practice starts Monday at 4, same as last year." "Sorry you guys didn't make the reserves," Harry told Ron and Hermione as they walked back to the castle. "It's all right," Hermione said. "I wasn't really expecting to make it. And I'm sure I'll enjoy the flying club." "Yeah," said Ron, "and I guess I only have to beat McLaggen next year. He doesn't look that tough." Harry smiled, looking forward to a good Quidditch season. Dear Tom, Fred and George made the Quidditch team again today. Ron didn't, but Wood told him to try again next year. And Harry Potter did, too, but no one tried out against him. "Good for them," Tom wrote back after the words vanished into the page. "You seem to have a very talented Quidditch family." "Yes. I wish I could try out this year. I know I can fly better than Ron." "I'm sure you can, Ginny. You told me you've been flying longer than him." "I have. I really wish I could, Tom. Maybe if I could get on the Quidditch team, then Harry would notice me." "Doesn't he notice you already? You told me he kissed your hand." "No, he was just being polite. Harry doesn't really notice me. I can't talk to him, and he doesn't even know I'm there half the time." "Well, if you can't talk to him, perhaps writing would be a better solution." "I can't write to him. We sit 3 seats apart at breakfast. That would just be weird. Just a suggestion. If you want Harry Potter to like you, you'll have to do something to get his attention." "I know, Tom. But it's even worse because Harry's already done so much and I haven't even had a chance. Ron even says Harry can do wandless magic already. The ink swirled on the page in what Ginny by now recognized as an expression of surprise. He can? Yes. Ron said Harry and Hermione have been practicing it since they were little. I haven't seen it though. I guess Harry doesn't want to attract attention. That's silly. There's nothing wrong with attracting attention if it's from the right sort of people. I know. You understand, Tom. And why should Harry mind? He's already done so much else. He caught a Death Eater and freed his godfather, and he won the Quidditch Cup last year, and Ron said he knows all the secret passages in the castle and stuff. There was a splatter of ink drops that signified laughter, and then Tom wrote, "Well, I'm sure he's good, but Harry's not the only one with secrets. I bet I could show you some secrets about the castle that even he doesn't know." Really? Yes. Let me show you. About an hour later, Harry heard something strange while sitting up in the quiet common room, a soft murmuring or maybe hissing like someone talking into a pillow. "Did you hear something just now?" he asked. Hermione pricked up her ears and listened. "I don't hear anything." Must have been the wind. Chapter 45. Dear Hermione and Harry. We got a chance to meet the Creevies this weekend. It's a bit of a drive from where we live, but it's not too far out of the way. Mr. and Mrs. Creevy were very friendly and were happy to feed us lunch. They were very grateful that Colin was able to put them in contact with people with a few years of experience with the magical world. Obviously, it was a bit of a shock to have their illusions corrected. It's even more clear with them than we saw at the orientation last year that Hogwarts is whitewashing the more unsavory aspects of the magical world to the Muggle-born families. Your mother thinks they might simply have a blind spot when it comes to the treatment of Muggle-borns and non-human races. We have to wonder if it would be helpful to put each new Muggle-born student in contact with one that's already attending school in addition to the orientation. Anyway, the Creevies are taking it pretty well and they're eager for more information. We think we have an idea of what you're experiencing with Colin right now. He has a 9-year-old brother named Dennis who's at least as much of an unstoppable force as Hermione was at that age and even more excitable. If you're lucky, being around magic for 2 years will calm him down some before he starts at Hogwarts. We're glad to hear you're starting off strong again. Harry, congratulations on making the Quidditch team again, even if it was unopposed. Hermione, don't worry, we're sure you'll have a good chance if you work hard at it. Good luck with Professor Lockhart. It sounds like you might need it, just be careful around him. And stay out of trouble, you two. Love. Mom and Dad. Hey guys, how was flying club? Harry asked as Hermione and Ron came in from the training grounds. It was a lot of fun, Hermione said. It's mostly reserved Quidditch players and people who want to try out, so we played a pickup game. I did lousy, Ron grumbled. You were just inconsistent, Hermione said. That's what the practice is for. Oh, and Harry, guess what? Madame Hooch said Ginny did really well in her first flying lesson. I guess she really does know how to fly. Yeah, I guess, Ron said in annoyance. They started climbing up to Gryffindor Tower, but along the way they spotted a small blonde girl skipping through the corridors. That might not have drawn too much attention, except that they knew this particular girl, and Harry noticed that she was skipping in her bare feet. Hello, Luna, Harry called. Luna turned and skipped over to them. Hello, Harry, Hermione, Ronald. Hi, Hermione and Ron said. Luna, where are your shoes? Harry asked with concern. They seem to have gone missing, she said. Her voice kept the same dreamy quality as always, as if nothing were out of the ordinary. I suspect Nargles are to blame. Nargles? Harry said. Are you sure? Oh, there could certainly be other possibilities, but on the whole, I suspect the Nargles. Hermione gave Luna a skeptical look, which she seemed to ignore. Aren't your feet cold? Said Harry. A little bit, but it's still quite warm this time of year. Well, do you want some help finding your shoes? Hermione asked. No, thank you. I'm sure they'll turn up before long. Well, I'm off to the library, Luna said brightly, and she skipped away. Ron just shook his head at the flighty girl, but Harry and Hermione both watched her go with concern. I don't think it was Nargles, Hermione whispered. No, neither do I, replied Harry. After the incident with the pixies, Professor Lockhart didn't attempt to bring any more creatures into the classroom. Instead, he preferred to read or act out scenes from his books, on the pretense that the best way to learn was by example. Harry didn't see how the students would learn all that much if they were always the dark creature being defeated, not to mention that Lockhart wasn't teaching them any spells or tactics, or much of anything really. Quirrell may have been possessed by Voldemort, Harry thought, but at least he taught them something useful. But of course everyone knows how stupid trolls are. I simply drew my wand and cast Wingardium Leviosa on the brute's club, and then, while he was looking around for it, I levitated it up and clunk, dropped the troll's club on his own head. Lockhart gesticulated animatedly as he described his troll-taming exploits. And as everybody knows, when you get trolls together, they turn into natural herd animals, so when I dropped the biggest and toughest one, all the others decided I was the toughest one and started following me. He laughed lightly. And that is how you tame a herd of trolls. It's a strategy that served me well for the rest of that year, and again on my journey to Tibet. For details, see Year with the Yeti. Any questions? Calling for questions was really a canard. Harry had noticed that Lockhart loved to answer easy questions about himself, mostly from the girls in the class, but he tended to dodge anything difficult, like asking for more details about the dark creatures he fought. But Harry saw an opening and took it. He raised his hand. Yes, Harry, Lockhart, flashing his unnaturally white smile. Professor, you talk a lot about your Chinese tour in Year with the Yeti. I especially liked that chapter about your visit to Xanadu on the Trail of the Almas. Lockhart swelled with pride. The thing is, according to Harry Potter in the Empire of the Sun, I was in Xanadu at the same time you were on my way to Japan, fighting the Mongolian deathworms. Now. Harry gave a small laugh. I don't even remember that. Do you, Professor? Most of the Gryffindors sniggered, having heard Harry complain about how those books were made up all last year, but to his surprise, Lockhart started to sweat. Well, that would be quite the coincidence. I think we must have just missed each other. I don't think I remember you being there, and I certainly don't remember anything that you, don't. Harry didn't take the chance of telling Lockhart that he'd never actually been to Xanadu and certainly hadn't fought Mongolian deathworms there, but he did make his opinion known after class. It's one thing if he doesn't know the Harry Potter adventures are fake. But he was acting like he barely even knew his own books. Well, he's done so much, maybe he gets it mixed up sometimes, Hermione said. Come on, Hermione, are you going to defend this defense teacher too? Harry asked. He may not be possessed, but he's complete rubbish at his job and a little creepy. I admit he's not a very good teacher, Harry, but that doesn't mean he's not a great dark creature hunter. You could be nicer to him. I will if he'll actually teach me something besides managing my fame. The Git just won't take no for an answer. Harry, Hermione chided, even though she could still understand how annoyed Harry was getting with Lockhart. He had been offering unwanted help with managing his fame practically every time he could get Harry alone. At dinner that night, Colin Creevey sat down across from them with his usual "All right, Harry?" Harry had succeeded in calming him down from their first meeting, but the little first year was still highly excitable. "Hi, Colin," Harry replied. "Hey, Harry, did you really fight Mongolian deathworms?" Harry sighed heavily. That new rumor had been circulating the castle all day. "No, Colin," he said. "I told you those books were complete rubbish." He added, mostly to himself, "Honestly, when Voldemort's defeated and I can reveal my secrets, I'm gonna write the real Harry Potter adventures to set the record straight." Hermione giggled at him. "What, you think I can't write?" he said indignantly. "Don't you think fighting Quirrellmort and all that last year would make a good book?" "Blimey, I'd read that," Ron said. "It could be good," Neville commented. "There, you see." "If you say so, Harry," Hermione said. "I mean it. Maybe I'll start tonight." I can see it now, Harry, Hermione, and the Curse of the Defense Professor. Hermione rolled her eyes. "That's a ridiculous title. What's wrong with it? It's a bit cumbersome for one, don't you think? And it's not specific to last year. And you really don't need to work my name into it. I didn't do that much." "Sure you did. You did plenty. Not as much as you. And besides, if you want to get the reader's attention, you should make it sound more similar to the original books." "Fine," Harry relented. "How about Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone?" Ron, Neville, and even Colin nodded their agreement. Hermione looked thoughtful. "I guess that doesn't sound too bad. All right, writer boy, write me a chapter or two, and then I'll believe you." Harry knew Hermione thought he was still joking, but he'd show her. That night, he grabbed a spare notebook and wrote at the top of the first page, "Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." That Saturday, Harry ran into Luna wandering the castle barefoot a second time. But she was looking a bit bedraggled this time, mainly because her long hair was messy with no apparent attempt to style it. "Hi, Luna," Harry said. "Hello, Harry," she replied as she pinned something to a bulletin board. Intrigued, Harry took a closer look. "Lost. School shoes size 2. A pair of pink fuzzy slippers size 2. A pair of hiking boots size 2. 1 bottle of lavender-scented shampoo/conditioner. Turquoise hairbrush natural rem bristles. 3 purple quills woodpecker with special markings. A bottle of color-shifting ink. If found, please return to Luna Lovegood. Thank you." Harry's face darkened. The missing shampoo and hairbrush explained the hair, and he knew that natural rem bristles couldn't be cheap. They'd have to be imported from America, for one. He quickly caught up with the girl, who was looking for a place to pin another copy of her list. "Luna, are you missing all of these things now?" he said. "Unfortunately, yes," she said, somehow retaining her serene tone. "My shoes did come back for a few days, but they've vanished again. The Nargles have been very active lately." Harry sighed. "Luna, I really don't think Nargles did this." "Well, I suppose it could be a practical joke. I can see how some people would find that quite funny." "That's not right. You should tell a prefect or Professor Flitwick." Luna turned and smiled at him whilst still staring unblinkingly. "That's very thoughtful, Harry, but I'm sure they'll turn up sooner or later." Harry watched in frustration as the little Ravenclaw skipped away. He didn't like bullies ever since his early childhood with Dudley. He wanted to do something, but there wasn't much he could do if she didn't want his help. Suddenly, he rushed to catch up with her as a different thought struck him. "Say, Luna, we're having a birthday party for Hermione in our common room. Do you want to come?" Luna stopped and stared at him with her wide, silver eyes. Harry couldn't help his natural reaction to stare back. "I haven't been invited to a birthday party in a long time," she said. "Will there be pudding?" I don't think so, but there'll be cake." "I suppose it would be fun, if Hermione doesn't mind." "No, she'll be fine. You should come." "All right, Harry, I think I will enjoy that." It was hard to tell with Luna, but Harry thought she did enjoy it, even if she put off some of the other guests with her messy hair, bare feet, and all-around weirdness. Even Hermione rolled her eyes behind Luna's back, but his sister was perfectly happy with her party. It wasn't until afterwards that Harry explained what he had seen earlier in the hallway. "I'll bet they're picking on her just because she's so strange. It's what Dudley did to me when I was little." Maybe it is," Hermione said. "Do you want to tell Professor Flitwick? We don't know who took her things, but he might be able to help." "I don't know. She didn't want me to, but I wish we could do something to help her. What I'd like to do is give the people who did this a piece of my mind." "I understand, Harry, but that probably wouldn't help, and we still don't know who they are, anyway." "Yeah, if we could get into Ravenclaw Tower without being noticed, actually, maybe I could." "I'm not sure it's such a good idea to use your invisibility cloak to sneak into Ravenclaw Tower. What if you get caught at the door, or someone trips over you?" "Yeah, I guess you're right," Harry said. "It'd be risky for a long stakeout, although maybe if I were smaller." His sister's eyes widened as she realized what he was suggesting. "Harry, no. Anyone could recognize you from a mile away with that scar of yours." "But if I stick to the shadows?" "No, Harry. It's too risky. You know what Mum and Dad and Dumbledore and McGonagall would all say. Besides, Luna's strange, but I can already tell she notices things other people don't. You've got enough people in on your secret already. No prowling, little brother, got it?" Harry tried to stare her down, but Hermione was as good as he was after all these years. "All right," he grumbled, "no prowling." But Harry wasn't quite ready to give up. He didn't really have much idea of what to do, but after mulling it over for a while, he was struck with a sudden idea. He ran up to grab his mirror and call Sirius. "Professor, I noticed some inconsistencies between your adventures and voyages with vampires and wanderings with werewolves," Harry said. Professor Lockhart's face fell a bit. "Such as?" he said. "Well, in Voyages with Vampires, you say that in March of 1989, you were in Scandinavia with the Draugr clan preparing for their equinoctial migration. But in Wanderings with Werewolves, you say you were in Armenia in March of 1989. "I see, well," Lockhart stammered. "Mistakes can work their way into books, even for the best of us." Harry flashed him a predatory smile. "That's what I thought at first, sir, but in Voyages with Vampires, you mention watching the Northern Lights during the solar storm of 1989, and then in Wanderings with Werewolves, you mention having to deal with magical interference from that same solar storm." "Did I now?" Lockhart said with a nervous laugh. He grabbed Susan Bones's copy of Wanderings with Werewolves and started thumbing through it. Harry thought he was really starting to sweat this time. I see. I think I must have got a couple of pages of my notes mixed up," he said. "I do remember I was in a bit of a hurry that week. 5 points to Gryffindor for pointing out that error." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, even if he didn't believe it. "Thing went smoothly at Hogwarts for the next week." Harry and Hermione were doing well in their classes. Professor Snape was his usual surly self, but he seemed to be coping with his larger NEWT class after being forced to accept E students. Harry was avoiding Professor Lockhart as much as he could. Neville had committed himself to joining Harry and Hermione for their exercise regimen at least 3 days per week and was making slow but steady progress. Oliver Wood was scheduling what were probably excessive amounts of Quidditch practices. And on Friday, Harry received the package he was waiting for from Sirius, and he was eager to use it. Over the course of the week, Luna had had some of her missing items turn up and some others disappear, and Harry was pretty sure he had heard some of the Ravenclaws refer to her as Loony Lovegood, and he was ready to do something about it. "I got it, Hermione. I got it," he told his sister in hushed tones that afternoon. "What did you get?" she asked in confusion. Harry smiled. "My ticket into Ravenclaw Tower." "Harry," she hissed. "I told you. No prowling, yes. Because people would recognize my scar, but they're not going to recognize my scar." He opened the package and showed her what was inside. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Black henna men's hair dye? It's perfect. If we cover up my scar, no one will recognize me. I could just be some first-year's cat. I just need you to put it on for me." Hermione lowered her voice to a whisper. "You want to dye your fur with a product middle-aged men use to cover up gray hair in order to sneak into Ravenclaw Tower to find out who's stealing from Luna? Yeah, now you got it. I figure it'll be more reliable than a color change charm." "Are you serious? Don't say it." "Fine. But Sirius did say he might try it for himself. You know he picked up some gray hairs in Azkaban." Hermione rolled her eyes. "And what do you think you're going to do when you find out who's bullying Luna?" she asked. "Probably just tell a prefect privately. I know Luna doesn't want to make a big deal about it, but I don't want to just leave her. This is risky, Harry. If you get caught, there'll be hell to pay from everybody." "I'm not gonna get caught, Mione. No one's gonna notice another cat roaming around besides the other cats. And besides, it'll be nice to be able to roam the castle without being noticed for a change." Hermione sighed. "You're really going through with this?" Harry silently challenged her to a staring contest, and this time he won. "All right, I'll help you. I don't want you trying to get Ron to dye your fur, as funny as that would be. But let the record show that I don't approve." "Your disapproval is noted," Harry said. "Let's try my dorm. I doubt there'll be anyone up there." Harry climbed the stairs to the second-year dorm, with Hermione following. Sure enough, it was empty. "All right, let's get this over with," Hermione said, grabbing a few tissues and sitting on Harry's bed. Harry sat across from her. I wonder if the charm against boys going into girls' dorms works on Animagi," he mused. Hermione froze. "It had better," she said nervously. "Otherwise, what would your dad and Sirius have done?" "Yeah, probably." "All right, let's do this." Harry pitched forward onto his hands and knees and transformed into Ratsbane. His kitten form, if he could still call it, that had got a little larger over the past year, and was maybe pushing 8 months in cat years, but his appearance was the same as ever. Black with white paws, the brightest green eyes his family had ever seen on a cat, and a white streak in the fur on his head in the same lightning bolt shape as his infamous scar. It was this white streak that needed to be covered up for him to be able to roam the castle freely without being spotted. The bright eyes might give him away if someone was looking for him, but there was no reason for anyone to be. Taking the tissues in hand to clean up any mess and keeping one eye on the door to make sure no one came in, Hermione used the hair dye brush to begin covering over the white fur, but the moment she did, Harry jerked back, shook his head violently and covered his nose with his front paws. Hermione put a free hand on her hip and said, "Harry, I don't think you've quite thought this plan through. It's going to smell. If you want to do this, you're going to have to deal with it." Harry meowed grumpily at her. In cat language, he was roughly saying, "Just do it," but Hermione didn't know that. She kept going, carefully covering up the scar bit by bit. "I suppose I should have seen this coming," she said. "Ratsbane, the next generation marauder, of course you'd go wandering about the school on 4 legs, looking for trouble." Harry meowed something she couldn't translate, but she knew her brother well enough that she didn't need to. "Don't try to deny it. I know this is for a good cause, but I'm sure you'll be out there causing trouble sooner or later. It'll be your own fault if you get caught by Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she'll spot you, even if no one else does." Harry meowed again. "You know, as soon as I become an Animagus, you're gonna get it." Harry caterwauled in protest. "I don't care what animal I'm going to be. You're gonna get it, 'cause I'm sure I'll be something that can give it to you." Harry made a noise that sounded like a challenge. "Yes, I guess we'll see, won't we? Oh, Merlin, look at me, I'm having a conversation with a cat." Harry hissed at her. "Well, same to you." Hermione capped the bottle of dye and waved her hand, casting a wandless drying charm on Harry's fur. The smell diminished not entirely, but enough to be bearable. Harry didn't think a human would be able to smell it unless they got right up in his face. "All right, Furball, you're all set," she said. The black cat with white paws, green eyes, and a now solid black forehead meowed happily and patted out the door. Hermione stowed the hair dye in his trunk away from prying eyes. They were just in time as they met Neville coming up the stairs. The rather clumsy boy nearly tripped over Harry as the cat descended, and after that nearly ran into his sister. "Oh, hi, Hermione," he said in surprise. "What are you doing up here?" "Just, getting something for Harry," she said quickly. "See you later." She quickly rushed down the staircase, following the cat to the common room. Not seeing very many people around, Harry decided to try the girls' staircase anyway. He padded up to it carefully, slinking along the edge of the common room. Hermione whispered for him to stay back, but he was determined to try it. Taking one last look around to make sure no one was watching him, Hermione was covering him. Anyway, he cautiously put both of his front paws on the first step. The alarm didn't sound just for that, but he could feel the hostile magic priming, and he immediately jumped back, hissing. It definitely wouldn't let him go up. "Told you," Hermione said. Harry gave her an annoyed-sounding meow and proceeded over to the portrait hole. Hermione grudgingly pushed it open whilst whispering, "Be back by curfew, Ratsbane." He nodded and leapt gracefully out the door. Exploring the castle was very different in cat form. Harry hadn't really appreciated it during his brief forays last year. To feline eyes, colors were subdued, especially the reds, but the wider field of sharp vision, the exquisite motion detection, and the 7-fold better vision in low light more than made up for this. It was a whole new perspective on the castle. He could see all the little details he normally missed: the dust and cobwebs in the corners, the elaborate decorative molding on every wall and baseboard, some of them actual bas-reliefs, with stories worked into them. All the mice scurrying across the floors, since when were there this many mice in the castle? Harry's feline ears added still more. Cats could hear an octave and a half above the range of a human and an octave above even the range of a dog. He could hear the squeaking of mice, the chattering of bats, and the buzzing of insects far more clearly than in human form, not to mention the distant sounds of students roaming the halls. But smell, that was by far the most interesting. Even after all these years, it still put Harry on the verge of sensory overload. Humans could only detect a few scents at a time before they all washed each other out, but a cat could hone in on a particular note, single human scent trail out of the many who passed through the area almost as well as a dog. At any given point in the castle, Harry could smell a short recent history of the people and animals that had passed by. And he was constantly awash in the magic of the castle. It filled his nose and clung about him like a mist, but he could also smell specific spells through it that had recently been cast in the area. Harry could have spent all night exploring the cat's version of Hogwarts, but he had work to do. After a few minutes, he made a beeline for Ravenclaw Tower. It wasn't far, even for a kitten, but he passed several people along the way, thankfully without a second glance. His disguise was working. Soon he reached the entrance to the tower where he met his main obstacle. Unlike at Gryffindor Tower, there was a door, but there was still no doorknob, only an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. He sat beside the door, meowing occasionally as if he were some Ravenclaw's cat who had got locked out. After a few minutes of this, an older student came to the door and knocked the bronze knocker once. The eagle's beak opened and it spoke. 123 Cat and Undue Trois Cat had a swimming race from England to France. Who won? That's ridiculous, Harry thought. No self-respecting cat would enter a swimming race. Wait, there's no password? 123 Cat, the Ravenclaw said. Because Undue Trois Cotter sink. Admirable accent, the knocker replied, and the door swung open. The Ravenclaw held the door open for Harry, who hissed indignantly at the knocker before slipping inside. The Ravenclaw common room was airier than the Gryffindor common room, with high, arched windows and rolls of blue and bronze silk hanging between them over tall bookcases. Straight ahead, in a small niche, was a marble bust that Harry took to be Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry leisurely padded around, wandering between human, table, and chair legs, observing the students. He spotted Luna sitting alone against the wall, doing her homework. He felt a little sorry for her, sitting alone like that, but he restrained himself from approaching, in case the perceptive girl recognized his distinctive eyes. Instead, he stuck to the limited shadows himself and looked around to see who was looking in Luna's direction the most. At the moment, no one particularly stood out, and it was quite possible that her main tormentors weren't in the room. Still, he had plenty of time before curfew. He found a convenient vantage point and sat and waited. Within minutes, he realized his mistake. It had been too long since he had spent an extended period as a cat. Cats slept 12 to 16 hours per day and could slip into a cat nap at the drop of a hat. After dozing for a few minutes, he jerked awake and shook his head in confusion, to the amusement of a couple of third-year girls sitting nearby. He got up and tried to let his feline instincts take over, wandering around the common room and playing like a kitten, shy one. He quickly slipped away whenever somebody tried to pick him up, whilst keeping his ears open for Luna's name. He heard it a few times, as often as not rendered as loony, but only in isolated offhand comments. Finally, as he was really running out of time, he heard it. Two of Luna's roommates entered the common room and, among other things, began discussing their little pranks in hushed whispers. "Hey, look, Loony found her shoes again," a girl with a strong Irish accent said. From conversations with Colin and what he could get out of Ginny, Harry was able to identify her as Deirdre Chumley. "Yeah, it's kinda creepy," whispered another girl, whom Harry was pretty sure was called Melanie Maxwell. "I didn't think she'd ever find them after Marietta got through with them, but it's like Looney's even better at finding weird, random places to look for her stuff than she is." "Probably from wandering off all the time," Chumley said. "Where does she even go?" "Who knows?" said Maxwell. "Probably hunting nargles or something." Oh, Merlin. What are nargles supposed to be anyway? I don't know and I don't want to know. I might catch her craziness. Anyway. Maxwell leaned close and whispered in Chumley's ear, but Harry picked it up. I think I can get hold of some of that weird jewelry of hers. Chumley giggled and whispered back, Great. Do you think we should just chuck it this time? Nah, it's funnier to watch her looking for them all over the place. Both of them giggled. Harry fumed that Luna's roommates could be so cruel. He listened to them for a few more minutes, until they mostly changed the subject, and the news didn't get any better. He could tell there were other people involved, some he could identify and some he couldn't, but based on what he knew from watching Luna, these two seemed to be the worst offenders. At that point, he decided it was time to go, and he sat by the door and meowed a few times, and pretty soon someone let him out of the tower. Being short on time, Harry didn't waste time exploring more and headed straight back to Gryffindor Tower. Unfortunately, his luck was not as good as he had hoped because along the way, he passed Professor McGonagall in the corridor, and both of them made the mistake of stopping and staring. They both walked on before they could attract unwanted attention, but McGonagall ducked into a nearby alcove and transformed out of sight before coming out and walking up alongside Harry. She meowed at him, Boy kitten, what are you doing? It was hard for a cat to sound distinctly stern, but she pulled it off. Harry slowed his pace to a stroll and meowed back, I help girl-child friend with bad human children. Not missing a beat, the gray tabby replied, You let teacher humans deal with bad human children. Harry whined slightly and replied, I won't use magic. Want to find out who they are. You should not be in halls as a cat, McGonagall said. Humans won't know me like this. He motioned to his forehead with a paw. Helper sire and old sire's friend and girl littermate helped. McGonagall rolled her eyes. You be careful or I will stop you. Yes, teacher cat. The tabby's eyes narrowed. It was an easy guess where he had been from the route he was taking. You should not go where not allowed. Should not be in bird of prey house. She was a corruption of the feline word for house, but it was understood by the two animagi. Nominally, yes, Harry thought, but he was still confused about the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower. Bird of prey house does not need hidden word. All smart human children go in. She snorted in annoyance. Bird of prey house does not fight other houses like Big Cat House and Snake House. Human children should stay in own houses. Harry lowered his head and grumbled, Yes, teacher cat. Good. Go back to Big Cat House before end day time. Harry nodded and kept walking while Professor McGonagall went the other way. He was disappointed but not surprised that the professor wanted to curtail his feline wanderings. He would probably catch flack from Mum and Dad for this whole thing before it was over, but it was worth it in his mind. Someone needed to do something for Luna. And there was really no harm in exploring the rest of the castle this way as long as he kept his eyes and ear open. It was those ears that picked up a whining meow shortly before he reached Gryffindor Tower, and before he could react, around the corner came the one creature in Hogwarts he wanted to meet less than Professor McGonagall. To humans, Mrs. Norris looked unhealthy, scrawny and dust-colored like her owner with scruffy fur and bulging yellow eyes. Many humans would have guessed she was much older than her actual age of 5 years. But on a cat's level she actually looked a lot better, lean but not underweight, unkempt but not mangy. Harry thought she smelled a lot like an outdoor cat, very physically active and prone to roaming in common areas of the castle and sometimes out in the grounds. And despite her appearance she smelled surprisingly healthy, and of course she had the strong scent of Filch on her, easily identifiable as the only squib in the castle. When Mrs. Norris spotted Harry she walked toward him meowing, New cat. Strange cat. She sniffed him carefully, Know your scent. Magic smells like woman cat. Scent smells like bad boy human. Harry watched the cat warily and replied, I am not being bad. Mrs. Norris kept circling around him and said, human servant, no, like your human servant. He realized that without seeing him transform, her feline brain couldn't make the connection that he was the human servant and not just a strange-smelling cat. And he didn't much appreciate the comment. Your human servant does not like any humans, he shot back. Human children don't like him. She probably only got the gist of that, but she still replied, human servant hunts bad human children. I help. Harry cocked his head in confusion at this insight into Mrs. Norris's mind. Students sometimes joked about Filch being married to his cat, and he'd occasionally heard a callous 6th or 7th year laugh about how sad the man had been when his last cat died. Harry had been that close to telling them off on general principle. He didn't like Filch, but he'd never mock a cat lover. But no one had ever speculated about how Mrs. Norris felt about Filch, only complained about how well he had her trained. Struck with a sudden twinge of curiosity, Harry asked, Do you like your human servant? Mrs. Norris stared at him. Good human servant, she said. Takes good care of me. Enjoys hunting bad human children. I help hunt. Harry was taken aback. Enjoys might have been too strong a word since cats weren't very big on empathy, but it was the same kind of language he would use to describe playing with Hermione in cat form. This was a whole other side to Mrs. Norris. He didn't need to ask if she also enjoyed hunting errant students. She was a cat, after all, but the fact that she had such a strong bond with Filch was surprising. What is your name? Harry asked, genuinely interested. Mrs. Norris meowed something that couldn't be strictly translated, but evoked her ability to stalk the castle at night and sneak up on unsuspecting students. I am Death to Rats, Harry replied, as his marauder name did translate decently into cat. In acknowledgement, Mrs. Norris gave Harry a slow blink. He returned the gesture, and she finally went on her way. I just made friends with Mrs. Norris, he thought. Weird things happen when you're a cat. His wandering done for the day, and just in time for curfew, Harry meowed loudly beneath the portrait of the fat lady and knocked on the bottom of her frame 3 times with his paw. A few seconds later, the portrait opened and he leapt inside, straight into Hermione's arms. Socks! Where have you been? She said indignantly, alerting Harry to the fact that there were other people in the common room. Harry meowed in protest for her to put him down. Is that your cat, Hermione? Asked an older girl nearby. I didn't think you had one. No, he's not mine, Hermione said quickly. I think he's kind of adopted me, though. I wonder if Mum and Dad would let me get a cat of my own. Harry meowed again. We have a cat, but she's too old to come to Hogwarts. Hermione put Harry down, and he bolted up the boys' staircase, into his dorm room. Luckily only Ron and Neville were in there, and they weren't paying attention, and then into the bathroom, where he untransformed and shut the door. He looked in the mirror. He had a thick streak of black dye on his forehead over top of his scar. And then he realized his other mistake. It didn't come off with soap and water. The color lightened after several washings, but he needed it to disappear in order to avoid arousing suspicion. In desperation, he tried wandlessly casting the charm to remove ink stains. It was probably ill-advised to cast that on his own head, but thankfully it worked. Even so, he decided he should probably look into getting a water-soluble dye, or maybe just test the color change charm over long periods. He didn't know what effects that charm might have on skin with repeated use. Still, he was able to exit the bathroom dye-free. Harry, Ron said. I didn't know you were in here, Ron said. Oh, well, I am, Harry said. Ron's eyes narrowed suspiciously. wondering what exploits Harry was getting into now. Neville just looked confused. Hermione demanded to hear all the details of Harry's feline excursion as soon as they got a private moment. She was equally incensed by the callous behavior of Luna's roommates, although she made him promise not to do anything drastic about it. She registered a firm "I told you so" in response to his being caught by Professor McGonagall, and she was as surprised as he was by his conversation with Mrs. Norris. Harry also got a stern talking to from McGonagall later, in which she warned him about the dangers of going wandering about in cat form, but didn't outright forbid him from doing it again, so long as he didn't go out of bounds, including the other house's common rooms. In the end, Harry decided to do two things about Luna. The first thing was to politely mention to Mandy Brocklehurst that Luna Lovegood didn't seem to have any close friends and might benefit from having a second-year girl show her the ropes. The second thing was to talk to a prefect in private. The Ravenclaw prefect Harry was most acquainted with was Penelope Clearwater, the sister of the actress from the Diagonal Theatre. He was reasonably sure that she wasn't involved in the bullying. If she was, it was a far bigger problem, and he would have to take it straight to Professor Flitwick, so the first chance he got, he caught her with her friends in the library and said, "Excuse me, Miss Clearwater, could I speak with you in private for a moment?" He knew Penelope was a Muggle-born and so wouldn't be as impressed by his formal tone and his boy-who-lived status, but she had been steeped in the magical world for 5 years now, and her pureblood friends would be far more ingrained with the Harry Potter legend, which for once he was counting on to help him if necessary. "What is it, Mr. Potter?" Penelope said after they moved off to an isolated corner. "Miss Clearwater, it has come to my attention that Luna Lovegood is being bullied by her housemates and 2 of her roommates in particular. They've been stealing her things and hiding them, and a number of people have been calling her Loony Lovegood." Penelope's face darkened. "Miss Lovegood told you this?" "No, she didn't actually tell me. I figured it out on my own. She doesn't want to make a big deal about it, which is why I'm telling you privately." "Well, I'm afraid that's not much to go on. I understand that you can't do anything without evidence. I'm just asking you to keep an eye on them." The prefect sighed. She didn't like bullying, but it would be nice to have more than this to work with. "All right, who are they?" she asked. "There are a number of people involved," Harry said, "but the main ones are her roommates, Deirdre Chumley and Melanie Maxwell." "Okay, I'll keep an eye on them, Mr. Potter, and I'll deal with them if I find anything. I have to ask you not to take matters into your own hands." "Of course not. Thank you for your help." "Certainly." Penelope turned to leave, but she stopped for a moment and said, "By the way, if Miss Lovegood didn't tell you, how do you know all this?" Harry smiled at her. "Please, Miss Clearwater, I'm Harry Potter." Over the next week, a strange new set of rumors began to circulate the castle about Harry Potter, and rather more hushed ones than usual. They said that Harry Potter was a seer, or a mind-reader, or a magical spy, or that he was sneaking into people's dorms invisibly, and that he had embarked on a one-man anti-bullying crusade. Hermione was at the same time dismayed at the misinformation and impressed by the use of plausible deniability for Harry's real trick. But when nothing overt happened for a few days, the rumors died away, replaced by a new round of gossip. The only thing that happened was that Luna Lovegood found all of her missing possessions suspiciously fast. Chapter 46. That week, notices were posted in the 4-house common rooms that a dueling club would be starting on Thursday night. Harry and Hermione were especially excited by the news. "It'll be nice to finally get some professional instruction in the subject," Hermione said to anyone who would listen. "We asked Professor Flitwick about setting up a club last winter." "Yeah, except he said he'd need some help to do it," Harry commented. I hope he didn't get Lockhart. Why not? I'm sure Professor Lockhart is a great duelist with all the things he's done. He says he's done, Harry countered. Unfortunately for Harry, Lockhart was indeed Flitwick's assistant. The dueling club met in the Great Hall, where a long dueling platform had been set up with permanent ward stones set up at the corners that would allow people to pass through, but not spells. The turnout was good, with first years up through seventh years looking excited to learn the art, and a few like Malfoy bragging about their own independent training. To begin, Professor Flitwick hopped up on the stage. Good evening, he squeaked, and welcome to the dueling club. It's good to see so much interest in this noble sport. The last dueling club at Hogwarts sadly fell apart nearly 30 years ago, but when a couple of students suggested we restart it last year, he glanced at Harry and Hermione out of the corner of his eye. I knew it was an idea whose time had come. Dueling is an excellent sport to learn advanced spells, quick thinking, tactics, and the elements of self-defense. Of course, I may be biased. Many people laughed at that. Now, as I am sadly very busy, I shall merely be popping in for lessons from time to time, while the regular meetings will be organized by Professor Lockhart, whom I am sure is quite skilled at the sport as well. Flitwick's voice went very sarcastic on that last sentence, and he looked rather unhappy with the choice, but Lockhart didn't seem to notice. He bounded up on the platform, flashing his trademark smile, and swept his arms over the hall. Hello, hello. Gather round, he said. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. When Professor Flitwick approached me with the suggestion to start a dueling club, I was delighted. It's a little outside my field of expertise, of course, but dueling isn't too far removed from defense, and I am happy to help teach you to defend yourselves from both wizard and beast, as I have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Flitwick visibly rolled his eyes. Now, of course, we'll be following student dueling rules in this club. No dark spells, no serious injuries, that sort of thing. They're much more limited rules, more narrow, admittedly, but that's in order to ensure your safety, of course. In a full honor duel, the rules are much looser. Anything goes short of death, maiming, and unforgivable curses. Yes, honor duels are far more serious business than anything we'll be doing here. But we will still be abiding by the dueling code, honor, professionalism, and all that. So let's have a demonstration, shall we? Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. At that, a dour, dark-robed figure stepped up from the edge of the hall, glowering at the defense professor, no doubt unhappy at being called anyone's assistant. What's Professor Snape doing here? Hermione whispered to Harry. Maybe he wanted the first crack at Lockhart, Harry whispered back. Maybe they'll finish each other off, Ron muttered. Nah, Snape's an ex-Death Eater. He'll wipe the floor with Lockhart, said Harry. Professor Snape tells me he knows a tiny bit about dueling, Lockhart said. The Slytherins all sniggered behind his back. And he has sportingly agreed to help me demonstrate the forms. Not to worry, you'll get your potions master back in one piece when I'm through with him. Snape sneered at Lockhart, and even Flitwick was smirking at the pompous defense professor. He still didn't even notice, despite the truly frightening look he was getting from Snape. Now watch carefully. In the standard form, you stand at the center of the dueling platform, like so, he said. Snape stood opposite him, mirroring his actions. Brandish your wand. He held his wand in front of his chest and then swung it down by his side. Bow to your opponent, then turn and pace off to the end of the platform. This demonstrates that you obey the code of honor not to hex someone in the back, and trust your opponent to do the same. Harry was impressed a little that Snape was actually following the honor code, and a lot that Lockhart actually knew it. But then again, as much as he disliked the man, Harry had to admit that the one thing Lockhart did know was how to work the media, and that meant he had to be very familiar with the customs of honor and etiquette. Now, once you are in place, raise your wand in one of the accepted combative stances, Lockhart said. He held his wand out in front of him like a fencing épée, while Snape held his over his head, as if ready to swing it down like a cutlass. Once you take your stances, the referee will count you off, and you cast your first spells on 3. Professor Flitwick, if you would, please. Flitwick stood in the middle, just off the platform, and cried, 1, 2, 3. Both men waved their wands, but Snape was a good deal faster with his cry of, Expelliarmus. A jet of red light struck Lockhart so hard he was knocked off his feet. Many of the Slytherins cheered, and Harry suspected that a lot of the others like himself were thinking about it. Do you think he's all right? Hermione asked. Who cares? Harry and Ron said in unison. Lockhart staggered to his feet, dazed and wobbling. He took his wand back from Lavender Brown, who all but swooned at his touch. As you can see, he said with a slight slur, that was a disarming charm. Simple but effective, although if you don't mind my saying so, Professor Snape, it was quite obvious what you were about to do. It would have been all too easy for me to block you, but I thought it would be instructive for the students to see it. He trailed off as Snape glared at him hard enough to get even his attention. Well then, now that you've all seen it, why don't we try it out, shall we? He switched gears. We professors will divide you up by year and then put you all into pairs. Harry automatically tried to stay close to Hermione and she to him, since she was one of the few people in his year who was near his level, and the only one of those he trusted. But Snape had other ideas. He made a beeline for the pair and said, No need to make a mess of things with sibling rivalry now. Mr. Potter, why don't you pair off with Mr. Malfoy? Come over here. And Miss Granger, you can partner with Miss Greengrass. Now partnered against probably the 2 best duelists in their year with the possible exception of Theo Knott, Harry and Hermione had their work cut out for them, even if they were probably more advanced at dodging. Daphne Greengrass inclined her head politely to Hermione, but Draco Malfoy only smirked smugly at Harry, looking eager to try the duel he had been denied last year and was confident he would win. On my count, I want you all to cast your disarming charms at your opponents, Lockhart said. Disarming charms only. Out of the corner of her eye, Hermione saw Flitwick watching her and Harry closely. 1, 2. Eve root statum. Hermione snapped her head around to see that Malfoy had started early and not used the disarming charm, the little cheater. She was relieved when Harry dodged, but then she just had time to half see and half magic sense Daphne's disarmor coming toward her. She ducked and the spell just cleared her head. Expelliarmus! She cried. Daphne tried to dodge as well, but she wasn't quite as fast. Her wand went flying through the air and Hermione caught it one-handed. Rictusempra. Tarantaligra. Calashu. Slugulus eructo. Harry and Malfoy were still going at it, neither one gaining an advantage over the other. Flitwick ran over to them. Stop! Stop! Enough! Finite incantatum. The 2 boys' spells stopped, leaving them reeling. Around the great hall was chaos, as many other pairs had suffered unintended side effects or intentional jinxes and had to pick themselves up off the floor. I know you have both had training, but you will be expected to follow the dueling code here, Mr. Malfoy, Flitwick squeaked. And the task was to disarm only both of you. 5 points from Gryffindor and 10 points from Slytherin. My apologies, Professor, Malfoy said, looking most unapologetic. I was overexcited. Now, Professor Flitwick, Lockhart jumped in. It seems these two are prodigies. Perhaps an exhibition duel is in order. Harry's eyes widened a bit, and he glanced at Hermione. He had never been in a serious duel with anyone other than his sister, and Draco Malfoy in front of the Great Hall would not be his first choice, not least because there was a good chance Malfoy was still better than he was. I think that is an excellent idea, Snape said with a twisted smile that indicated he also expected Malfoy to win. Harry started to sweat a bit. I suspect that Miss Granger is her brother's superior in this matter, Flitwick interrupted, to some surprised murmurs. Oh, there will be plenty of time for that, Snape said. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy on the platform, please. Ready to do this fairly, Mr. Malfoy? Harry asked as they officially faced off this time. Malfoy thought his small test might have been ill-advised. It only confirmed what he already suspected, that Potter wouldn't be taken by surprise. Still, he was confident in his skills, and he answered, Of course, Mr. Potter. Are you scared? You wish. Lockhart counted them off, and the spells started flying at the correct time this time. Harry saw, and Hermione also saw from the floor, that Malfoy dueled the same way he spoke and generally carried himself, quick, cutting, and precise. There was a certain grace in his stance, his careful wand handling, and his economy of movement. He had mastered the simple block charm, Contigo, which produced a small shield that didn't cover the whole body and would only absorb one spell on a cast, but was nonetheless effective. In other words, he was well versed in the traditional style. Harry, on the other hand, was a very active duelist, dodging and weaving around Malfoy's spells and wasting as little time as possible trying to block them. He shot spells back in quick, predatory strikes of 2 or 3 at a time in hopes of getting one past the Slytherin's blocking spells. A lot of the students were cheering almost at once, even many of the older ones, at the classic Gryffindor versus Slytherin grudge match and that between two sons of noble families, even if they were only second years. Hermione noticed that Professors Flitwick and Lockhart looked most pleased with the display, while Snape was frowning, probably because Malfoy wasn't doing better. It looked like a pretty even match. Perhaps Malfoy was a shade more skillful, but Harry made up for it with sheer nerve, that was, until with a particularly grand flourish of his wand, Malfoy bellowed, Serpensortia! A long black snake exploded from the end of Malfoy's wand, a European adder, Harry recognized, the only venomous snake in Britain. It fell heavily on the floor between them, raising its head to strike. All 3 professors moved to intercept it, but Harry didn't give them the chance. He wasn't sure why he did it. It was ludicrous to expect the snake to listen to him, and he could think of several spells that might stop it from attacking, but it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. He opened his mouth and commanded, Stop! Except what everybody else in the Great Hall heard was, Saya Cass! The adder stopped. Everyone else stopped too. Harry looked almost hypnotized by the snake, or maybe he was the one doing the hypnotizing. He didn't seem to register the entire hall staring at him, including his sister and friends, nor Snape giving him a shrewd and calculating look, nor Malfoy wide-eyed in horror. But then he pointed at Malfoy and said, Has he seeheth? The adder turned and started slithering back towards Malfoy, whose eyes grew even wider. He staggered back and looked like he was about to bolt from the hall. Hold still, Mr. Malfoy, Snape ordered. He pointed his wand, Vipera Evanesca. The snake vanished, and it was only then that Harry looked up, registered the stares and the deep silence filling the hall, and realized what he'd just done. Oh, Merlin's pants, he said. I just spoke Parseltongue, didn't I? Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna Lovegood a little ways down were the only ones with the presence of mind to nod in confirmation. Neville was looking very pale. Harry couldn't fathom how now, after 12 years of life, he had suddenly picked up the snake language, an incredibly rare ability best known for being shared with Salazar Slytherin, of all people, and other dark wizards. It looked like nobody else knew why either, by the sounds of the ominous muttering from around the great hall. "I think it would be best if we adjourned for the night," said Snape, and he, Flitwick, and a confused Lockhart starting shooing students from the room. In the shuffle, Hermione grabbed Harry by the ear and dragged him from the platform. "Ow! Hey!" Harry protested, pushing her away, but Hermione still grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him from the great hall and into the annex where the first years always waited to be sorted. He looked with dismay to see Snape following them, no doubt to interrogate him, but Hermione beat him to the punch. "Harry James Potter, if you knew you were a Parselmouth all this time and didn't tell me." I didn't. It just sort of happened." "You just happened to realize you could speak another language?" "Yes. I didn't even know I was doing it or why. The thought just popped into my head." Hermione slowed down in confusion. "You spoke Parseltongue without knowing it?" "Yeah, it was like some kind of magic." Hermione sighed in frustration. Things could never be simple around her brother. "Mr. Potter," Snape said. Harry and Hermione jumped and spun around to face him. "Are you quite certain you never knew you could speak Parseltongue before?" "Yes, sir. It's not like I see that many snakes around, Professor, and even at the zoo I never felt the urge to talk to them." "Very well, you may go for now, but the headmaster may wish to speak with you about this." Snape turned and strode from the room. "I have a bad feeling about this," Harry said. "Come on, let's get back to the tower," Hermione said. They climbed up the 7 flights to the common room, arriving just as the dueling club participants were explaining what had happened. As soon as the pair climbed through the portrait hole, all eyes turned to Harry, and the chatter of voices dropped to whispers. Most of them, some Gryffindors they were, he thought seemed to be afraid to approach him. One of the few exceptions was Ron, who actually looked angry. "Harry, why didn't you tell us you were a Parselmouth?" the redhead demanded. "I didn't know," Harry told the room. "That was the first time it happened." "That was awesome, Harry." Colin Creevey gushed. "The way you sicked Malfoy's snake back on him." He made a striking motion with his hand. "I wish I'd brought my camera." "Cool it, Creevey," said Cormac McLaggen. "Talking to snakes is really dark magic." "It is not," Parvati Patil said in a huff. "Parselmouths are highly respected in India. You should visit sometime, Harry. My cousins would love to meet you," she added in a tone that made Harry a bit nervous. "Well, around here, snakes are considered dark," Seamus Finnegan retorted. "Haven't you heard of St. Patrick banishing the snakes from Ireland?" "Seamus, there never were any snakes in Ireland," Hermione said flatly. "It's still a Slytherin power." "Obviously not," Harry spoke up. "I think we can all agree I'm the furthest thing from a Slytherin. Kick Malfoy's arse in the first Quidditch match and we'll believe you," Fred Weasley quipped half-jokingly from the back of the common room. "Oh, don't worry." "I will," Harry said fiercely. "I don't know how this happened, but I'm not a dark wizard or a Slytherin or anything like that. I just have bad luck with being normal, okay?" A few people laughed at that, and it cut off the worst of the murmurings. He and Hermione sat down by Ron and Neville, and Parvati came over and hung close by. "Are you okay, Neville?" asked Hermione. The round-faced boy still looked pale, but he faced the two of them and said, "Yeah, that was just really creepy." Harry sighed in exasperation, but Hermione added, "Yeah, it kind of was. I knew you couldn't be doing anything too bad, but it was still kind of disturbing hearing you hissing like that." "Yeah, well, I'll avoid talking to snakes again, okay?" "How often would I need to talk to snakes, anyway?" No one had anything to say to that. Severus Snape was reeling as he rushed up to the headmaster's office. That boy Lily's boy, a Parselmouth. It didn't seem possible. He was certain he would have known if Lily had had the ability, and while James would never have admitted to it, one would think there would have been some mention of it in his family tree. That left only one explanation, well, technically two, but it was clear from the boy's body language that he was acting from instinct, not book learning. He had to admit it was satisfying to see Potter interrogated by his sister like that, but it was small consolation for the much larger problem that he had inherited an ability that could only have come from the Dark Lord himself. "Potter, why must you make things so bloody difficult?" he thought. "Sherbet lemon," he grumbled when he reached the 7th floor, barely slowing down enough to give the gargoyle time to step aside. He rushed up the stairs and into the office, finding Albus sitting at his desk, doing paperwork. The headmaster immediately rose to his feet when he saw his breathless potions master. "Severus," he said, "what is wrong? Was there an injury at the club?" "No, Albus, although that might have been preferable." The old man's eyebrows shot up. "I fear we may have a more serious problem." Lucius Malfoy took the envelope from the family's eagle owl with concern. It was unusual for Draco to write at this time of day, which bespoke something unusual and urgent. Perhaps his master had made his first move. When he opened the letter, his concern grew when he saw the unusually blunt note, the uncharacteristically shaky handwriting, and the entirely unexpected topic. "Dear Father and Mother, Harry Potter is a Parselmouth." He just revealed it to the whole school, I think by accident. He was acting like it was the first time he found out. Is Potter the heir of Slytherin? If so, how could he possibly enact a plan we would support, and if not, what will this mean for the real heir? And should I approach Potter? I don't think he's in a friendly mood. He just set my own conjured snake on me in the dueling club. Your loving son, Draco. Lucius immediately went to his liquor cabinet and poured himself a double. This complicated matters. Unbeknownst to her, Ginny Weasley's handwriting was even shakier than Draco Malfoy's as she wrote in her diary. "Dear Tom, we had the dueling club today, but you'll never guess what happened. Harry is a Parselmouth." There was a very large ink splash of surprise, then some scribbles that indicated Tom didn't know what to say. Finally, he wrote back, "How did this happen?" Ginny explained about Harry's and Malfoy's duel, going on at length about how well Harry had dueled and how impressive the fight was. Tom was interested enough in that he didn't stop her, but the most interesting part was how Harry had turned Malfoy's snake back at him just by hissing at it. "And you are certain he didn't know about this before?" "Yes, he said it was the first time it happened." "That's very unusual," Tom wrote. "Parseltongue is very rare and usually inherited. What do you know of Harry's family?" "He's a half-blood. His father was from an old Lightside family, and his mother was a Muggle-born. I don't see how he could have got dark magic like that from his family." "Parseltongue is not dark magic, Ginny," Tom wrote patiently. "Anyone can inherit it. Magic is not light or dark, anyway. It is merely the exercise of the power given to us as witches and wizards." Ginny regarded this statement with confusion. It went against all the stories her parents and brothers had told her. Whether or not all those books were true, the one thing everyone agreed on was that Harry was a great Lightside wizard, especially after everything he did to help pass her father's bill last spring. On the other hand, Harry had just used what was supposed to be dark magic in front of half the school. "I'm not sure what to think, Tom," she finally wrote back. "I think at least some magic really is dark, like the unforgivable curses. But I don't think Harry would ever use any of those." Tom let her words linger on the page, mulling over whether to launch into a philosophical discourse on the merits of the so-called unforgivable curses, but he decided that was a discussion for another time. "Perhaps not," he replied. "He sounds very noble as you describe him." "Oh, he is, Tom. I told you all the things he did last year, and that's just what he admits to. Back to the matter of his family, though, I remember a Charles Potter. He was a 6th-year Gryffindor prefect in my first year, and he was dating Doria Black, who was a 7th-year Slytherin prefect." "A Gryffindor was dating a Slytherin?" Ginny wrote in surprise. "It wasn't so uncommon in my day, although Doria Black was one of the less traditional members of her family. If she was Harry's grandmother, it could be a latent trait of the Black line." "I don't know," Ginny replied. "I've never heard of any other Parselmouths. Of course, the only Black left is Sirius Black, and he was a Gryffindor, and he's Harry's godfather." Another ink swirl of surprise. "So many old families have fallen from grace since my day. But no matter, perhaps you can ask Harry about his family." Ginny quivered with the tip of her quill on the page. She could barely talk to Harry already, and this she didn't think he'd like it. "I don't know if I can," she wrote slowly, hesitantly. "I don't think he'll want to talk about it. But I can listen if he says anything." "That will work." "Thank you, Ginny. It's good to have eyes and ears in the castle again." "You're welcome, Tom. I'm glad I have you to talk to. Our beloved son. This news is most disturbing. We will be wanting a full account of your dispute with Potter. Your father is certain, based on his sources, that Potter is not the heir of Slytherin, at least not the one referred to in the legend. Parseltongue is not unique to the Slytherin line, although we cannot speculate as to whence he might have acquired such an ability. After careful consideration, your father has concluded that the presence of another Parselmouth in the school will likely make the heir more cautious and may slow down his plans, but it could also be useful. If Potter is, indeed, a novice Parselmouth, he will not be a great threat, but the heir could plausibly implicate Potter when he makes his move and will likely do so as a cover. Anything you can do to encourage this belief without tipping the House of Malfoy's hand would be beneficial to our cause. We believe that it would not be beneficial to approach Potter at this time. He has already shown his colors. Continue to deal cautiously with him and Granger. Father and Mother." The next morning, Harry was getting more stares in the corridors than he had got since he first started at Hogwarts, but unlike then, when everyone had wanted to get a look at the boy who lived, now a lot of people were avoiding him. Apparently, quite a few people thought, like Seamus Finnegan and Cormac McLagan, that Harry was some kind of dark wizard because of his newfound Parseltongue ability. Hufflepuff was actually the biggest source of this attitude, being the most light house after Gryffindor, which mostly sided with Harry out of house loyalty. The most interesting reactions came from Slytherin. Unusually for the House of the Snake, they didn't seem to have a unified message. Some of them taunted Harry for being a dark wizard, not because they weren't dark themselves, but because they knew it would annoy him. Others accused him of being a traitor to Slytherin House for not being sorted there as a Parselmouth, and a few of them sounded like they meant it. A couple of them mocked him for blowing his perfect plan of secretly being some kind of super Slytherin, but hiding it by being sorted somewhere else, and a group of wide-eyed first-years asked him if he was the heir of Slytherin for some reason, which he politely but firmly denied. However, the students with the closest ties to suspected Death Eaters like Malfoy and Nott seemed to be carrying on as if nothing had happened. They didn't confront Harry, but they didn't avoid him or ignore him either. They just sneered at him as usual, and that was that. In the meantime, while Harry and Hermione were walking to breakfast, Luna Lovegood appeared seemingly from nowhere and motioned them into an empty classroom. Once inside, Luna let out a hissing sound that made Hermione jump about a foot in the air, and that sounded to Harry like someone speaking with a shower running loudly in the background. The words he heard were, "You know, Sammy, you speak snake tongue." "I didn't know," he replied until he realized it didn't feel quite right and snapped back to English. "Wait! What the dash?" "Luna, you're a Parselmouth?" Hermione said in disbelief. "Unfortunately not," Luna said with inexplicable disappointment. "Mummy only taught me the basics." "What? Your mum taught you?" "Oh yes. You can learn Parseltongue just like any other language. It's much more difficult though. The human voice isn't really designed to produce it." "How was my accent, Harry?" It was pretty thick," Harry admitted. "I was afraid so," Luna replied. "Do you think you could help me improve?" Harry was stunned. "What? You're saying you want me to teach you Parseltongue?" Luna's already high voice rose a couple of pitches as she answered, "Yes, I think that would be very pleasant." "Even though people think it's dark magic?" Luna cocked her head and stared her unblinking stare at him. "Do you think it's dark magic, Harry?" "Well, no, it's just a language I can speak for some weird reason, I guess." "Exactly. It's just a language like any other. Mummy loved languages. She taught me a bunch of them. I know Mermish, Gobbledygook, Giant Speak, and Parseltongue. I learnt Mermish and Gobbledygook pretty well, but there's not a lot written about the others. Parseltongue is hard to learn because there are so few native speakers who can describe it." "That could actually be pretty interesting, Harry," Hermione jumped in. "The phonology alone would have to be like nothing in human languages. Maybe you could write up a description of it using Muggle linguistic techniques." "Oi! Now, you want me to get into this Parseltongue thing too, Hermione?" "Why not? You just said yourself it's not dark magic." "Yeah, but it's got everybody staring at me again." "Well, I hate to say it, but there's not much you're ever going to be able to do about that," she replied. "You might as well put it to good use." Harry thought about his wild idea to write an autobiography at age 12. This was completely different, but he couldn't deny he felt a little bit of a pull from it. With a sigh, he said, I guess it's worth looking into, but I can't even tell when I'm speaking it, though. It all sounds like English to me." "Well, you can probably learn to tell them apart," Hermione said. "We can work on that. Say, do you could teach us a little gobbledygook while we're at it, Luna?" "Ugh, don't you think we're already doing enough stuff, Hermione?" Harry asked. "We're only in 2 clubs each plus our exercise routine. That's not as crazy as what some people do. And a de facto magical language club could be very interesting." Luna giggled. "I think that sounds very nice, Hermione. Perhaps we could meet on Saturdays, those usually aren't very busy." "Where's Ron when I need him?" "I'm outnumbered." Harry groaned, eliciting more giggles from the girls. Okay, you win. We can do your linguistic study of Parseltongue or whatever. Let's go get breakfast." "Okay," Luna squeaked as they left the classroom. She started skipping down the hall. "I hope there's white pudding," she added. "Oh, and Luna, thanks for not asking about all of this in public," Harry said softly. Luna stopped skipping and stared at him again. "You're welcome, Harry. I thought you might want to discuss this privately." Then she blinked slowly. Harry blinked slowly in return, and he caught a nervous look on Hermione's face. But for some reason the gesture comforted Harry more than it worried him. He was sure there was no way Luna could have noticed his feline form, and after all, she had done the same thing at New Year's when she first met him. He was pretty sure that was just Luna being Luna. "By the way, Harry, your Nargle-removing efforts were very effective," the little Ravenclaw said as she skipped. "None of my things have gone missing this week, so thank you." "How did you do it?" "Ah, sorry, Luna, that one's a family secret." Remus Lupin arrived at the gates of Hogwarts and quickly made the trip to the castle and then up to the headmaster's office. "Ah, Remus, good morning," Albus said a little too cheerfully for Remus's liking when he entered. "I thought I might receive a visit from you and Sirius today." "Yes, well, Sirius would have been here, but he couldn't change his shift on such short notice," Remus said dismissively, "and we wanted to talk to you before this hits the papers tomorrow." "He told me to say, and I concur. How do you want to explain this one, Albus?" Albus sighed. "It is quite the puzzle." "Please sit, Remus." "Sherbet lemon?" "No, thank you." "I was most surprised when Severus told me last night that Harry could speak Parseltongue," Albus said more soberly. "It is unfortunate that he had to discover this ability in such a public fashion." "You think?" Remus said. "How did this happen? It can't be a family trait. We can trace Harry's family back 5 generations, and there's no sign of a Parselmouth. I would not want to speculate. I can only guess that it has something to do with what happened on the night when James and Lily were killed." "Albus, you don't think?" He couldn't bring himself to even think the words. "If it could have something to do with the thing we discussed before." "I said that I would not want to speculate, Remus," Albus said sharply. "There are any number of phenomena that could cause a transfer of magic knowledge or skills like this. A bout of legilimency gone wrong is only the most mundane explanation. Or perhaps it could truly be latent from Lily's side. Or, with the prophecy involved, it may yet be something that even I have not imagined." Remus relaxed a little bit. At least there were reasonable alternatives. "How can you find out, then?" he said. "By continuing my research along a number of avenues. Having certain artifacts in hand would be a help, as would certain instruments I am hoping to acquire or construct. Please do not doubt that I will pursue all avenues to ensure that Harry is not harmed by this, however it came about." "I should hope so. You've got a lot of people to answer to, especially Sirius." The thought of an angry Sirius Black was enough to give even Albus Dumbledore a bit of a chill. "By the way, have you made any progress with that other issue?" Albus settled into his seat. "Only a little, but I will tell you what I know." Chapter 47. The next dueling club had been postponed for a week pending a reorganization. The rumor was that Flitwick didn't trust Lockhart to run it after his clueless first attempt, although, ironically, Harry thought the Ponce could have done much worse, and Snape had clearly only been there to blast Lockhart in public. Some of the older students did the maths and decided that the next best duelist in the castle who actually had the time to run the club was Professor Vector, the arithmancy teacher, of all people. Flitwick apparently thought the same thing, and he managed to recruit Vector for the club. "That could actually be a good combination," Harry said one day as he and his friends talked the situation over with Hagrid. "Lockhart's incompetent, but he knows the forms really well, and Vector's supposed to be good with the spells, so if you put them together, they might actually be good at teaching dueling." "If Vector doesn't kill Lockhart first," Ron said. "Nah, I think Professor Vector likes him, for some reason," Hagrid said. "For now," Harry quipped. "Yeah," Neville added. I don't know about Professor Vector, but Gran's been telling anybody who'll listen how much she doesn't like him. I think people think he gets annoying pretty fast." Hermione scoffed. "I really don't think you two are giving Professor Lockhart enough credit, Harry. I know he's not such a good teacher, but you can at least respect him for his skill with dark creatures." "But we only have his word on that," Harry countered. "I've been looking around and there's hardly any corroborating accounts for any of his books. I'm starting to wonder if he made a lot of that stuff up." "Harry, how can you say that? I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him unless he was sure about him." Hagrid started. "'Fraid to disappoint ya, Hermione, but Dumbledore didn't have much choice. Lockhart was the only man who applied." "What? No one else wanted the job?" Hermione said. "Nah, they didn't. It's that ruddy curse keeps gettin' harder to find defense professors, especially after Quirrell died. But he was possessed by Voldemort." Harry protested. Hagrid flinched, but he answered, "Don't matter. It's always somethin' happenin' to the defense professor. One o' these years we might not get anybody, and then the ministry'll probably send somebody they pick." Hermione set her glass down with a look of intense concentration on her face. Something wrong, Hermione?" Hagrid asked her. "Hagrid, that's brilliant." "How? What?" the boys said. "Well, o' course it is," Hagrid said, blushing. What did I say?" "Sending someone from the ministry to teach defense." Harry stared at his sister in confusion. Hermione, do you really think getting the ministry involved would make things better?" "It would if they send an Auror." Harry's eyes went wide. "Hagrid, that's brilliant." "Okay, I'm lost," Ron said. "Think about it," said Harry. "We're getting basically no instruction in defense class because nobody who's any good will take the job." "Right," Hermione added. "I asked the older students, and apparently Quirrell was the best defense professor they've had in years, and he was evil. And even though all the defense professors are on one-year contracts already, bad things still happen to them. But if the ministry sends a different Auror every year on a rotation," it finally dawned on Neville. "And he never has any intention of staying another year because he knows he's going to be reassigned. Then we might be able to get good teachers who don't get hurt by the curse," Harry concluded. "I can't believe no one thought of that before." "Well, Dumbledore don't like to get the ministry to get too involved," said Hagrid, "but I suppose an Auror wouldn't be too much trouble." "Wow, that could really work," Ron said in surprise. "That'd be neat, learning from an actual Auror who's done it all before." "Yeah," said Hermione. "If Mum and Dad like the idea, we should tell Dumbledore and then talk to Susan about asking her aunt." They headed back soon after that to start writing their letters. Neville was also going to suggest the idea to his grandmother. Snape seemed to be pretty well entrenched, but if they could do something about the defense professorship, it could do wonders for the quality of instruction at the school. They were startled from their thoughts by a call of, "Hey, Harry," as they entered the castle, and they turned to see Parvati Patil greeting him. "Oh, hi, Parvati," Harry said offhandedly. "Are you coming to the next dueling club meeting?" she asked. Parvati had been hanging about Harry close ever since that first chaotic meeting over a week ago. "Of course. I just hope it will be less eventful than the last one." "Oh, I don't know, I thought the last one was pretty interesting," Parvati said with a smile. "Not for me," Harry grumbled. Parvati laid a tentative hand on his shoulder and said, "You shouldn't listen to those people who are saying you're a dark wizard, Harry. Parseltongue is just a—" "I know, it's just an ability that some people have." He kept walking, pulling away from her. It's just that I've already got enough to be famous for. Well, I guess, but you should embrace your abilities, Harry, she said, sounding disappointed. Just look what you've done with Quidditch. Yeah, well, I'll think about it, Parvati, he said, continuing on his way. What's her deal anyway? He asked softly when they reached the common room. Hermione gave her brother a patronizing look and said, "Oh, Harry, I think Parvati has a crush on you because you're a Parselmouth." What? Seriously? How do you figure? Because I'm not blind and I do room with her. Do you remember how she said Parselmouths are respected in India? I think it's a little more than respected. Oh, great. Just what I need. Someone else who likes me for something I have no control over. Come on, Harry, what's your problem? Ron said. It's great that girls like you. But they don't like me. They like the person they think I am. And Hermione's just Harry Potter's sister to a lot of them, the boys too. You guys actually hang out with us after you've got to know us. I like that a lot better than hero worship. Neville nodded hesitantly in understanding as his words. Ron looked a little surprised even after this much time, but he wisely held his tongue about it for the moment. Harry, I know you might not have feelings for Parvati, Hermione cut in, but you should try to be nice to her. She was going against a lot of the school to stick up for you like that. And I hear Padma was saying the same things too. That was too good for Ron to pass up. Blimey, twins, Harry, he said, wagging his eyebrows. Harry threw a cushion at him. Anyway, you're going to have to learn to live with it, Hermione said. Parvati's not the only one after all. You know Ginny has a crush on you because you're the boy who lived. Oi! Ron protested. Yeah, her and half the other girls in school, Harry groaned, although he knew everyone knew by now that Ginny had it the worst for him. And then there's Luna. Well, it's kinda hard to tell with her, but she did ask me to teach her Parseltongue and stuff. No, I actually think that was just academic interest there, Hermione replied. Really? Really? I think Luna was just being Luna. Good evening and welcome to the second meeting of the Hogwarts Dueling Club, Septima Vector addressed the Great Hall. Gilderoy Lockhart stood beside her, looking as primped as ever, while Flitwick supervised. I thought we'd go over the dueling code in a little more detail, since I was informed there was some confusion last time. She watched the Slytherins in the group carefully. And then try some practice duels with basic disarming and blocking. Flitwick nodded approvingly. Professor Lockhart, perhaps you would like to explain the procedure for a challenge to a duel. Of course, Professor Vector, Lockhart replied, flashing his brilliant smile. It's really quite simple, of course. Any proper duel, whether a formal honor duel or an informal duel, begins with a publicly issued challenge. In the case of an honor duel, the challenger will demand satisfaction in response to some insult or dishonorable act on the part of the challenged, and will give him or her a chance to apologize in lieu of actually dueling. If the challenged person accepts, he or she has the right to set the rules for the duel, while the challenger has first right to propose a location and time. Each party will also appoint a second who will first attempt to reconcile the dispute beforehand, and then will ensure that the rules of the duel are followed. A few of the younger students, including Ron, looked surprised to have some of their misconceptions about dueling corrected, and Harry was sure Hermione would be taking notes if Remus and Cousin Andy hadn't explained all of this before. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, Vector said cordially. Both the duels we'll be doing here and most honor duels, unless a different rule is specified, will be following tournament rules. Tournament rules vary by your level of expertise, but they universally prohibit physical contact and, at minimum, unforgivable curses, death, and permanent maiming. They also specify the most usual stopping condition. The duel ends when one party is incapacitated, that is, for whatever reason, they are no longer able to duel. Harry's and Hermione's ears pricked up. That standard was a little different for them than it was for most people. If either party wishes to stop the duel before the stopping condition is met, they may verbally declare that they yield, although it's considered dishonorable to do that in an honor duel. "What if you've been silenced, Professor?" one of the older students asked. Lockhart smiled again and spoke up. "A clever little rule adapted from the Muggles called tapping out. Simply strike the ground twice with your hand in order to declare that you yield. If you can't speak or tap out, then you've probably lost anyway." Many of the students laughed. "Quite right," said Vector. "Now, perhaps a demonstration is in order. Professor Lockhart, I challenge you to an informal duel." "I accept," Lockhart beamed. "And as a further demonstration of what we'll be teaching tonight, I declare that only disarming and blocking charms will be allowed. Note, students, that I can set the rules any way I want, even if it is very unusual." Harry scoffed silently. He had a sneaking suspicion that Lockhart had spent quite a bit of time practicing those two charms just so he could set the rules like that and give himself a level playing field, considering he hadn't shown himself to be much of a spellcaster in class. "Very well," Vector said. "Professor Flitwick, if you would." "Ahem," the little charms master said. "Wands at the ready, 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Cant ego. Expelliarmus. Cant ego." Lockhart and Vector were both shooting spells fast, but Lockhart's were visibly weaker, and his movements a little slower, and Harry recognized the look on Vector's face. She was toying with him, what most people would say was like a cat playing with a mouse, although that wasn't quite right. But whatever one called it, she easily blocked all of Lockhart's disarming charms. Lockhart looked like he thought he was holding his own at first, but suddenly Vector whipped her hat off her head and tossed it in the air. Casting Cant ego, her shield struck her hat and knocked it across the platform, straight into Lockhart's face. Expelliarmus. She cried while he was distracted, and Lockhart was knocked flat on his back and wandless. The entire hall laughed, and the Ravenclaws and Slytherins and a few Gryffindors cheered. Harry thought Vector had really impressive aim. "Ah, yes," Lockhart stammered as he pulled himself to his feet. "An excellent demonstration, Professor Vector. Creative use of the simple block charm. As you can see, even the most restricted duels can allow for some surprising tricks." Wow, this guy is really good at spin, Harry thought. He just got his arse handed to him, and he's still digging himself out with literally a wink and smile. After that, Professor Vector made sure everyone could cast the two spells some of the first years had a bit of trouble and had to sit it out, and then divided the students into pairs for practice duels. Harry and Hermione were paired with Zacharias Smith and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. "Ready for this, Mr. Potter?" Smith asked. "Of course, Mr. Smith," Harry replied. "But are you ready?" "I'm always ready, Mr. Potter." "Let's duel." "Wands at the ready," Professor Vector called. Harry and Smith bowed to each other and took their stances. 1, 2, 3. Harry felt a little sorry for Hannah Abbott. He could barely hold his own against Hermione, so Hannah never really stood much of a chance. Zacharias Smith, on the other hand, was the scion of a noble house, and he had actually had some dueling training. However, Harry had the advantage of being more comfortable with dodging, which freed up precious seconds for him to fire more disarming charms, and it wasn't long before Smith was disarmed. Professor Vector praised both Hermione and Harry for their quick wand work, and quickly decided that to give them fairer competition, they should be partners with third years. Draco Malfoy and Theodore not also made the cut. She paired them with 2 Ravenclaws, Eddie Carmichael and a pretty girl named Cho Chang. When she counted them off again, Harry realized just how far they had to go. Hermione was better than he was, and she just barely prevailed over Cho, but he himself had never dueled anyone as good as Eddie before. He quickly found himself on the defensive, casting mostly simple block charms to stop Eddie's flurry of disarming charms. In that position, even with the dueling holster for an extra line of defense, it wasn't long before his wand was wrenched from his grip. "Ah, I yield," he said quickly, as he technically needed to do under the code as a wandless magic user, although Eddie didn't know that. He hoped that he could just pass it off as a slip made in surprise. Things calmed down over the next 2 weeks, at least inside the castle. Outside, a heavy driving rain pounded against the walls for days on end. The dueling club went smoothly as the next meeting, with Harry and Hermione continuing to show themselves to be among the top duelists in their year and the equals of the average third year. Quidditch practice, on the other hand, was an ordeal. Harry didn't think that quick spell courses were likely to do Filch any good, but he was smart enough not to say it, not when he narrowly escaped detention with the man. It was a real stroke of luck that nearly headless Nick was interested enough in his well-being to persuade Peeves to smash a vanishing cabinet right above Filch's office. "I wish I could do something to help you out with the headless hunt," Harry said in return as he started back to Gryffindor Tower. Nick stopped literally cold. Harry barely managed to dodge around him. "Well, there is one thing that you might be able to do," Nick ventured. "But no, it would be asking too much." "What is it?" Harry said. Nick drew himself up to his most dignified state and said, "This Halloween will be my 500th death day. It's quite a momentous occasion, you understand. I'll be holding a party in the dungeon's friends coming from all over the country, of course, and it would be a great honor if I could have live guests." "Oh." Harry's face fell. He couldn't possibly, he just hoped he could break the news gently. "Well, you see, Nick," he said, "the thing is, Halloween is also my parents' death day." "Oh dear," Nick replied disappointedly. "I'm terribly sorry." "Thank you. You see, I wasn't even sure if I was going to the regular feast. I may just eat in the kitchens with Hermione and Neville, you know, get away for a quiet dinner." "Well, as quiet as the elves can make it, anyway." Of course, I understand," Nick said. "I wouldn't want to keep you from your private memorial. Thanks for understanding. I hope the party goes well." "Thank you, Harry." "So do I." Nick glided away dejectedly, his head wobbling on his shoulders. Harry watched him go sadly. If it were any other night he would humor the ghost, but he didn't think he could manage Halloween. He really did wish there was something else he could do for him. Suddenly a thought struck him. "Say, Nick," he said. The ghost turned around. "I think I know 1 or 2 people who might be interested in a Death Day party. I hope Sir Nicholas doesn't mind that we're late," said Luna Lovegood. She looked around interestedly at the tall black candles burning blue and the orchestra of musical saws. "Well, in the Muggle world, people are always talking about being fashionably late to parties," Colin Creevey replied, looking equally wide-eyed at the setting. "I'm glad Hermione warned us to grab a bite at the feast first. I guess ghosts wouldn't have food at their parties." Ghosts do show up on camera, don't they? They do, Luna said. It's only vampires who don't and heliopaths, but that's because they're so bright that they overexpose the film. Huh. Good to know. Ginny Weasley felt dizzy as she sat under the live bats and giant pumpkins of the Halloween feast. Colin had already taken off to go to some ghost party, and she was starting to think taking off early might be a good idea herself. Ginny wasn't sure what was wrong with her this month. Percy thought it was a cold, and her roommates thought she was just homesick. But she couldn't help feeling there was something deeper. She wasn't sleeping well, her slumber being frequently interrupted by disturbing dreams that she could never remember afterwards. She found herself carrying her diary with her everywhere and writing in it at odd times, like in class or sometimes under the table at meals. She felt like Tom was the only one who understood her. It helped that she could tell him everything and he couldn't tell anyone else. Tom was such a good friend to her, she thought. He always seemed to know what to say to her and never judged her like her brothers seemed to do, especially Percy. Lately, she felt like she could even hear his voice when he wrote back to her in the diary. "I don't feel so good, Tom," she wrote, or she was pretty sure she wrote it. In her daze, she couldn't say 100% that she'd written the words after they disappeared or just imagined it. "If you've already had enough to eat, perhaps you should go up to bed early," Tom replied, his voice filled with concern. No, that was just how she'd imagined his voice. He didn't have a voice. He just wrote the words on the page, she thought. She wasn't entirely certain she'd seen those words either after they, too, vanished. "Yeah, maybe I should." Ginny excused herself and started up towards Gryffindor Tower, but before long she got distracted, wandering the corridors aimlessly until she found herself outside the second-floor girls' bathroom once again. She didn't know why her wanderings kept bringing her to this place. No one even used this bathroom because it was haunted by a ghost named Moaning Myrtle. "What am I doing here?" she said. "Why do I keep coming here?" "Don't worry about it, Ginny," Tom whispered in her head. If she were fully aware of what was going on, she would have noticed that he was whispering in her head, but right now it seemed perfectly normal. "I'm not supposed to be wandering around during the feast," she muttered to herself. "I could get in trouble." "You could wait here until the feast is over and then rejoin the crowd," Tom suggested. "Yeah, maybe." Just then, she heard the chilling sound of a predatory meow behind her. She turned around to see a lean and scruffy-looking cat staring at her. "Oh no. That's Filch's cat. She's spotted me." "Tom, what am I gonna do?" "You'll have to put her out of commission," Tom whispered in her head. "The thing I showed you before. In fact, it could be a good thing. That'll be one less creature snooping the rest of the year." "But I don't want to hurt anyone." "Very well. See the water? Use the reflection." "I don't understand. What am I supposed to do?" "Let me show you." What happened after that, and even the conversation leading up to it, was nothing but a blur for Ginny. In fact, by the time it was over, she didn't remember anything after leaving the feast early because she was feeling ill, but something had gone on in the school during that time. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stood in a graveyard in the West Country, waiting for the few memorializers to move on. There were a lot fewer people here than last year, on the 10th anniversary of that horrible night, and most of those who did pay their respects in the town only stopped at the cottage or the statue. Only a handful sought out the simple gravestone in the back of the graveyard. One thing Sirius had not done before tonight was to pay his respects to his fallen comrades. He had visited the graveyard once, over last Christmas holidays when Harry and his family had come, but only being out of Azkaban a few weeks, he didn't think he was ready for that, so he had hung back. After that, he just kept putting it off and putting it off, usually with the excuse that he was too busy, even when it was an obvious lie. Some lionheart he was. But now, after nearly a year on the night they died, he couldn't put it off any longer for his godson's sake. He approached the grave with Remus steadying him. Seeing their names etched in stone there hurt like they were cut into his own heart as all those years of guilt and pain came rushing back to him. "James, Lily," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." He dropped to his knees a few steps away. "I'm sorry." Remus, though he was on the verge of collapse himself, knew he was there in part for moral support, and he couldn't allow his friend to wallow in despair for very long. "It wasn't your fault, you know, Padfoot," he said. "Getting arrested was," Sirius mumbled. "Going after the rat like an idiot was. I should have been there for Harry." "What's done is done, Padfoot," he said tearfully. "When I heard how he fared with his, I knew I should have been there for him too, and I had less excuse than you did. We can't change the past, but we have a chance to make it up to him now, and to help out a wonderful Muggle-born girl whom he loves dearly and who's clearly better off for having him in her life. At least that good's come out of it." Sirius raised his tear-stricken face to his friend and let out a chuckle. "Moony, it's so weird that you're describing his sister and not his girlfriend." "Well, when he gets a girlfriend, I'm sure I'll be able to say something similar. Hermione's been good for him too, you know. I'm sure you've seen that she brings out Lily in him, knocks off some of James's rough edges." "I know," Sirius said wistfully. "He looks so much like James, but it really is all in the eyes, isn't it?" He sighed and sank back to the ground. "All right, Padfoot, you know what Prongs would say right now," Remus told him sharply. Sirius looked up again. "He'd say to get off my arse and quit feeling sorry for myself." He pushed himself to his feet. "Exactly. Now, our friend Ratsbane is expecting your mirror call, and I suggest you don't keep him waiting." "Right." Sirius took the communication mirror off his belt and spoke. "Harry Potter." A moment later, Harry's face appeared in the mirror in front of the familiar background of the Hogwarts kitchens. "Hey Sirius, hey Remus, how are you doing?" he asked. "Better having Moony here to tell me to get off my arse. How are you holding up?" We're doing all right," Harry said. "Yeah? Who's down there with you?" "Just Hermione and Neville." The three children huddled around the mirror so they could all be seen. "And a bunch of elves." The squeaking of busy elves could be heard in the background. "Ah, it's good to see you're not alone for this," Sirius replied. "You know could have gone on to the feast, Harry. We could have called you afterwards." "I know, but after what happened last spring, I felt like doing something a little more private." "Perfectly understandable," Remus said. "Did you, want to say something to your parents now?" Neville gave Harry and Hermione an uncomfortable look. "I can go if you want." No, it's okay, Neville. I trust you. I think you get it better than most people anyway." Neville said nothing, but he nodded and stayed in his seat. When Harry nodded his agreement, Sirius turned the mirror around to face the gravestone. Harry blinked back tears as he saw the white marble. There were fewer flowers than in previous years, and the grass was not as well kept, but the words were still clear. "Hey Mom, hey Dad," he said with trembling voice. It's been a wild year here. I won the Quidditch Cup. That was a lot of fun. And I got all E's and O's on my exams, even history, somehow. You can thank Hermione for that." Hermione's face flushed magenta. "It's been crazy, though," he continued. "I found out last spring that Voldemort's still out there. There were squeals of horror from around the kitchens. "Sorry, that's just the kitchen elves. But he's still out there, and I'm—" He glanced at Neville, who did not know about the prophecy. "Well, I've got a feeling that I'm gonna have to fight him again. He was possessing the defense professor last year. It's too bad he was actually a pretty good teacher." He laughed ironically. Harry rambled on for a while, talking about what he had done in the previous semester and the summer, and how the new year had started off, and how annoying Lockhart was, in no particular order. He was hesitant even in that situation to mention that he was a new-found Parselmouth. "I know it's a Slytherin thing, Dad," he said apologetically, "but apparently it just happens to some people. We don't really know why. And it's well respected in India, at least that's what Parvati and Padma keep saying. Anyway, I guess I can't just be normal." Harry kept going until he ran out of words and started to run out of voice. It was getting late, and they had to go soon, but Hermione said a few words before Sirius signed off, and Neville, with some encouragement, said even fewer words, but it meant a lot to Harry that he joined in their little ritual, and Harry told him so. In the end, he felt that it was a cathartic experience for all involved, if a tiring one. "All right, good night, Cubs," Sirius concluded. "I'll see you later. Mirror off." By unspoken agreement, the 3 Gryffindors decided it was time for bed. The elves had already brought down the entrees to the long tables in the kitchen and sent up the dessert platters, so they knew the feast would be ending soon. They picked themselves up to leave the kitchens and hopefully beat the crowd. Just as they reached the doors, Harry stopped and said, "Hey, did you hear something just now?" "Hear what?" said Neville. "All I hear is the elves," Hermione added. "I thought I heard this weird voice. I guess I must have imagined it." They climbed up to the entrance hall, from where they could hear the lazy murmurings of the feast winding down from the great hall, and started up the grand staircase. Neville still looked uncomfortable as they walked. "You didn't have to invite me," he said. "We wanted to," Harry replied. "This night means practically as much to you as it does to us." "Well, I could introduce you to my parents sometime if you want." Harry and Hermione exchanged a surprised glance. Neville never even talked about his parents if he didn't have to. "You don't have to if you don't want, Neville," Harry told him. "We know it's different for you." Neville considered his reply, but he didn't get a chance to say anything because as they walked down the second-floor corridor, Harry suddenly stopped cold, his back hunched over, his hands stiff in front of him, and his eyes wide as he let out a plaintive whine. "Harry, what is it?" Hermione said urgently, but he gestured with one finger, and when she looked where he was pointing, she gasped. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, was hanging by her tail from a torch bracket, frozen stiff as a statue. Harry whined again and took a quick, fearful look around. Neville was concerned. The only time he had ever seen Harry more scared than this was when Quirrell kidnapped Hermione. Not even that one time when Quirrell pointed a Muggle gun at him had done it. But before he could process this further, he spotted something else. "Merlin's beard, look!" They looked where he was pointing, and Hermione at least wondered how she had missed it at first. Above Mrs. Norris, a message was written in foot-high red letters. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." "The Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione said. "What does that mean? What could do that to a cat?" Harry said with a shaky voice, not even listening to her. Suddenly there was a loud rumble and chatter as students began coming up from the feast and poured into the corridor where the 3 stood. They also heard the sound of a few feet running back down the stairs. Nervous whispers broke out among the crowd, particularly among the Ravenclaws, who started staring and pointing at Harry ominously. Harry's stance became even more defensive and he started to back away. Harry had no idea why they were pointing at him, but he didn't think it was good. Just then, Argus Filch pushed his way to the front of the crowd and saw just about the worst possible scene he could see. Mrs. Norris hanging from the torch bracket, Harry Potter standing at the scene of the crime, and all the other students apparently fingering him as the culprit. "Mrs. Norris! Mrs. Norris!" The caretaker cried in grief and rage. "You murdered my cat!" He lunged to throttle Harry. "No, I didn't," Harry yelled. He staggered back until he bumped into the wall, throwing up his hands to defend himself. There were even more murmurs of confusion at the sight of Harry Potter cowering in fear from Argus Filch. "Heir of Slytherin! Right under my nose!" Filch roared. "I'll kill you!" "Mr. Filch, no!" Hermione cried, trying to hold him back. "Can't you see he's terrified? I'll kill you! I'll rid the world of your filthage!" "Argus!" Dumbledore and the other teachers poured into the corridor, having been summoned by the students who had run back down the stairs, and the crowd parted for them. Behind them were a selection of Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, who had apparently also been informed by the runners. "Enemies of the heir beware," Theonot read off the words of the message. "Ha! Now we'll see what's what. Not looking so smug now, are you, Muggleborns?" It looked like it was an effort for him not to say mudbloods in front of the teachers. "That's enough, Mr. Knott," Professor McGonagall scolded sharply. It was no surprise that she looked particularly ill herself at the sight of Mrs. Norris. Draco Malfoy also watched the scene carefully, but he said nothing. Potter certainly didn't do it, but it looked for all the world like he'd been caught in the act, and Filch was doing an excellent job of accusing him already. It was anyone's guess why Potter was acting so scared, though. Dumbledore picked up Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket and summoned Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Filch to Professor Lockhart's office nearby. Filch was sobbing with grief the whole way, and Harry's hands were shaking. Hermione wrapped an arm comfortingly around his shoulders. Neville was shaking for a different reason. He didn't relish the thought of a continued encounter with an angry, distraught Filch. Dumbledore took some time inspecting Mrs. Norris, during which Filch continued sobbing, Harry continued shaking in his seat, and Lockhart was recounting the story of his supposed exploits during a similar incident in Ouagadougou in his usual conceited fashion. Harry was this close to shouting at him to shut up, which would probably be unwise under the circumstances when Dumbledore spoke up. "She's not dead, Argus," he said. "She's not," Filch said hopefully. "She's not," Harry echoed in an eerily similar tone. "She has been petrified, although I am afraid I cannot determine the cause." "Ask him," Filch bellowed, lunging at Harry again. "He did it." "No," Harry yelped. "I'd never do that to a cat. You saw what he wrote, he's the heir of Slytherin. He came for me first, he saw in my office, he knows I'm a squib. You've got to get rid of him before he goes after the Muggleborns." "What?" Harry said, flinching under Filch's rage. "Why am not then I wouldn't "That's enough, Argus," Dumbledore said calmly. "No second year could have done this alone, not even Mr. Potter. It would require, at the very least, a powerful magical artifact and outside help. I know he did it. I caught him red-handed with that message. He went for Mrs. Norris because he saw my quickspell letter." "I did not," Harry shouted. "I figured out you were a squib a year ago." "What?" Filch screeched. "It's kind of obvious. I'd bet half the school's figured it out." And I'm telling I'd you never. He choked with tears suddenly. I'd never do that to a cat. Neville continued to sit in silence, but he was becoming more and more confused as he watched the exchange. Most of the students would love to give Mrs. Norris a swift kick. He knew Harry was the selfless and noble type, but it seemed odd that even he would cry over her. Harry's the biggest cat lover I know, Hermione explained, trying to calm her brother down again. He'd never hurt one if he could help it. We were eating dinner in the kitchens because we wanted some privacy. We were coming upstairs and we just found her like that. That's all we know, Professor. Yeah, Neville finally spoke up. Hermione and I were with Harry the whole time. He couldn't have done it. All the elves will tell you where we were. Filch still looked furious. But Potter's a Parselmouth, headmaster, he growled. He's already showed the whole school. He's obviously the heir of Slytherin. I'm not the heir of Slytherin, Harry insisted. Why am I supposed to be the heir of Slytherin? There's gotta be other Parselmouths around. Besides, if I was the heir of Slytherin, do you really think I'd write it on the wall? We have no proof that Mr. Potter is the heir of Slytherin Argus, Dumbledore said. And we have reliable testimony that he was not involved in what has happened to Mrs. Norris. Filch collapsed into a chair in despair as his argument unraveled. We will be able to cure her, Argus, Dumbledore assured him. Professor Sprout was lucky enough to acquire a crop of mandrakes this year. As soon as they mature, Professor Snape will be able to use them for a restorative draft that will revive her. But won't that be in the spring, Professor? Harry said. Couldn't you just buy the potion from an apothecary? I'm afraid not, Harry. Mature mandrake is extremely rare and expensive, and more to the point, the potion has a short shelf life and can only be made when the mandrakes mature. The only option we currently have would be to import a batch from the southern hemisphere at an even steeper price, and I'm sorry, Argus, but I have little hope that the board would approve such a purchase for a cat. There was a very awkward pause as Filch started weeping again, albeit not as loudly. You may go, Dumbledore told the three children. Neville and Hermione were quick to leave the office, but Harry stopped at the door and turned to face Filch. She really cares about you, sir, he said. What? What did you say? Mrs. Norris. She really cares about you. How would you know? Filch said bitterly. I know cats, sir. You can see it from how she's always at your side when you're giving people detention. I know we don't get along, but I have a lot of respect for a man who treats his cat that well. Harry forced himself against his instincts to give Filch a slow blink, even if the man didn't consciously understand the gesture. Filch's lip quivered, and he managed to choke out, "Thanks, Potter," before turning away. Harry nearly had a panic attack when he saw her, Hermione said. Filch was yelling that Harry did it, but Dumbledore convinced him he didn't. As soon as they could find an isolated place alone, Harry and Hermione called Sirius back up and told him about the attack on Mrs. Norris. I can imagine it was hard for you to see that, cub, Sirius told Harry. To this day, I still start growling if I see someone being mean to a dog. Sirius, what do you know about the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked. It's an old legend in Slytherin House, he said solemnly. Andromeda might know more than I do since she actually lived in their dorms. The story goes that Salazar Slytherin didn't want to teach Muggleborns at Hogwarts, but the other founders wouldn't go along with him. So he built a secret chamber under the school and hid some kind of monster in it, and someday the heir of Slytherin would come and release the monster and purge the school of all the Muggleborns. Harry gave Hermione a nervous look. Purge as in petrify? Sirius shook his head. Not in the version I heard. Both children shuddered. Sirius, was the heir of Slytherin supposed to be a Parselmouth? Hermione asked. That's one of the more popular theories, that no one's found the Chamber of Secrets in the past 1,000 years because only a Parselmouth can get in. And since everyone knows I'm a Parselmouth. Harry started. They're gonna think you're the heir. Could be. But they know I'm not against Muggleborns, he protested. What else did we fight for all last year? I know, Cub, but people will talk anyway. Try not to let it faze you too much. Focus on what's really important. Sirius, do you think someone's trying to set me up? Harry said suddenly. I don't know. I'd almost say it was an elaborate prank, but even I don't know what could have petrified that cat so hard that even Dumbledore couldn't fix her without a Mandrake draft. Just be careful, both of you. Always, Harry said. Thanks, Sirius. Chapter 48. The next morning, all anyone could talk about was what had happened to Mrs. Norris and the message on the wall. Between the crass comments about her, the constant stares and the nervous whispers about himself, Harry felt like he was on the brink of losing his mind. Granted, many of the Muggleborns were very worried with good reason, as they were already informing themselves about the Chamber of Secrets. Even Colin Creevey seemed a little less excited today, but it was little comfort to Harry. All in all, he wasn't in a mood to talk to anyone today, and he was glad Hermione was generally fending them off. Neville did too before long, quickly taking the hint. Harry noticed that many of the teachers were also looking more subdued, and Professor McGonagall looked almost as shell-shocked as he felt, unsurprisingly. Oddly, the one other student who looked as shell-shocked as Harry was Ginny Weasley, who was staring into space and barely even touching her breakfast. She jumped and nearly fell out of her seat when Colin sat next to her and said, "Hey, Ginny, are you okay?" "Ah. Oh, sorry, Colin. I just can't believe what happened to that sea cat," she stammered. Harry looked up from his own food and blinked at her. "Yeah, I know it was pretty awful," he said. "Yeah, my sis is a big cat lover," Ron said. "You don't know Mrs. Norris, though. Trust me, we're better off without her." "Ron!" Harry snapped. "That's not nice." "What-ish?" "Ron, you know how much Harry loves cats," Hermione said pointedly. Ginny looked at Harry with interest, as did Neville and Colin. "Right, sorry," Ron mumbled. "Hey there, Harry? Can I ask you something?" Harry's head snapped up to see Justin Finch-Fletchley approaching the Gryffindor table looking fearful. Harry sighed. "Hi, sure, Justin. You're not really the heir of Slytherin, are you?" "No, Justin, I'm not," he groaned. "Oh, good," he said with relief. "'Cause the other guys in Hufflepuff are saying you must be because I'm a Parselmouth?" Harry asked. Justin nodded. "Look, I don't know how I'm a Parselmouth, but I didn't attack Mrs. Norris, and I'm definitely not going after the Muggleborns. I mean, come on, my sister's a Muggleborn, and everyone saw how hard I fought for the Muggle Protection Act. I don't hold with anything the heir of Slytherin believes in, whoever he is, so you can go tell them that." "Ah, right, Harry," Justin said, still looking intimidated. "I will." He quickly made his way back to the Hufflepuff table. "I wonder who Slytherin's heir is, though," Ron said. "I bet it's Malfoy. Everyone knows he hates Muggleborns." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I bet this is what that elf was warning me about," he said darkly. "Harry," Hermione whispered, "we said Dobby belonged to Malfoy or not?" What if it is one of them? Yeah, it could be. I don't know how we could find out for sure, though, unless I sneak into the Slytherin dorms, he suggested. You told McGonagall you wouldn't. Besides, we have no idea what got Mrs. Norris. Harry flinched. Yeah, there's that. I don't know what else to do, though. I guess we should just wait it out and be careful, Hermione said. Harry could agree with that for now. Nice loud howl, Harry. Harry smirked, then threw back his head and let out a piercing oh. That made Professor Lockhart flinch and half the class shudder. He hadn't thought it very interesting at the time, but he was glad now that Remus had taught him how to howl properly. A good wolf or werewolf howl wasn't supposed to be in-your-face scary. It was supposed to be shivers down your spine scary, and looking at his classmates, he thought he had succeeded. Just like that, Harry. Lockhart collected himself. Now, if you can believe it, I pounced like this. He thrust his hand up under Harry's chin, as if forcing his jaws away. Slammed him to the floor. He pushed Harry down, banging his head against the floor. Ow! Harry protested. He inadvertently hit Lockhart in the arm with a wandless stinging jinx. Ah! Lockhart said, quickly pulling his hand away and shaking it out, but he immediately replaced it. Thus with one hand I managed to hold him down with my other. I put my wand to his throat. Lockhart did just that to Harry, who immediately went on high alert. This was the cursed defense professor after all. It was only because of his superior magic sense that he held back. The slightest glimmer of magic pulsing through Lockhart's wand, and he'd blast him across the room. He was sure Hermione was on high alert too, even though her opinion of the man was still inexplicably higher than his. But Lockhart didn't cast a spell. He just continued his story. I then screwed up my remaining strength and performed the immensely complex homorphous charm. He let out a piteous moan. Go on, Harry. Harry put on his best imitation of Padfoot in one of his moods. Perfect, the fur vanished, the fangs shrank, and he turned back into a man. Simple yet effective, and another village will remember me forever as the hero who delivered them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks. Any questions? This was Harry's chance. He would never have even consented to act out the part, except for this opportunity. As he pulled himself to his feet, he remembered the conversation he'd had with Remus in that week at Grimmauld Place after he read that chapter. What the heck? Moony! Harry marked his place and slammed shut his copy of Wanderings with Werewolves before running off to find his honorary uncle. What is it, Ratsbane? Moony replied when he found him, following the general convention of reciprocating marauder names. Moony, I was reading about Lockhart's capture of the Wagga Wagga werewolf, and he says he used a spell called the Homorphous Charm to change him back to human form. Is that a real spell? Ah! Moony sighed. Yes, it is. I am quite familiar with that spell. Well, what is it? I thought there was no cure. The homomorphous charm, he said slowly, is an invention of the early 20th century. It is a spell that can temporarily change a werewolf back to human form for purposes of identification or containment. However, it's extremely difficult to cast, very painful for the werewolf, and, of course, if you fail, you're in big trouble. But the worst part is that the werewolf builds up a resistance to it with repeated use. The first time it'll last all night, but after that it'll last less and less time with each use. It's also used on people who are unfortunate enough to be bitten as children. The healers used it with me to ease me into lycanthropy, so to speak, but it's only a temporary solution. By now, it only works on me for about 45 minutes, long past the point where the extra pain makes it not worth it, and that's if it's cast properly. Professor Lockhart, Harry said innocently, I was intrigued by your description of the homorphous charm to change a werewolf back to human form. I happen to have met a werewolf through a mutual acquaintance, and I was wondering if there was any way that charm could benefit him. Lockhart winced a little and laughed nervously. Well, Harry, he said, the homorphous charm is very useful in principle, but I'm afraid that it is an ancient spell of great arcaneness, and the wizard who taught it to me swore me to secrecy. Ah, of course, sir. Harry pretended to accept it, since he wouldn't be able to easily explain how he knew as much about that spell as he did, but he didn't hold back once class was over. That settles it, he told Hermione. The man is a total fraud. You can't say he just got that mixed up. It's like the most important thing in that book. No, you're right, Harry, Hermione replied reluctantly. I was hoping he'd be some good, but he obviously has no idea what he's talking about. I don't get how he can get away with saying he did all those things, though. No idea. Might be worth keeping an eye on him about that. Wouldn't want him taking credit for beating Quirrellmort now, would we? Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Harry sat at the edge of the common room, eyes closed, legs crossed, and his face frowning deeply in concentration. In fact, he looked downright agitated. Canute for your thoughts? His sister interrupted him. Harry sighed in annoyance and opened his eyes. I was trying to meditate on my mental image. Harry and Hermione had both been trying to work on their occlumency techniques regularly. Harry's image was a large and detailed representation of the Hogwarts grounds, partly built in his mind by examining the Marauder's map and partly by flying high over the grounds on his broom. In principle it should be pretty good, he thought. Oh, Hermione said, catching on herself. How's it going? Not well. I just can't picture it today for some reason. You're worried because of Mrs. Norris, she replied. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. I still can't believe what happened to her and that message, anyway, I just can't focus. It's not coming to me. Well, Mr. Barnett did say occlumency is more difficult when you're emotional. That's why we have to practice. Yeah, I know, and he wasn't kidding, he said. Occlumency was as much about blocking out your own mind as an intruder's. Indeed, since the main thrust of legilimency was reading whatever was on top, though ideally called up at the legilimens's behest, it was almost the same thing. In Harry's case, other recent memories kept breaking through and disrupting his mental image. How are you doing at it? He asked. Okay, I guess. Things have been pretty hectic, but I think I'm still keeping track of everything. Hermione, Mum, and Dad all had been working on their methods of loci, also known as a memory palace. The thing with the occlumency version of the concept was that it was a memory palace that was impossible to navigate and filled with useless junk, all kinds of thoughts and ideas, mundane ones, that didn't give any information and, most importantly, weren't strongly associated with any sensitive memories. Use the wrong association, and legilimens could break through what Mr. Barnett had called trapdoors into one's mind. Mum and Dad were doing well enough at the technique according to their letters, but Hermione seemed to have taken to it like a fish to water. Using her prodigious memorization skills just because Harry had talked her out of memorizing her course books didn't mean she couldn't have. She had built an impassable labyrinth filled with an astonishing variety of concepts, knots of conceptual geometry impossible in the real world, blind alleyways tied to the Fibonacci sequence or lists of kings and prime ministers, mnemonic dead ends, and lines of thought that doubled back on themselves when you least expected it. For Hermione, the image of a playground ball in flight might be connected to that slightly muddy smell one got in the spring, which might be connected to a specific bird call, which might jump over to facts about dinosaurs in association that no wizard would understand, and then to the Greek and Latin etymologies of their names. As long as there was some association between the concepts in her mind, either existing or newly imposed, it would force an intruder down that path. Taking a different turn, the muddy smell might also link to the frosty smell that always heralded the first sign of winter, then the smell of autumn leaves, then the muggy smell of a warm summer night, and then back where you started, or it might jump in a deliberate non sequitur to a philosophical discourse on the problem of other minds to try to confuse an intruder into thinking they were reading their own mind. That was a little corny, but just because it wasn't physical, she reasoned, didn't mean there couldn't be booby traps. In the same way, a disembodied bitter taste or foul odor would be more likely to be momentarily mistaken for a real-world stimulus and disrupt the legilimens' thoughts than a more conventional image or sound. Harry wished his mind were that agile. It sounded a lot more fun, but Mr. Barnett had assured him that a strong will paired with a solid and detailed mental image was just as good, and anyway he could try another technique once he'd mastered the first one. So to that end he joined Hermione in the flying club when he could and flew around the castle, memorizing every turret and window. And none of it was helping him today. I'll worry about it later, he muttered to himself. Hey, d'you want to come up to my room, Mione? I wanted to show you something. Hermione groaned and leaned closer to him. Harry, if you're planning to prowl around again, she started. No. Why do you think it's always that? Hermione gave him her best "do you really need me to say it" look. Okay, so it's usually that, but this is different. All right, let's go. Harry led her up the stairs to his dorm and started digging to the bottom of his trunk. Hermione raised an eyebrow that usually meant something fairly secret, like the invisibility cloak or the Marauder's map. But this time he dug out a notebook. He looked up and said, "I had something I wanted you to read over for me," before handing it to her. She took the notebook in hand and examined its contents. It appeared to be a story of some kind, a story that quickly looked very familiar. "Harry, what is this?" she asked. "It's the first 2 chapters of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione's mouth hung open a little. "Harry," she said without a hint of teasing, "you actually wrote it or started writing it?" "Yeah, I did," Harry said self-consciously. "I really wanted to try it. I really would like to be able to set the record straight someday." "Well, that's nice, but..." She kept flipping through the pages. I never really pictured you as the writer type." "Yeah, I'm sure you thought that was your job," Harry teased. Hermione glared at him, but she said, "To be honest, kinda yeah. I mean, I'm, me and you're you." "And what's that supposed to mean?" "It means I never pictured you as the writer type, Harry. We established this." Harry gave her his cat-like "I'm ignoring you" gesture, and Hermione looked back at the notebook to take a closer look. Then, she realized what part of Harry's life those chapters were describing. "Harry, this is all about the Dursleys and how you escaped from them and met me and Mum and Dad," she said in surprise. Harry looked back at her. "Yeah, well, I have to give some background. Don't I? I'm just gonna skim over the stuff before Hogwarts. We were pretty normal for most of that." "Oh, please, you were never normal. But still, I'm surprised you're comfortable writing all this down." "Yeah, I know. I wasn't sure about it myself, but the thing is, I think it helps to get it all down on paper, helps set things straight in my mind and makes it easier to deal with, sort of. It's definitely easier to write about the Dursleys than talk about them." I can see what you mean." Hermione again took a close look at the words on a page. "Harry, this is actually pretty good," she said. "Needs a lot of work too, and probably a lot more detail, but I think you actually have some talent at this." "Always the tone of surprise," Harry replied in annoyance. "I've always had faith in you, little brother," Hermione said half-teasingly. "I'll need time to properly read this, of course. And you should really get an adult to help you do it really well. I'm sure Mum and Dad will love to see it." "Yeah, but I kinda wanted to clean it up more before I show it to them. I figured I'd have Remus help me out. Sirius says he needs more stuff to keep him busy, anyway." "That could work. Good luck with the rest of it. It would be good to set the record straight if we ever get the chance to reveal it someday." "Thanks, sis." Hermione turned to go, but she stopped just before she reached the door and turned back. "Harry, I understand if you don't want to do the study of Parseltongue now," she said. Hermione had continued to express interest in writing that as a book of her own over the past few weeks, but their few forays into the subject had consisted largely of failed attempts at getting Harry to speak Parseltongue on command, and equally failed attempts to figure out how Luna's mind worked. "Yeah, Harry started. No, not right now. Maybe a little later. It's not like things can get much worse, right?" Hermione shuddered at that and said, "Harry, don't jinx it. Just remember you can take more time about it if you want to." "Aha. Thanks." Most of the school quietly hoped through all of the breathless speculation that what happened to Mrs. Norris had been a one-off, particularly cruel prank by an older Slytherin, meant to scare everybody but not do much serious harm. And as the first Quidditch match of the season approached, 1 week after Halloween, talk at the school gradually shifted to that topic. Harry was on pins and needles both because of the match and because he was still worried over Mrs. Norris. It didn't help that something dangerous, more dangerous than usual, had happened around 2 out of the 3 matches last year. It took him a real effort for him to focus on Quidditch practice and prepare for the match. Oliver Wood wasn't happy, but there was no reserve seeker, so there wasn't much he could do. A few other people were also taking things pretty badly. Ginny Weasley was still very disturbed by what had happened. Percy claimed she was worried Harry would be expelled because he was a Parselmouth, despite his and Harry's own assurances to the contrary. Percy himself was more on edge than usual, ostensibly over Ginny, but Ron claimed that he'd been snapping at his brothers too, and was worried someone in his family might do something to somehow prevent him from becoming head boy next year. Harry and Hermione weren't sure whether Percy really was that paranoid or if Ron was just making stuff up because he was annoyed. Neither would have surprised them. Colin Creevey, on the other hand, seemed to have bounced back completely. "All right, Ginny?" he said, sitting next to the red-headed girl at breakfast. "Ah. Oh, hi, Colin," Ginny said, quickly snapping her diary shut. "Hi. Are you all right? I haven't seen you much this week." Yeah," Ginny said, trying to sound cheerful. "Hey, ready to see the Quidditch match?" "Oh, yeah," Colin said excitedly, looking down the table at where the Gryffindor team was seated. "I can't believe we're gonna see our first Quidditch match. It sounds really cool, everybody flying around on brooms and stuff. I'm gonna get lots of pictures." "Right, it's very cool," Ginny replied, uncomfortable. "Hey, Ginny, do you think I can get a picture of you with your brothers before the match? Hermione said she thinks you'll be on the team someday, so I thought it'd be cool to get before and after pictures." "Eep," she did. "Yeah. Besides, everybody knows you're the best flyer in our class. She says you're sure to make starting chaser before you graduate." "Wow, I guess sure I can ask Fred and George, maybe Ron too. I think he still wants to try for keeper." "Nice. Thanks, Ginny." Ginny ate her breakfast fast, listening to Colin's occasional overeager comments about Quidditch. When she was done, she pulled her brothers aside out of courtesy so that Colin could get a quick picture. She didn't quite understand why he wanted one, but he was Muggle-born, and she'd seen him taking pictures of odder things, including a few that secretly worried her, like the older student's self-writing quills, the mysterious message on the wall from Halloween, and snapping candid shots of various people, including her. She tried to get away from him after breakfast to get a private moment to write in her diary. "Sorry about that, Tom," she wrote. "Colin snuck up on me again." "It's all right, Ginny," Tom replied at once. "I'm getting a little worried about that Creevy boy, though." "What's wrong with Colin?" she replied with a dose of false bravado. "He was making you uncomfortable." "I know, but he's just really excited is all. He doesn't know about magic, so he goes crazy about everything." "Yes, Muggle-borns tend to be like that," Tom wrote dryly, or that was how Ginny interpreted it, although she still wasn't sure why she always sensed such a clear tone from Tom. "But I'm more worried about him getting into something that's none of his business. The way he's always snooping around with his camera, it makes you wonder if he's onto something, doesn't it?" Ginny started to shake. Colin couldn't know what she'd been doing, did he? He barely even knew about the diary, much less what it did. And as for Halloween, well, she still couldn't remember what had happened herself, nor what had happened the time she'd woken up covered in feathers. But Colin couldn't possibly know more than she did, or he would have said something, wouldn't he? "He's not snooping, Tom," she wrote, although she was mostly trying to reassure herself. "He just likes taking pictures. But still, the way he does it, sneaking around, taking people by surprise, it's risky. He might see something he shouldn't." She twitched at that. If Colin snuck up on her at the wrong moment and saw, actually she wasn't really sure what she was so afraid he would see, but somehow she knew instinctively it would be bad. "Tom, what do I do?" she wrote breathlessly. "I know Colin means well. I don't want to get him in trouble." "It's okay, Ginny," he replied. "We'll worry about him later. Just enjoy the match for now. I know you're excited to see it." "Oh yes. It'll be so great to finally see Harry play. You'll have to tell me all about it afterwards. It sounds like Harry is very talented." "He is. He went 3-0 last year, and he broke the school record for the fastest snitch catch against Ravenclaw." There was an ink splash of surprise on the page. "That's very impressive. It sounds like Harry has all sorts of unexpected talents. I hope he does well in the match." "Me too, Tom." Chapter 49. Harry himself didn't know about the unusual encouragement being offered in a secluded corner of the castle, but he certainly had his own share of well-wishers trying to settle his nerves. Draco Malfoy had been looking particularly smug over the past week, and was sure to have been practicing hard after his narrow defeat last year, so this would be far from an easy game. Meanwhile, Oliver Wood was very keen to win the Quidditch Cup again, which wasn't helping anyone's nerves. Get the snitch or die trying didn't sound like particularly good advice, especially after Harry nearly got himself killed last year with Quirrellmort cursing his broom. Something else that made Harry that much more nervous was that his live audience this year included 4 more people who were very close to him. Sirius and Remus had smacked themselves in their heads over the summer when they remembered that Hogwarts Quidditch matches were covered on the Wizarding Wireless Network. With Remus's former lifestyle, he didn't listen to the wireless much, and Sirius's family never went for that newfangled Muggle contraption. They immediately bought a set and got one for the Grangers too. It was nice that his family would be able to hear the match live, Harry thought, but Quidditch was a violent game, and he didn't want to think about how his parents would react if something went wrong. The Gryffindor team walked onto the pitch to boos from the Slytherins and cheers from everyone else. The Slytherin team met them with the roles reversed. There was a hint of thunder in the air, not a good sign, for while they had practiced in all weather, all 3 of last year's matches had been in good playing conditions. All set, Potter? Malfoy grinned at him. Wouldn't want to have a panic attack in the air now, would we, scaredy cat? Harry's heart skipped a couple of beats, and he very nearly set the grass on fire with accidental magic, but he forced the jolt down. Malfoy couldn't possibly know his secret. He was just mocking him for freaking out about Mrs. Norris last week. He refocused the energy into a controlled pulse of magic that he hoped would be intimidating. He thought he saw Malfoy twitch, but the Slytherin had excellent control. "I'm ready, Malfoy," he replied with a threatening stare. He wished he had a tail to twitch at him. "Are you ready to lose again?" "No, I'm ready to win, Potter," Malfoy glared back. "You got lucky last year, but it won't happen again." "We'll see." "On my whistle," Madame Hooch called. 3, 2, 1. "And they're off," Lee Jordan announced over the roar of the crowd. "Katie Bell of Gryffindor with the quaffle. Gryffindor's definitely got a great veteran team this year. Quidditch Cup winners last year, in case you've been living under a rock. Passes to Johnson, then Spinetwo. Back to Bell and dodges Flint of Slytherin. I didn't even see that. Bell shoots, she scores. 10-0 Gryffindor." The crowd roared far below as Harry looked down on the stadium. Getting the first goal of the year was always a good start, but he had bigger fish to fry. Of course, the big show this year is the rematch between Gryffindor's Star Seeker, Harry Potter, and Slytherin's Draco Malfoy. Potter went 3-0 last year, including beating Malfoy to the snitch by inches, despite an apparently malfunctioning broom. Now, we'll see if he can repeat his performance, hopefully without the malfunctioning broom part. Malfoy didn't look too happy about the attention Harry was getting, but he wisely kept circling the pitch opposite Harry, scanning intently for the golden snitch. As the two of them looked, they heard a familiar song wafting up from the crowd. "Harry Potter is our king. Potter can catch anything." "And it looks like we've got plenty of Potter fans here today," Lee said. "I think it's gonna be a good match." Wood narrowly blocked a goal from Adrian Pusey in the midst of a long back and forth between the Gryffindor and Slytherin chasers. But just then, Harry saw a flash of scarlet moving in his direction. He looked down and saw George Weasley racing up to meet him. A split second later, he saw a growing black-dotted bludger heading straight towards him, picking up speed as it climbed to his great height. He pulled a lightning-fast barrel roll and dodged it. "Close one, Harry," George yelled as he zoomed by and smacked the bludger back down into the action. That was strange, Harry thought. Bludgers don't normally come this far from the main crowd. But then, as he watched it go, the impossible happened. The bludger slowed down, turned around, and sailed back toward him. "Oh, come on," he yelled, and he took off in a dash to the other side of the pitch. "Oh, looks like Potter's got a bludger tailing him," Lee commentated. "Wow, it really doesn't want to let him go." Harry could see that. The bludger was charmed against his magic sense, but he could hear it whistling through the air behind him, and a good thing, too, since he wouldn't have to keep looking over his shoulder that way. Yes, it was definitely following him, which it was definitely not supposed to do. "Gotcha!" Fred yelled as he met Harry going the other way and smacked the bludger away from him two-handed. But Harry's fears were confirmed when it got halfway down the pitch, turned around again, and came back at him. He took off at full speed. The good thing about the bludger was that it wasn't as maneuverable as a broom, so Harry was able to dodge it with a roller coaster ride of tight turns and steep climbs and dives. Crash! The bludger went off the edge of the pitch and smashed through one of the wooden towers of the structure, but it barely even slowed down. "Ew! That's gonna need some cleanup," Lee said. "And Pusey scores," he groaned. 60-20 Slytherin. Harry remembered that Slytherin was still all on Nimbus 2000s, while he was the only one on the Gryffindor team who had one. That plus Fred and George having to shadow him meant they were playing at a significant disadvantage. Someone's tampered with the bludger. Fred yelled. He smacked the iron ball away again. You think? Harry yelled back. I can't see. He complained. He pulled ahead of the twins a bit. Harry, watch out. George called. There it was. The bludger was coming straight at his chest, with no beaters close enough to reach him. He might be able to dodge it, but he suddenly got another idea. Since the full list of Quidditch fouls had never been published, Harry didn't know if anyone had ever bothered to actually make a rule against wandless magic. It was definitely against the spirit of the game, but he didn't think that was particularly important at the moment. Harry held his hand out in the direction of the bludger and discreetly cast a wandless Contigo inches from his body. Clang! That wasn't what it sounded like, but it was what it felt like when the bludger slammed into his simple block charm and bounced off. He could feel his magic ringing from the impact. Unfortunately, it didn't bounce all that far, and he would have to recast the block every time it came at him. He definitely couldn't do that for the whole match. He went back to dodging. Lee Jordan was trying to figure out what had just happened. What the heck was that? Did Potter block that somehow? No, I think that bludger's just gone completely nuts. Harry threw up another Contigo to reflect a blow he couldn't dodge. He was surprised no one was making the connection that he was using wandless magic. With adequate dodging, he thought maybe he could make it, but it wasn't a good situation. Time out! He yelled, flying within earshot of Wood. Time out! Wood repeated. Unfortunately, he knew there wasn't much they could do. Substitutions were only allowed in Quidditch if the game ran longer than 12 hours, and substitutions of equipment were permitted only if it was physically broken. On top of that, a light rain had begun to fall. It wouldn't bother most people, but even light rain could be very unpleasant when flying at high speeds. Harry's glasses at least kept it out of his eyes, but it would be good to end the game quickly before things got much worse. Thankfully, the bludger stopped pursuing Harry as soon as his feet touched the grass, but even then, it still circled above him ominously, like a vulture, which only made the Slytherin team point and jeer at him more. Do you see anything, Hermione? Neville asked nervously as he watched from the stands. No, she replied disappointedly, still scanning with her binoculars. None of the teachers show any sign of jinxing the bludger. I'm looking at the older Slytherins, but I think whoever did this must have tampered with it before the game started. No way, Ron insisted. All the game balls are locked in Madame Hooch's office between matches. No one can get in there. The team even uses a different set to practice. Could someone have switched the balls before the match? Asked Neville. From right under Madame Hooch's nose? Hermione said. Maybe with a switching spell, but that'd be just as hard as jinxing it. Look, I think they're getting ready to start again, Ron pointed out. Hermione turned her binoculars back down to the pitch, knowing full well what her brother would do. Please be careful, Harry, she whispered. Look, I can outfly it on my own. You two focus on the chasers, Harry argued with Fred and George on the pitch. You won't get the snitch very well that way, George pointed out. It's better than dropping out completely. That's why you need to focus on the chasers. I'll take care of myself. You heard him, Wood declared. Let's go. They were in the air again, and from that moment the bludger went back to chasing Harry. He glanced behind him and saw it flying hot on his tail through the rain. I hate being the prey, he grumbled. He started flying on his roller coaster course again. He knew he must look pretty foolish by now, but what choice did he have? Hey, Scarhead, are you playing Quidditch or training for ballet? Malfoy mocked him as he flew by. Harry's blood boiled at that one, and he got an idea. I'll show you ballet, Sparrow, he called, and he raced after him. Sparrow? Really? Well, it's an insult for a cat, he thought. But his plan was more than just the insult. Harry snap-judged his angles and did a barrel roll around Malfoy as he passed one that put the Slytherin directly between him and the rogue bludger. Ah! Malfoy yelled and pulled back hard on his broom to avoid the iron ball. Potter, you lunatic! He yelled. Ha! Who's the prey now? Harry thought. He immediately capitalized on his new strategy and headed straight for Adrian Pusey, who was trying to get past Wood again. Pusey was forced to dodge the bludger and dropped the quaffle. Angelina Johnson snapped it up in a blink. And Potter's playing beater, Lee exclaimed, assuredly confusing everyone who was listening on the wireless. Gets the quaffle away from Pusey to Johnson. I don't know what's going on with that bludger, but Potter's using it against Slytherin Buzz's Flintwoe. Nearly got him there. And Johnson scores. 70-30 Slytherin. The crowd roared as Harry entered the active play. The bludger's single-minded pursuit of him made it easy to predict where it would go and direct it. And with that tool in his arsenal, in addition to dodging and the block charm, he thought he might actually have a chance of getting through this game in one piece. He looped around the Slytherin chasers and even the beaters, forcing them to dodge both him and the bludger, while still trying to keep an eye out for the snitch. There was a higher chance someone would foul him with those antics, but it was definitely slowing down the Slytherin team and keeping him from getting pummeled, so he called it a win-win. And of course he buzzed Malfoy at every opening he got, although Malfoy was a good enough flyer himself that he always got out of the way. Contrary to popular belief, cats do not play with their prey before eating it. Instead, they smack their prey around to weaken and tire the small animals before going in for the kill, thus reducing the risk of bites and scratches. It was brutal, but Harry thought nothing of doing this to rodents and small birds when he was younger. After all, it was just what he needed to do to survive, and they were a lot less intelligent than most of the animals humans eat. But on the other hand, if you take that same cat, add a human mind, and pit him against his archenemy, well, in this instance, Harry was definitely playing with his prey. And Spinnet lines up her shot. Lee commentated. Bletchley's getting ready to block. Wait, what's Potter doing? He's rushing the scoring area. He's stooging. Wait, turns around. Wham! Brilliant. Sends the bludger straight into Bletchley. I can't believe he could aim it like that. How's that for ballet, Sparrow? Harry yelled at Malfoy as he buzzed him again. What the hell, Scarhead? What does Sparrow even mean? Malfoy yelled back as he dodged the rogue bludger. Oi, you called me scaredy cat first. Harry retorted. Malfoy was about to respond to that when he spotted it, the golden snitch. Yes, he thought. Time to beat that mud-wallowing nutter. He pulled a sharp turn and raced after it. Oh, Malfoy's seen the snitch, Lee said to the dismay of 3/4 of the crowd. Harry's heart jumped into his throat when he saw that it wasn't a feint. He laid out flat and pushed his broom to the limit, but Malfoy was closer and on an equally good broom. Yeah! Malfoy was thrown off course when he had to swerve to avoid the other bludger. Both seekers had almost forgotten about it as Fred hit it his way. That also happened to send it in Harry's direction, but it went wide. At the same time, Harry's bludger was gaining on him. Fred started to say, "Go get, I'm harsh." Clang! That was what it sounded like when the two bludgers collided. The ringing sounded across the pitch like a huge bell and carried little ripples of magic with it. Harry thought the bludgers might be broken when he looked back for a second and saw both of them corkscrewing through the air. He turned his attention back to Malfoy, who had righted himself, but the snitch had zigged away from him, and Harry was closer now. He reached out and started forward. Wham! Harry had underestimated that cursed bludger. It corkscrewed straight into his arm. He could hear and feel his bones break with a sickening crack. But even then, he fought through the pain and kept his eyes on the prize. Get the snitch in the next few seconds and it would all be over. Ouch! That's gotta hurt, Lee said. Bludger finally got him, but wait, he's still going for it. He's neck and neck with Malfoy. He's got it. Potter's got the snitch in Merlin's beard with a broken arm, I think. Final score 240 to 120 Gryffindor. Harry hit the mud hard, rolling onto his back and groaning in pain, but it was okay. That debacle of a match was finally over, and they'd won. He opened his eyes to the sky and saw the rogue bludger still circling above him, though wobbling now, but Fred and George snatched it out of the air and started to wrestle it back into its box. He relaxed his grip on Snitch with his good arm, and it began fluttering around his head much more pleasantly. Yes, everything would be okay soon enough. But then things got considerably less okay as he saw a blonde head with gleaming white teeth hanging over him. "Oh no, not you," he groaned. "Poor boy doesn't know what he's saying," Lockhart said with a grin. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll fix your arm." "Professor, no." Hermione ran up to the team, followed by half of Gryffindor crowding around him. Harry could hear the clicking of Colin Creevy's camera. "He needs to go to Hospital Wing," Hermione said desperately. There was no way she was going to let that fraud cast a spell on her brother. "It's all right, Miss Granger. I've used this charm countless times." "No, no, I want a licensed healer," Harry said through clenched teeth. But Lockhart wasn't listening. Harry prepared to throw a wandless flipendo at him as drew his wand, cleared his throat, and said, "Brachium can't ego." Harry turned his head and saw Hermione had her wand out. She'd saved him having to reveal their wandless magic skills for another day. There was a flash of light as Lockhart's spell splashed off her simple block charm. Unfortunately for him, with his wand hand so close, it splashed right back up onto his arm. At once, a grimace came over Lockhart's face. His wand slipped from his fingers, and then the crowd gasped as his entire arm turned limp and rubbery and flopped around sickeningly. Lockhart had removed all the bones from his own arm. "Ah," he said in a falsetto squeak. Miss G. Granger, that was really unnecessary. You've used that charm countless times, Professor?" Hermione said skeptically. "Well, this can happen sometimes, but, not to worry. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will fix this right up." Lockhart took another glance at his deboned hand and looked like he was about to pass out. Harry and Hermione were on their way to dinner that evening as the party in the common room began to slow down. Harry's arm had been fixed in a trice by Madame Pomfrey, who was extremely put out by Lockhart's antics, especially now that he would have to stay in the hospital wing overnight. But as the pair were walking, they heard a small squeak and saw a flash of bright yellow-green dart behind into an unused classroom. Putting two and two together, they quickly ran after it, their fingers poised to draw their wands. "Dobby," they said when they ran inside and spotted the elf. But the battered house elf was just standing there with tears in his eyes, wringing his hands. Harry Potter should not have come back to Hogwarts, he whined, turning in place so that Harry and Hermione weren't sure if he was addressing them or talking to himself. Dobby warned and warned him. Why did Harry Potter not heed Dobby? Dobby, Harry snapped. The elf stopped and turned to look at him. You sabotaged that bludger, didn't you? Dobby didn't respond directly, but he made a funny whining sound. Hermione gasped. So your idea of keeping me safe is trying to kill me now? Harry demanded. His magic started to get away from him. The desks rattled around him. Harry, stop. Hermione whispered, pulling him back. Dobby felt the pulse of magic, though, and he staggered back in fear, holding his hands up as if to shield himself from a blow. Dobby never meant to kill, he said. Dobby only meant to maim or seriously injure. Better to be sent home, or even to St. Mungo's, Harry Potter, sir, than to remain here. Harry wasn't buying it this time. How did you even think that would work? He demanded. Putting me in St. Mungo's isn't going to keep me away from Hogwarts all year. I may be Muggle-raised, but that doesn't mean I don't have the full resources of the magical world at my disposal. I am Harry Potter, after all. Harry, that's enough, Hermione scolded. What? He needs to learn his lesson. I don't want to tell on him to his master, but Dobby jumped and squeaked in fright at the prospect that Harry might know who his master was. Harry James Potter, you will do no such thing, his sister ordered. Can't you see he's got it hard enough as it is? I apologize for my brother, Dobby. He tends to get aggressive when people push him too hard. We appreciate that you're trying to keep him safe, but you're not going to convince us unless you can show us some real proof of this plot you keep warning us about. But Harry Potter and Hermione Granger has already seen the dark deeds beginning here at Hogwarts, miss, the elf said. Dark deeds? You mean that Chamber of Secrets thing? She asked. Dobby nodded, and then his eyes went wide. He grabbed the nearest desk by the leg and banging his head against it. Bad Dobby! He yelled. Harry and Hermione grabbed him by the arms and pulled him back. Bad Dobby! Very bad Dobby, he muttered dizzily. So the Chamber of Secrets is some secret of your master's? Hermione reasoned. Dobby quivered in their arms. And the heir of Slytherins is plotting against Muggleborns, Harry told her worriedly. And you, apparently, she countered. Well, that's one more thing to tell Dumbledore. But Dobby, you can't keep doing this. Dobby shook his head profusely. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger must not meddle in this, miss. It is being too dangerous. Go home, sir and miss. We're not going anywhere, Harry insisted. If the heir's after Muggleborns, then we've got other friends who are in danger here too. We're gonna do whatever we can to help Dumbledore stop him. Harry Potter is so noble to protect his friends, Dobby said, but he must save himself. He is too valuable to dash. He stopped cold as Harry flared his magic into the room again. He knew that kind of power and control was the mark of a great wizard, and an angry one, not someone he wanted to cross. Harry, Hermione scolded, but he ignored her. You see, Dobby? He said harshly. You have secrets? Well, so do we. We have more resources than you know. He thought of his communication mirror, the emergency flu connection to home, and their ins with the DMLE, not to mention their own hidden abilities. We can take care of ourselves. I told you. He punctuated this with another flare of magic. I'm Harry Potter. The elf gulped and nodded reluctantly. Dobby must go, he said. "Please stay safe, Harry Potter, sir, and Hermione Granger, miss." And with a snap of his fingers he vanished. Harry sighed with relief and reined in his magic before he tired himself out. "You shouldn't talk to him like that," Hermione groused, crossing her arms. "And you shouldn't be exploiting your fame like that." "Hey, I got him to go away, didn't I?" Harry retorted. "He just needs a firm hand is all." "Are you kidding? You saw him. He's obviously had enough of a firm hand to last a lifetime." "Well, if we figure out who his master is, then maybe we can help him. Come on, let's go get dinner." He strode out of the classroom in a dark mood that scared a couple of first years who were walking nearby. Hermione reluctantly followed, hoping he would calm down by the end of the day. And then Hermione cast a spell that reflected Lockhart's spell and deboned his entire arm. A large splatter of ink drops indicated that Tom was laughing hysterically. Ginny herself might be painfully boring, he thought, but news of Harry Potter's antics was both informative and entertaining. He had apologetically told Ginny that he didn't know what might have made the bludger behave so oddly, which was true, although he could devise some theories. But it was the way Potter had not only adapted to the challenge so well, but also turned it to his advantage that really interested him. Things like that were at least potential clues to the mysteries surrounding the boy. "Incredible," he wrote back. "Lockhart's even more incompetent than I thought. Perhaps I should teach you instead. You might actually pass your exam that way." "Maybe," Ginny wrote. For some reason, something felt a little funny about that, like an unpleasant tingling in the back of her mind. "So what happened next?" Tom asked. "They both went to the hospital wing. Harry was out in time for dinner, but Lockhart has to stay there overnight and take Skeelgrow." "Yuck. And I hear he got a long talking to from Madame Pomfrey about practicing healing without a license." "Ah, well, good to see somebody is competent around here." They wrote back and forth for a while. Tom was particularly interested in the fine details of how Harry had handled the bludger, and Ginny was only too happy to tell him everything she knew. Tom himself wasn't much of a Quidditch fan, but he had a few interesting stories to give back to her. "Tom, how did I get here?" Ginny wrote, suddenly taking a look around. "You walked, or so I assume," Tom replied. "I'm afraid I can't actually see." She didn't know how she had wound up wandering the corridors so close to curfew, writing in her diary as she walked with a self-inking quill. Nor did she know why she kept gravitating towards the second-floor girls' loo, and the one that was always out of order at that, nor what that weird hissing sound was that seemed to be following her around, but the most important thing was that she didn't think she could get back to Gryffindor Tower in time. "Tom, I'm gonna be late getting back," she thought fearfully, or did she write it? That funny, half-remembered feeling of not being sure whether things were happening in the pages of her diary or in her own head had returned. "I could get in big trouble, Tom." "Don't panic, Ginny. Everything will be fine if you get back to the tower without being seen." "Right, you're right, Tom." Silly of me, she thought. She started heading back to Gryffindor Tower. She still felt a little disoriented, but she was doing all right until she suddenly heard someone call out to her. "All right, Ginny?" "Eep!" "Oh no, it's Colin." "What do I do? What do I do?" "CC Colin? What are you doing out here?" "Taking pictures." And with that, her small classmate raised his camera to his face, and a blinding flash went off. "Ah! Colin, stop it!" Ginny snapped, covering her face with her hands. "Tom, what do I do?" "Oh, sorry. I thought you didn't mind." "He's seeing too much," Tom said. "I'm afraid we'll have to take care of him." "Well, I do," Ginny told Colin, "so cut it out." "Do we have to, Tom?" I told you I don't want to hurt anyone. Okay, so what are you doing out here? Colin asked. Me? I got lost, yeah, that's it. We won't hurt him, we just need to take him out of the picture for a while. We can't take it too far after all. A dead student would be grounds to close the school. Tom, please, why are we even doing this? To reform Hogwarts to reach its full potential. Which by his own estimation was true, if not his primary goal. I don't like this, Tom. Isn't there some other way? No, Ginny, there's not. Now please do as I say. I'm sorry, Colin, Ginny said. I just wasn't ready. Here, how about if I pose for you so you can get a better shot? Really? Gee, that'd be great, he said excitedly. Thanks, Ginny. No problem. How about over here? She leaned casually against the wall beside the bathroom door. Looks good. He raised his camera to his face and looked through the lens. Say cheese. Ginny hissed instead. Did you hear something just now? Harry asked in the common room. Hermione cupped a hand to her ear. Nope, I don't hear anything. Huh. Must have been the wind. Chapter 50. It was Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil who delivered the news the next morning. There's been an attack. What? The common room gasped. We went to visit Professor Lockhart before breakfast. And he was there. The little first year, the one with the camera. Colin Creevey. Hermione gasped. Yeah, him all stiff and frozen, just like Mrs. Norris. Lockhart said they brought him in the night. It's too bad he was laid up, or he might have been able to help him, Hermione. Lavender glared at her. Hey, I was just trying to protect Harry, she defended herself. And if you can't see how incompetent he is from that little episode, then I give up trying to convince you. Lavender, Parvati, Harry said softly before the girls could make a scene. Do the professors know what happened? I think Lockhart does, Lavender said. He doesn't want to tip them off, but I think he thinks the Chamber of Secrets is real, and it really is the heir of Slytherin who did it. Harry and Hermione strongly suspected Lockhart was bluffing. Oh, and he said Colin's camera was all melted inside, Parvati added. What kind of thing does that? No one had an answer to that, nor to what could petrify people and cats like that. Come on, let's go to breakfast, Harry mumbled to Hermione. They quickly left the common room. Just what I need, he groaned when they were out of earshot. Another mysterious evildoer causing trouble at school. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in Britain? I'm sure the professors are doing the best they can, Hermione said, although she was looking a lot more nervous than before herself. Well, something needs to be done. Colin's a friend sort of, anyway, and there's still Mrs. Norris to think about. He leaned in close and whispered, I think it's time I tried going into the Slytherin dorms. What? Harry, no, you mustn't, Hermione hissed. He shook his head. I know McGonagall said not to, but this is important. If someone in Slytherin gives me a clue, maybe we can figure out who's behind the attacks. Besides, this'll give me an opportunity to get a whiff of Malfoy and Nodug as much as I don't want to. But what if you get caught? I'll just have to not get caught. Come on, we know the heir's not going after cats in particular now. If he's going after students, things could get really bad really fast. I'm sure you're on his hit list. Eep! Hermione said in spite of herself, and she reluctantly nodded. She knew that full well, of course, but she'd been trying not to think about it. And I'm Muggle-raised, and I've come out as one of the biggest Muggle lovers in school, and there's what Dobby said, Harry continued. I could be on his list too. I think it's worth the risk. Well, I guess. Please be careful though, Harry. She hugged him tight. Always, he said. I want to go tonight. They'll be most likely to be talking about it then. All right, tonight it is, she agreed. The pair met up with Luna just before they reached the great hall. Even her expression was drooping a little this morning. Hello, Harry. Hello, Hermione, she said, her voice sounding rather flatter than normal. Did you hear the news about Colin Creevey? Yes, we did, Harry said. It's too bad, Luna replied. He was quite nice to me, especially for coming to Sir Nicholas's party with me. Yeah? Well, hopefully he won't be out for too long. Dumbledore said they might be able to import some potion from the southern hemisphere to help him. That would be nice. She walked, not skipped, away to the Ravenclaw table and sat sullenly by herself, and Harry and Hermione took their seats. Harry considered joining her, but at Hermione's behest they sat a fair distance away from the blonde Ravenclaw. Harry, Hermione whispered, gazing over at the girl. What? He whispered back. I hate to say it, but do you think Luna could be the heir? What? Harry said incredulously. No way. Why would she do that? Well, she does speak Parseltongue. So do I, Harry snapped indignantly. I know. I'm just saying we need to consider all the possibilities. How many other Parselmouths do you think there could be around here? I don't know, Harry said in annoyance. There's so much prejudice here that most of them are probably smart enough to keep their mouths shut. Luna's a lot of things, but she's not evil. And she just said Colin was nice to her. I know, but you know how strange she is. That could be the perfect cover. Okay, now who's being paranoid, Hermione? Well, maybe I am. I don't like someone going around and attacking Muggleborns any more than you do. Harry sighed. He had to admit his sister had every right to be worried. But still, it wasn't helpful. Hermione, he whispered, trust my feline sixth sense, okay? It's not Luna. It's not foolproof, you know, she whispered back. McGonagall didn't suspect Quirrell for a long time. And Sirius's canine sense never tripped for the rat. Fine, so it's not perfect, he replied. There's still a lot more likely people in this school to be the heir of Slytherin than Luna Lovegood. Well, wait a minute. She was at nearly Headless Nick's party when Mrs. Norris was attacked and with Colin. The ghosts can all confirm it. Hermione brightened considerably at that. You're right, it couldn't have been her then, she said with relief. And hopefully we'll find out tonight. Yeah, hopefully. The Hogwarts Board of Governors was established in the late 11th century after a faction of the newly formed Wizards' Council led by Armand Malfoy tried to assert direct control of the school. The plan failed because Merlin and all three of the surviving founders' lines of Hogwarts, including the exiled Slytherin family, had been granted places on the council in recognition of their great power. However, the entanglement of the founders' lines with the council made it clear that independent governorship of the school was needed. And so, the governors were appointed, 12 in number to match the Wizards' Council, to oversee the management of Hogwarts. It didn't take long for the board to become an old boy society itself since, while it was nominally answerable to the parents of the students, in practice, it had enough leverage to choose its own members. And when the larger Wisengamot replaced the Wizards' Council in 1603, there was naturally a lot of overlap with the board despite Hogwarts's official independence. So it was no surprise that Lucius Malfoy had managed to worm his way into the chairman's seat, partly with the aid of his allies, Thaddeus Blishwick and Madame Josefina Zabini. And now it was time for him to put the next phase of his master's plan into action. He wouldn't be able to shift Dumbledore yet. And he had to wonder about that. Why was the mudblood boy only petrified and not killed? But he could certainly lay the groundwork to make the old meddler look bad. The House of Malfoy was nothing if not adaptable. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," he said as the board took their seats at the old-fashioned conference table. He motioned to Dumbledore, who remained standing. "I assume the headmaster has informed you of the events of last night." "It's bad business, Malfoy," said one Amos Diggory. Threats scrawled on the wall, a first-year student petrified, not to mention the caretaker's cat. "I don't like something like that happening in my son's school." "Nor do I, Diggory," Malfoy replied, although the threats would seem to indicate a particular group of students are being targeted. "And why shouldn't that group include pureblood families with certain political views?" Diggory growled. "I don't appreciate taking on this kind of risk. Dumbledore, do you have any leads?" "Unfortunately not," the old wizard said with a sigh. Mr. Creevey was found alone, having apparently been wandering the castle after hours, taking photographs. The attacker was thorough. The one piece of evidence on him, his camera, was completely destroyed. All we know is that the attack was very powerful, as none of our restoratives in stock had any effect on him. "Well, that's fairly useless," said Madame Zabini. "Apparently we have nothing to go on." "All is not yet lost, Madame Zabini," Dumbledore replied. "I would like to petition the board to purchase a dose of Mandrake Restorative Draught for Mr. Creevey. It will be in season in parts of Argentina and South Africa this time of year." "Ha!" Blishwick exclaimed. "That seems awfully extravagant, don't you think? Mandrake is expensive enough here. In the southern hemisphere the price is astronomical. It's not grown much there, you know. And didn't we already pay handsomely for a perfectly good crop of mandrakes at Hogwarts this year, headmaster?" "The board did, for which I thank you, Mr. Blishwick," Dumbledore said, masking his frustration, "but they will not be mature until May. If we revive the Creevey boy at once, he may be able to tell us who attacked him." "I should hope as a matter of house honor that the self-styled heir of Slytherin would have enough sense to hide his or her face," Malfoy drawled sarcastically. "It would be a complete waste of money." Oh, there would be plenty of time to implicate the Weasley girl, he thought, but Dumbledore had to go first. "I'm with Dumbledore on this," Alpheus Doge spoke up. As the longest-serving board member, he had an equally long memory. "I seem to remember a very similar set of incidents occurring in the 1942 to 1943 school year, and those incidents ended with the death of a student. I say we need to take more drastic action before it's too late." "In that incident, the perpetrator was caught and expelled," Malfoy said. "One Rubeus Hagrid, I believe, although you, Dumbledore, have seen fit to allow him to remain on the grounds ever since. An interesting choice, to say the least." "I have always had the utmost trust in Hagrid," Dumbledore replied. "I still maintain that his arrest was in error." "Then who killed that student?" Madame Zabini demanded. "The more important question, as I told my staff, is not who," the headmaster said. Malfoy didn't miss the subtle change of subject. "The question is how. If we revive Mr. Creevey, he may not be able to tell us who attacked him, but he will almost certainly know what attacked him, and that could be just as valuable in preventing another attack." "Oh? Surely someone as gifted as yourself could take care of this on his own," Malfoy suggested. Dumbledore actually glared at him for that one. "I have never pretended to be all-powerful, Lucius. There's more than just catching the perpetrator to worry about, Amos Diggory interrupted. It hardly seems fair to leave the boy petrified like this. As Mr. Blishwick said, Malfoy retorted, Hogwarts already has a perfectly good crop of mandrakes, which won't be ready till May. Really now, Malfoy, the boy's going to miss 6 or 7 months of his life if we wait that long, and he'll almost certainly have to repeat his first year. Yes, it's very unfortunate, Diggory, but it's just business, Madame Zabini cut in. We approved the mandrakes because we could recoup the cost from sales in the spring. But to import the material from South Africa, I see no reason to take such a large portion of the school's budget for the sake of one student, especially when the success of the stated goal is far from certain. Malfoy nodded pleasantly in agreement. Surely you can see, Diggory, that trying to question the boy would be a fool's errand unless we have something more definite to go on. You're only saying that because the boy's Muggle-born, Malfoy. Not at all. I assure you I have the utmost concern for the safety of all the students under Hogwarts's care, whether I personally approve of their enrollment or not. I am merely being practical. The cost is only one concern. If we revive Mr. Creevey, his family will almost certainly withdraw him at once. After all, he could be a repeat target, and parents of Muggleborns are less attached to this school than purebloods and would be more likely to withdraw their children. Moreover, if Mr. Creevey fails to identify the perpetrator, that would leave the alleged heir free to increase his or her attacks in retaliation, which could trigger a panic and a mass withdrawal that would be disastrous for the school. Then what could you possibly suggest we do, Malfoy? Another board member, Llywelyn, asked. Keep things quiet. It'll be a small matter to keep the prophet away from the story. In the meantime, investigate behind the scenes. Malfoy smiled as if he were proposing something really clever. Lead the alleged heir to believe we are keeping a tight watch regardless of what cards we are holding. A good deterrence would be the best way to prevent another attack. That hardly seems proper, Elphia's doge countered. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to simply call the Aurors to investigate? I thought that Hogwarts prided itself on its independence from the Ministry, Malfoy said in mock surprise. Not when there are serious crimes taking place. Llywelyn spat. And I don't see how we can keep this quiet, Diggory added. The other students will already be writing home about this, and the boy's family will have to be informed. I don't see why that's necessary, Malfoy replied. Are you serious, Malfoy? We can't have a student put in a coma for 6 months and not tell his parents. His family is going to notice if he stops writing home, and what if they learn about it from one of the other families? How will the school look if word gets out we just sat on this? Yes, that's precisely the point, Malfoy thought smugly, but what he said was, I see very little risk of that. Muggle-born families have hardly any connections in the magical world. I reiterate what I said about causing a panic. Let the public believe that this is a minor incident, and that we are perfectly capable of handling it internally. After all, you are capable of handling it, aren't you, Dumbledore? He flashed a wicked smile. Because I'm sure there are others who can. Why don't you tell us what steps you will be taking to ensure the safety of the students? Dumbledore kept his face calm, but inside he was starting to sweat. Malfoy was obviously maneuvering to remove him, and he himself was probably connected to the attack somehow. It would be a hard sell to suspend the headmaster, but it was not a risk he could discount. His options were limited. Going along with Malfoy's suggestion to keep things quiet would be good for him if he could find the perpetrator quickly, but not if Malfoy kept dragging things out, and he was loath to keep the parents out of the loop, although perhaps there were some unconventional options there. Security will be tightened, Dumbledore told the board. Students will be monitored especially carefully to make sure no one is out of bounds or out after hours. The castle will be closely monitored for suspicious activity. The school will be thoroughly searched for the source of whatever is causing these attacks. However, I maintain that questioning Mr. Creevey about what he saw would be a great help to the investigation. Madame Zabini shook her head. I am sorry, Dumbledore, but I cannot justify the cost of this proposal unless you can first show us that you are able to prevent further attacks. Shall we put it to a vote? Malfoy said. All those in favor of the headmaster's proposal, all those opposed. He gave Dumbledore a solemn look, but inside he was smiling. His maneuvering beforehand had paid off. The vote failed 8-4. Ratsbane prowled lightly through the dungeons, keeping his eyes and ears open for any Slytherin students. Padfoot had suggested that plain black ink with a drying charm might be a better way to cover up his scar and easier to clean than hair dye. He hoped it would work. He would like to be able to sneak around without having to worry about winding up with a big black mark on his forehead. According to the Marauder's map, the entrance to the Slytherin common room was somewhere in this corridor, but there was no visible door, only a blank wall. Slytherin was the most secretive of the 4 houses, so it made sense that their living space would be hidden. Since it wasn't too long after dinner, Ratsbane didn't have long to wait before an older student came by and spoke the password "Pureblood," and a doorway opened in the wall, leading into a surprisingly long passageway. The cat silently slunk along behind the Slytherin girl. To his feline nose, this part of the castle smelled more damp and musty than the rest. They must be going out under the lake. Sure enough, the windows of the Slytherin common room were a dim, murky green, matching the lamps that hung from the ceiling. It seemed to cast a sickly pallor over everything, but maybe that was his feline eyes missing the reds and oranges of the fire. Now he just had to find Malfoy. It shouldn't be that hard. After all, shouldn't he be bragging about the heir's exploits right about now? As a matter of fact, he was. Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and a couple of students from other years were all sitting around him in one corner of the common room, hanging on his every word. Well, it'll be good to get rid of that little slime for a while, Malfoy said as his Animagus nemesis crept closer to listen in. And then, if it weren't clear whom he was talking about, he began taking pictures with an imaginary camera and whined, "Oh, Potter, can I have your picture, Potter? Can you sign it, Potter?" To general laughter. Harry growled softly and suppressed a sudden urge to sink his claws into Malfoy's ankle. Colin did not sound like that, well, not since the welcome feast, anyway, and he always used Harry's first name, not that Malfoy ever paid attention. But won't Dumbledore be looking the heir of Slytherin now? Asked Theo Knott. Ah, but that's the beauty of it, Malfoy said smugly. Father says Dumbledore can look all he wants. He'll never find out who the heir is. And then, Father will just say. He put on an imitation of his father's voice. This is just one more example of Dumbledore's incompetence. If he knew how to run a school properly in the first place, this need not have happened. The other Slytherins sniggered. He'll have the press eating out of his hand. Of course, Father's always said Dumbledore was the worst thing to ever happen to this school, the great mudblood lover. And now he's teamed up with St. Potter to form some kind of dream team. Muggle Protection Act, he grumbled. We had that vote in the bag until St. Potter came along with his little sob story. Harry suppressed another growl, but at the same time he was a little surprised. Malfoy seemed to be a much less reserved person when he was surrounded by allies. That could be useful to know later. Yes, so you've told us, Malfoy, Elizabeth Runcorn said from beside the fireplace, sounding rather bored. I take it this heir of Slytherin business is Plan B. Harry's ears pricked up. It was a stroke of luck that she was there. Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode were brash and bullying, just like Knott, Crabbe, and Goyle, but Elizabeth Runcorn was a quiet manipulator, like Malfoy, and if you believe the rumors, one of the most vicious bigots of the bunch. "Father's not talking that much, Liz," Malfoy said calmly. "Liz!" Harry thought. This was too good. He thought Parkinson looked vaguely annoyed with her. "He says it would be suspicious if I knew too much." Malfoy laughed a little. "And I wouldn't be fool enough to say it even here if I did, but he knows all about the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened." "Last time? It's been opened before?" Runcorn said, sounding much more interested now. "Yeah, 50 years ago. I guess they caught whoever did it and expelled him before he could finish the job, but there'll be a new heir now, right? And get this, the last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood died." "Really?" All the Slytherins started gathering around now. Harry slunk in around their legs. Malfoy was basking in the attention. "How did it happen?" Pansy Parkinson asked eagerly. "Dunno. She was probably petrified extra hard or something. Anyway, personally, I'm hoping for a 2-for-1 deal this time. Granger and St. Potter." Harry dug his claws into the carpet. It took all of his self-control not to go at Malfoy hissing and scratching, but he needed information more than he needed revenge for that slight. "Yeah, that'd be great," Knott said almost hungrily. "Those two were a pain in the arse all last year." "Oh, yes," Parkinson said, rubbing her hands together. "I can't wait to see them get what's coming to them. Do you know who the heir is? You should tell him to go get them." "Of course I don't," Malfoy snapped. Then he looked around to make sure everyone in the circle was an ally and lowered his voice to a whisper. "I'm not sure even Father knows who it is. It's like the Death Eaters, most of them didn't know each other's names. It wouldn't even have to be a Slytherin. Make fun of Potter all you want for it, please do, but it really would be the perfect cover to be in some other house. Father definitely knows what's going on, though. He says he's really gonna get rid of Dumbledore this time, so all of you zip it, keep your heads down, and let the heir get to work." "Got it." The rest of the Slytherins nodded quickly and went back to their books or lack thereof, in some cases all except Elizabeth Runcorn. She approached Malfoy and sat beside him. Tall and thin, with an indifferent air, she could have made another Daphne Greengrass, except for her dark hair and equally dark personality. "You're playing a dangerous game, do you know that, Draco?" she said softly. "Maybe we are," he replied, "but the House of Malfoy has been playing this game for over 9 centuries. I think we know how to handle it by now. I'm just saying. You've underestimated Potter before and you know he's close with Dumbledore. You don't want to see this plan fall apart. What can he do? He doesn't know anything." "We'll see about that," Harry thought. He crept closer, getting within range of Malfoy's robes. "Just be careful. Potter doesn't seem like the type you want to cross-like by telling people to make fun of him." If a cat could smirk, Harry did. "People will make fun of him anyway, Liz," Malfoy said casually. "I'm just encouraging them to do something constructive with it. I keep my nose clean and people like Theo and Pansy do the dirty work." Runcorn gave him a small, wry smile, spoken like a true Slytherin. Then she looked down at Harry. "Hey, Draco, you don't have a cat, do you?" she said. "How?" Noche Malfoy looked down as his feet. "Get lost." "Shoo!" Harry took off running and then glared at Malfoy from the corner. He wasn't a cat person, it seemed. But he'd smelled what he needed to. Dobby was definitely the Malfoy's elf. He was all set to go. He stopped as he passed the hallway that led to the girls' dorms when an uncommon sound came wafting up the corridor. He strained his feline ears to hear it closer. It took him a moment to recognize it, but when he did, he could have laughed. It was a violin. Hogwarts was depressingly light on the performing arts. No theater, no orchestra, choir, but that was about it. So who was the violin player around here? And a fairly good one by the sound of it. He couldn't go down the girls' hallway, and he didn't want to know what protections were on it, since it didn't have stairs, so Harry waited till the song ended, and then he heard a voice coming faintly up the hall. "Are you done practicing, Daphne? We need to study up on Transfiguration, or McGonagall will kill us." Harry gave a high-pitched meow and patted away with his tail held high. Daphne Greengrass was a closet violinist. One more thing that might be good to know, if only to convince people of his superhuman spy skills if need be. With that, he was ready to go back and debrief with Hermione, Sirius, and Remus. As before with Ravenclaw, meowing a couple of times by the door was enough to get an older student to let him out. "How are you feeling, Ginny?" Tom wrote. "A little better, but it's still really scary," Ginny replied in a shaky hand. "I can understand. I didn't want to worry you, but something very similar to this happened while I was in school, and it went very badly." "It did?" She wrote hurriedly. "What happened? Did they find out who did it?" "They did. In fact, I was lucky enough to discover the culprit myself before the school was forced to close, although I was unfortunately too late to save that poor Ravenclaw girl." The words lingered on the page wistfully for so long that Ginny just wrote underneath them. "Who did it? Well, you might not believe me, but it was a third-year Gryffindor named Rubeus Hagrid." "Hagrid? But he's still the groundskeeper now. Everybody likes him. I can't believe he'd do something like that. Besides, he's been here practically forever. I'm only telling you what I saw, Ginny. I can show you if you like." Ginny hesitated with the tip of her quill on the page for a long time. Tom's memories, or whatever they were, seemed to be getting more and more unsettling with time, and she wasn't sure wanted to see any more. In the end, though, her curiosity got the better of her and she wrote, "Okay." A little while later, she appeared to the world to snap out of a deep trance in a cold sweat. She fumbled with her quill and the diary and started writing feverishly. "Oh, Merlin, Tom! I can't believe it. Hagrid seems so nice. He doesn't seem like he'd ever kill anyone." "Oh, Tom, are you sure? Could it have been someone else? Or an accident?" "An accident?" Tom replied. "I suppose I wouldn't put it past him. I confess that I was mostly concerned with getting rid of the monster. But it couldn't be a mistake. It must have been Hagrid, since the attack stopped immediately after he was expelled." She didn't know how to respond to that. She wanted to trust Tom. If she couldn't trust him, who could she trust? But the things he was saying now sounded so strange. She sat for a long time with the diary lying open and blank on her lap, fighting back tears. "Ginny, I don't mean to pry," Tom finally wrote, "but I don't know anything that's going on here beyond what you tell me. How are people reacting to what happened to Colin?" "They're not telling us much," Ginny replied after a tense pause. "Professor Dumbledore says he's investigating personally, and they're watching closer after curfew, but I don't think they've called the Aurors or anything." "Interesting. They wanted to deal with it internally last time, too. I hope Dumbledore's past experience will help him clear things up faster," he lied. "I hope so too, Tom. And what are they doing for the boy?" "They say they're waiting for the mandrakes to mature. I thought maybe they could buy the potion, but I guess they can't." "This time of year?" No, it would have to come from the southern hemisphere, and that's very expensive. But it doesn't seem right to leave him like that. I'm afraid that sometimes there is no choice. It's awful, though. I thought Colin was really nice. Ginny kept her quill on the page for a long time, debating whether to disclose the next thing she wanted to write. Eventually, slowly, she went for it. Tom, I'm worried. I still can't remember what happened last night. Just stress, I'm sure, Ginny, Tom replied sympathetically. This must be a very difficult time for everyone in the castle. Try to get some sleep. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning. Harry's and Hermione's conversation with Sirius and Remus bore little fruit except to say they would keep investigating their options regarding Dobby and discuss it over Christmas holidays, along with researching family trees for any clue as to who the heir of Slytherin was. At least Remus had plenty to do now, and that the two of them should catch up Dumbledore on everything tomorrow. While Harry was investigating, rumor and suspicion were spreading through the school like wildfire. Some of the older students started selling bogus protective amulets under the table, and the first years started traveling in groups for safety. Ginny Weasley seemed to be inconsolable about Colin, who was apparently one of her closer friends, and many Muggleborns tried to stick closer to their pureblood friends. Justin Finch-Fletchley and Sophie Roper formed a tight quartet with Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan, while Terry Boot and Kevin Entwistle stuck by Anthony Goldstein and Michael Corner. Hermione's Muggleborn roommate, Sally Ann Perks, mostly hung out with her friend Lily Moon, but a letter she received at breakfast the next morning left her shaking. My parents were uncomfortable from the start with all the prejudice we've heard about, she quietly revealed to her fellow Gryffindors. My dad got an option to take a job in Canada, and if this goes on, he says he'll take it. I might have to go to the Athabasca Academy in the spring. This was serious. If the heir was already driving away students, something needed to be done fast, especially from Harry's and Hermione's perspective. Their own parents weren't above pulling them out mid-year either. It's not all bad, Sally Ann said in response to her roommate's sympathy. Athabasca sounds really nice. It's the only magical school in the world with bilingual instruction, and there's students there from places all over the Americas, like Haiti and Guyana. Sally Ann was trying to put on a brave face, but Harry could tell she was really worried. In his mind, that was just one more reason they had to solve the mystery. After breakfast, he took a moment to pull her aside and said, Listen, I don't know if we can do it by Christmas, but we're going to work with Dumbledore to try to catch the heir. We really hope you don't have to leave. Sally Ann's spirits seemed to be lifted a bit after that, and it was with great determination that Harry and Hermione stood in a corridor on the 7th floor later that day, trying to talk to a stone gargoyle. We don't know the password or anything, Hermione tried. Is there any way you can tell Professor Dumbledore that Hermione Granger and Harry Potter need to talk to him? The gargoyle showed no sign of life whatsoever for a long minute. The two children were about to give up when it suddenly stepped aside and said, You may enter. They climbed up the spiral staircase and passed through the heavy oaken door to find Dumbledore sitting at his desk, gazing kindly at them. Good afternoon, Hermione, Harry. Please sit. They made their way to two chairs placed across the desk. Hermione and Harry both noticed Fawkes sitting on a perch by the door, looking quite sick and bedraggled. Hey, Fawkes, you all right? Harry said. Fawkes held out a mournful note for a few seconds that seemed to infuse the air with weariness and a touch of grief. Do not worry about Fawkes, Dumbledore said. He is merely approaching a burning day. He will be fine in a few weeks. Now, what brings the two of you here today? They exchanged a glance, and Harry said, Professor, we think we have information related to what happened to Colin and Mrs. Norris. The old wizard raised his eyebrows curiously. "And what might that be?" he asked. Hermione and Harry told him about their conversation with Dobby yesterday and then what Harry had learnt from Malfoy in cat form last night. Dumbledore didn't particularly look like he approved of Harry's methods, but he wasn't about to turn down the information. He stroked his beard thoughtfully as he considered their words. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention," he said seriously. "It does support what I had already suspected, although the depth of Lucius Malfoy's involvement in this matter is a serious concern." "Then you know something about what's going on, Professor?" Harry said hopefully. "Not as much as I would like, I'm afraid. Mostly, I know about Lucius Malfoy's intentions to take advantage of this situation and remove me from my post. But surely you must have some idea who or what is causing these attacks, Professor," Hermione said. "Only some partial ideas, nothing I can act upon. I sincerely wish I could." "Well, can you tell us?" Harry asked. "Maybe we can keep an eye out." "I do not want you to take unnecessary risks, Harry," Dumbledore replied, "especially as we have some evidence that you are a target." Harry bit back the urge to mention Dumbledore's plan to actively try to use him to defeat Quirrellmort last year before realizing how dumb an idea that was. Instead, he just said, "I didn't mean like that, sir. I just mean if you have a name, maybe I can find him on the Marauders map. Or if you have some other clue, we'll know what to watch out for. Don't you think we should at least be informed? I really don't think it's necessary for the two of you to become involved in this investigation." Harry glared at Dumbledore. "Hermione," his sister knew her cue, "I promise you that you will have my full confidence from now on." "Those were your exact words, Professor." The headmaster frowned. "Those were his words. Leave it to Hermione and her excellent memory. And besides," Harry continued, "we think I'm a target, but we know the Muggleborns are, and in case you've forgotten, Professor, my sister happens to be one of those Muggleborns who are being threatened." Yes, all too true, and if there was one thing to remember about Harry Potter, it was his fierce loyalty to his family. It was no good keeping him out of this. "My apologies." "You are correct, Harry," he said. "I fear I have become too set in my ways. You should indeed be kept abreast of the situation. Even so, I cannot tell you everything, as your occlumency is not yet up to snuff, and I must ask that what I am about to say not circulate beyond your immediate family." Harry and Hermione both nodded. "I believe that the legend of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin is, in large measure, true. Before you ask, I do not know where it is, and no, Harry, you may not look for it. I have my own methods of searching. As for the who, I had previously believed that Salazar Slytherin had only one living heir, and that heir was Lord Voldemort." The children both gasped in horror. Another Voldemort plot? This just kept getting better and better. You can see the cause for concern. You may rest assured that Voldemort himself is not back in the castle. I have updated the wards to detect his wraith form, and I have certain contacts who suggest he is currently residing in Eastern Europe. "Then who's doing it, sir?" Harry said. "Unfortunately, I do not know. I see two possibilities. One is that Salazar Slytherin does have another heir or a Parselmouth disciple who can act the part. Or second, which I think more likely given Lucius Malfoy's involvement, someone in this school has a dark artifact, received from a Death Eater, that he or she is using to carry out these attacks." "What kind of artifact?" Hermione said. "Can you search for it?" The old wizard shook his head. "I do not know what it would look like," he said. "I would know the magical signature, but only by holding it in hand. The artifact would be small, easy to hide, and charmed against all but the most careful detection methods, and for better or worse, I cannot search a student's belongings without probable cause. Harry sighed at that, but Hermione nodded that it was accurate. It would take a lot to convince people to go along with a school-wide search, especially considering that Dumbledore apparently didn't know what he was looking for, given how powerful certain students' parents were. It also meant there was nothing for them to keep an eye out for besides the usual shady characters. "Well, just keep us informed, then, Professor," Harry said reluctantly. "Sir, what are you going to do about Colin?" Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "Madame Pomfrey will be able to revive him once the mandrakes have matured," he said. "In the spring?" Harry gaped. "Didn't you say you could get some from the southern hemisphere?" Hermione said. "The board might not approve it for a cat, but surely they would for a student." "I met with the board today, Hermione. I am sorry to say that they did not." "But they can't do that," Harry said. "Unfortunately, they can, thanks again largely to the machinations of Lucius Malfoy. You can begin to see the pattern." "But what about Colin?" Harry pressed. "He's going to be out till practically the end of the year. What are you going to tell his parents?" Dumbledore sighed again. "I'm afraid that the board has taken upon themselves the duty of contacting the Creevies." Harry's and Hermione's mouths dropped open, appalled. "And that means you can't?" Hermione said. He nodded. "My hands have been thoroughly tied by the board. They have appointed themselves the right of first contact, and Lucius Malfoy intends not to use it." "To make you look bad, right?" Harry said. "Why don't you just do it anyway?" "This is not Mr. Malfoy's only weapon, Harry." "That shouldn't matter. What happened to doing what's right instead of what's easy, sir? Can you believe this, Fawkes?" Harry complained. "Back me up here." "Caw!" The phoenix squawked, and he glared at Dumbledore with his piercing black eyes. "I am well aware of Fawkes's opinion," he replied, "but there are safer ways of making contact. I cannot do anything personally without risking my position as headmaster, and I hope you can see that would only make matters worse." "Ha!" Harry stared in confusion. But Hermione hadn't missed the emphasis in Dumbledore's last answer. "I understand, Harry." "Headmaster," she said sweetly, "I take it that the board has prohibited you or any of the staff from contacting Mr. and Mrs. Creevey, right? But if a student were to contact them, they would have no control over that, would they?" At that, Dumbledore smiled. "Mr. Malfoy is all but openly counting on the Creeveys not to have connections in the magical world. He would be most disappointed to learn that they do." "Oh," Harry said in realization. "So you want us to do your dirty work for you again?" "I would hardly call informing a family of their son's injury dirty work, Harry," Dumbledore said with an air of offense. "And I assure you that if I had no other options I would do the right thing, not the easy one. But in this case, it costs us nothing to find a more productive alternative." Harry still wasn't too happy with that, but Hermione calmed him down, saying, "He's right, Harry. We need him to stay here. Besides, it'll make the Malfoys matter if we go behind their backs instead of just breaking the rules." "Well, there is that," Harry admitted. In the silence of the forest, truth has a way of finding you. What was your favorite moment from these chapters? Any theories brewing? Let's talk in the comments below. I'm all ears, Animagus or not. Fun fact. Fun fact. Animagus transformations in fanfiction often explore identity in ways that parallel real psychological growth, and this FIC is a standout example. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more magical fanfiction journeys. Huge thanks to every single Grimoire Guardian, and especially our loyal members in the Wizard Army and Wizard King ranks. To master the magic within, one must first understand the shape of their own soul.